descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, our remaining 4 teams make their Stage 1 debut, and boy, oh boy, we saved the best for last, because it's the NA Clout Classico. Of course, everyone, welcome back to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. You already know what I'm going to say. I'm GB, got Brendan Wyatt here to close out the week, just like the way we started it. Funny shenanigans. It's going to be great. We're really excited that you're joining us here today, folks, because we've seen 8 teams take to the stage so far. Here are our current standings and where the competition lies. Spoilers, it's going to be a lot of ones. Okay, so, just one game. That's all it is. But hey, for these one match wins, this is huge for them, right? Like, look at Cruvisa sitting at the top of the standings. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, listen, every single win counts early on.
I think I'm just seeing some kind of error over on the right with Leviathan being a 1.
Oh, minus 11? That's weird.
Given my prediction on day 1 in the standing segment that they would be undefeated.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. First, though, it was G2 who had an opportunity to start things off on the good foot against Furia. But Furia actually had other plans, Bren, as we started this one off. You were casting this one. This one was quite bizarre.
It was a weird one. They started off so strong, and then G2 just kind of woke up a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
They realized, wait a minute, we're the finalists of Bangkok. Let's lock in for a second. And it's a struggle, honestly. With teams like this, you can have all the confidence in the world, but actually closing out games can be some of the biggest problems.
So that was a real tortoise and the hare situation in that particular game. In this one,
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and tell us? Why don't you go ahead?
in this one,
Because Xander's not here to back you up
I had
anymore.
higher hopes for Lev. I'm gonna be honest, but I was very impressed by MIBR.
Yeah.
I was also loving how much fun it seemed like they were having playing together, especially when we got to that second half of Split. They were just flowing naturally, and they made the game look easy.
Yeah, they really did. And it was great to get an opportunity to talk with Ospas and Bruno, get to learn a little bit more about those guys as a team together now. Stocks are high for MIBR. It's looking pretty good right now. Now, of course, folks, it's Sunday, which means it's time for our Pulsar Flick of the Week. And this one is courtesy, I like the air horn, of Cloud9's Vic. This was from day 1, but look at these shots. Vic was nice with it. Finds this one and then decides, oh yeah, I'm gonna just shoot through. Boop.
Yeah, nah,
there it is.
2 bullets.
That's
Two
crazy
bullets.
work.
Hopefully-
Crazy work.
And now this is going to sound like I'm shilling, and I am, but hopefully I can do that with the TENS mouse I just purchased at the
Did you manage to get it? Did you manage to get it?
I did buy one.
Hey!
There were 2 lines. There was the buy the mouse line or the buy the mouse and meet TENS line. And that one had like 40 people in it, so I just walked up and bought the mouse and left them.
You don't want to sit there and meet 10s?
I'll do that. I wouldn't have made it to the desk on time in that line, or I wouldn't be here.
Well, there's your Pulsar Flick of the Week. Congrats, to Vic on that one. But let's go ahead and move on to this matchup here, because today we're going to start things off with 2 games. Our Ascension squad taking on Evil Geniuses to start things off. And then later on, as I had mentioned before, this is where we check Nadeshot's blood pressure as 100 Thieves takes on Sentinels, and Rob Moore's blood pressure for that matter. And we see what things happen at the NA Classico. And of course, this is the day that co-streamers all around the world have been training for time and time again. But of course, there's a good chance that the economy might collapse before the stage is over. So what we decided to do is ask our players who they would go for financial advice. Oh boy. And this is a new installment of Profiles. Let's learn something.
Which player would I trust to invest my money? Sheesh. I would definitely trust Asuna to invest my money. Peter's like actually helped me with my money, so I mean, I definitely him. He's actually quite smart when it comes to investing with money. I don't know if he wants people to know that, but too bad.
Honestly, I would trust Nat to invest my money. I think he's really smart, and he was gonna go to MIT, I believe, at one point. So I'm gonna trust him with my money.
I would go with Coach Kaplan if I had to trust someone to invest my funds, because I do not trust a single soul on our playing roster to handle my money.
Quem eu confiaria com minhas finanças, meu dinheiro, com certeza não seria o DG, muito menos o Cauê e o Twist, que eles são muito moleque com dinheiro, muito criança, eles iam acabar gastando tudo em roupa.
I would not trust any of them to invest my money. I have my own financial advisor for a reason. You don't mix business with work, I'm business with friendship and everything like that. None of them. But if I had to choose one, I would definitely choose Calm. Calm is like a young man in an old man's brain. You know what I mean? Like he's an old guy in a young guy's body. He's very mature, and he's like the dad of the team. So I would trust him if anything.
I'll go Trent, because he's got a lot of like financial support. Like I know he has people like doing his, he's like gotten investing and stuff, and he does like, I don't know too much, but I know like he's deep in that. So I'll go Trent.
Yo creo que Meltzer, porque es el mayor, primero que todo el que más años tiene, y también por su pasado, que antes tenía que ver algo por ahí, así que yo sé que él me cuidará bien el dinero.
I trust Mitch to invest my money out of all my teammates because he has the best experience in life.
Okay, it has to be Superman, but I think that's because everybody else is terrible with money.
You know, I gotta say, for me, it would be Mimi, because she's a recent landlord, and I think she's quite good with money. So I think we'll go with that one there. Of course, Twitch chat, I'm gonna put up a poll, because look, I feel like this show needs to be a touch more interactive, wouldn't you agree? So why don't you go ahead and tell us what you want to happen? You got a few choices here, so choose wisely. And on that note, let's send it over to Brendan Wyatt, where surely nothing can go wrong.
No, absolutely nothing's going to go wrong with this one. Now, me and Wyatt, we're going to make some stage 1 predictions, and it's all based on the percentages, the percentiles. We've got 90, 50, 10, 90% chance to come true, 50% chance to come true, 10% chance to come true. I mean, Wyatt, listen, I know you've been thinking hard on this one.
I'm going to preface this by saying we made these predictions before any games were played this weekend.
Don't gaslight the people. Don't gaslight the people.
Oh, maybe shut.
90% chance.
Take a knee. Take a knee, puppy.
I have a 90% chance. I'm ready to fall to my knees in the target that Lev are going to qualify for Toronto. That's a tough one.
That's a 90.
What I saw yesterday. But they can bounce back. Well, I'm not going to say I think they can, but maybe.
They can still make, listen, one loss doesn't mean they don't make Toronto. They got 5 more games.
That's a tough one.
So
reveal the 50%, which feels like it should be more likely now. 100 Thieves go undefeated in the group stage.
Undefeated. Their group, soft, easy, little putty that they can play with.
Yeah.
Easy to
A bunch of school children, easily disposed of.
I respect it. I like it a lot. I respect it. It's bold, but 50%. That's not good. Okay. 10%. Reveal it. 10% chance that G2 lose a series during stage 1. So only 10% that they don't go undefeated.
Man, you were sweating in that game 1, weren't you?
Kind of cooking. Yeah, when Fury decided to be amazing. Yeah, just all of your chances just going wrong potentially. Yeah. But I'm going to open up with some of mine as well. And I may or may not have forgotten what I went with again. But listen, it's going to be revealed to me, so I'm going to react like, I knew it all along. 90% is, of course, 90% chance the Wyatt's Groupology picks for your mega bracket would be wrong. I think this one's quite likely, considering your Lev one. How has he gotten away with it already? He's just right. He's just right. I can't even. That's quite likely. All right, 50% is.
Why did I do that to myself?
I'm gonna go for this one. Oh, 100 Thieves going on a running stage. I'm gonna go the same. Yeah. What? Maybe that's why I liked it so much.
What?
It's just it's kind of the same.
Same thing going.
We're both right. Undefeated.
Make the voices go lower, please. Get this high pitched crap out of here.
10%. What is the 10%? What was the 10% likely to happen? And, oh yeah, of course, 10% chance for SEN to implode, and then they're forced to do another round of
fundraising from fans to recover. And we're going really low with this one. Put that at 12%. 12%, we'll add 2 repeating, of course. 2 repeating, of course. 10%. Okay, we'll get Rob Moore to just do rounds into the crowd after this game, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But, just come back here. Well, I'm coming back over to Just come back here. Just come back here. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into our
first match of the day, shall we?
We can keep it going.
Rolling on back.
And talk about 2 games. Now, of course, this rookie Brazilian squad is coming into this one with a ton of pressure, right? Because this is, one of the Ascension teams that we're really big on coming into the season, and we saw what G2 were capable of doing as an Ascension team as well. It was really, big shoes to fill, I would say, Wyatt, for 2G. And so far, it hasn't been that great.
Yeah, this question on the current lower third on your screen, are 2G feeling any Ascension anxiety? Yes, they are. And also, there was something that Rich said in the first cast we did of this team when they went up against Turtle Troop Furia, which is that it must suck to come into your first game in VCT as the Ascension team and you're the favorite to win because the other team has a sub-roster.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that doesn't mean that they should still be losing that game, and they should be winning that one. But that is a blow to the mental where you come in as the favorite and you lose. you're crumbling.
Yeah, it was a tough one. And as a result of that, 2G ended up making some changes, right? One of those changes was bringing Prize over from, Prize moved over to Furia, and Askia is coming in from Tier 2. Look, I don't know a lot about this guy. I'm really curious to see what he brings to the table here.
No, I was looking for a VOD of Askia, and it was like a year old. It was I had to peer past the dusty tomes in the library to try and get access to this guy. But my big thing is this going to fix the problems for 2G? I think it's kind of unlikely. What they're suffering from is just this kind of, not just identity issue, but confidence issue, right? I think as well, which you were kind of alluding to, where it's hard to be kind of still not the favorites when you're playing against like a sub roster that were just filling in for Fury at the time. So this is a team that needs to get their confidence back, and maybe a new voice coming into it can help with that.
This is some great footage actually that we were just seeing from his team Hero Base against 2G, because at the beginning of last year in Challengers, that team, Hero, where Digizin was on, they were by far the best team in Brazilian Challengers, and throughout the year, it was 2G who were just consistent. I believe they placed third in every single split of Brazilian Challengers, and that got them enough points to go to Ascension, and then they level up, go on the run there, beat the best of the other regions, M80, etc., to actually qualify. So he's been a solid player, but, you know, is he good enough?
Give me a minute.
What are you
doing? Give me a minute here. I just need to have a little chat.
You just walked over here.
With 2G. I know I did, but just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. I just need to chat with 2G, okay?
Go, have a conversation, I think.
It's okay. It's okay. No, you don't have to worry about anything. Come on, take a seat. Take a seat. I just want to chat. 2G. Just talk to me about what is going wrong here, because 183 days since Ascension Finals, and this is what you're pulling up. Don't look at the exit. Look at me. Don't look at the exit. There's no getting out of this one here. I've got 30 minutes. No police interference with you, and we're going to fix you here and now. You can't be putting up these numbers against EG today, man. You just can't do it. You can't do it. Roll the footage. These are the fans. I've seen the best of Brazil, and this. Look at this. You remember this? When Loud were lifting a trophy? I know you're not Loud, but it's technically related to Brazil, man. Look at this. Look at you on the stage winning. Remember what it was like to win? Do you remember? What do you need from me? A banana? Like a back rub? Like what is it? Is it me? Am I the problem? Is it me? But I just need you to remember. Please, lock in. Lock in. Remember your legacy. Please remember your legacy. Do you remember this guy at Spike? He's sitting on the sidelines. He's watching your team crumble. He can only play in stage 2. You need to lock in for Spike. Please lock in for Spike, please. Do it for him. Please do it for him. I beg of you. You can go. Go. Be free. And do better. Do better this time. Do better.
That was shocking footage.
That was like a fever dream.
Wait, we just come back to the desk?
Am I supposed to just do my job now?
Do we have to go back to analyzing?
Yeah, do we got to talk about the other team? You know what? For now, ahead of 2G's return, Triad caught up with the team's captain. Here's Zap. Wow.
2G are looking forward to turning it around for the stage 1. And Zap, that first kickoff, it didn't really go your way. So what are some of the goals that you have for yourself and for the team to make sure that it goes way better this time around?
We have been working in some aspects that we think were not good for us. So this should help us to get through this first split. So that's it.
All right, best of luck today.
Thank you.
If there's one thing, in our opportunity that we had, hey, Brendan, look at you. You're here now. Are you okay?
I was taking a casual sip of my water bottle with the label on, so I couldn't show it on stream. So that's on me.
Let's talk about, continue this conversation about 2G there. You heard Zap for a minute talking about the things that they were working on. We had an opportunity to catch up with Zap, when he was on the desk with us before as well. So we know that this guy's got the good head on his shoulders to be able to speak to this team, to be able to keep them on the straight and narrow. But the problem is, Wyatt, is that you got a lot of things that you need to fix and not a lot of time to do it, to Bren's very well-spoken point.
That is an issue. And coming in, we did really hype up Zap as a leader, and he deserves that because he was so influential at Ascension. Yeah. And unfortunately, it felt like that narrative kind of fell flat. But I do think it is still true, and he can absolutely help them bounce back. But who was really stepping up for the team? The unlikely hero, their sub who came in, Gobera. He was performing so well for them at Kickoff, replacing Spike, who was either their best player or kind of tied top 2 with Silence.
Yeah, and Gobera was having a game, and this is exactly, Brent, that you want to see, right, from the entirety of the team, but it's good to see it from Gobera here.
Now, I wasn't exactly eloquent when I was doing my personal intervention there with 2G, but there's one point that I really want to hammer home, and it's that you have nothing to lose in this instance. And I think that showcases, with a player like Gobera, you're filling in for a player like Spike that was essentially essential for the fact that they were able to win Ascension and make it here in the first place. This is your opportunity to really thrive on the big stage with absolutely zero pressure. A lot of players would kill for that. There's a lot of players under a lot of scrutiny, a lot of teams under a lot of scrutiny. But for 2G, and especially Gobera as well, as one of the highlights, one of the special highlights of this team, I need them to play with zero pressure, understanding that whatever you do from this point on in stage 1, it doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. When the expectations are in the ground, you can do no wrong. So play with confidence, because when they were playing, when we were watching them play, outside of Gobera, everything else was just looking like a wet towel, man, left on the side.
Yeah.
It didn't have the fire, it didn't have the passion. Do you know what I mean?
And,
there was no confidence with him taking fights.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's also very uncharacteristic for teams coming out of the Brazilian region as well. Because
it's not what you associate with Brazilian players.
Yeah, we have seen that fire, that momentum, all that stuff. It's massive for them.
That's what they had at Ascension. It was the duo of Silence and Spike who they're waiting on. But it was the two of them that either one, it felt like every game, they could take over. And the rest of the team around them were just very consistent. They were all playing really well. So to see that holistic drop-off was shocking. But to your point about now being the most of underdogs, teams do like being in that position. A lot of teams talk about how it's easier to be the underdog than to be the favorite. Well, they get to be the underdog now for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And I am excited to see what they've been able to do with the time that they've had between kickoff. Hasn't been a ton, but hopefully it's been enough that they can, get back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, of course, you mentioned Silence here, and ahead of stage 1, we had an opportunity to speak with Silence about how 2G is feeling coming off of a rough kickoff.
Eu acho que uma coisa que a gente aprendeu com o Kickoff foi, como posso dizer, eu acho que a nossa comunicação, nossa afobação, eu acho que a gente teve muitos erros relacionados a isso, mas durante esse mês agora que a gente teve para treinar, eu acho que a gente tirou muita coisa boa, que a gente está aprendendo e, como eu disse, a gente está evoluindo bastante. Eu estou sentindo, pelo menos no meu individual e do time inteiro, eu acho que dá para ver uma evolução nítida. Então, eu acho que é isso. Eu acho que agora que a gente vai trazer para o Split 1 vai ser uma 2-game muito melhor, que viu todos os erros e está aprendendo a cada dia, a cada treino com isso. E é isso, estamos melhorando.
Well, they're going to be looking to keep moving, keep practicing, keep growing. But on the other side of the field, you have Evil Geniuses. Now, for EG, they were your 2023 champions, right? But even then, they had a reputation as being the redemption squad. And that was led a lot by Coach Potter. Now, obviously, that team is completely changed out, not the same squad anymore. But it does feel like, at the very least, Bren, that same desire, those same lessons are still very prevalent in Potter's.
And this is a classic Potter quote that we bring up often, but it's her kind of making it known that EG is not a place where players choose to go. It's this second chance, a second lease of life in at least the Tier 1 scene as well. And that can be an amazing opportunity for a lot of players and can unlock them. But so far for EG, I'm not seeing the pieces coming together. In terms of the individuals as well, they've got a lot of weird stuff going on in terms of just like not consolidating roles for certain players like Yeaster himself. But what I've seen in the past of Potter as an individual and a coach, we always sing Potter's praises because we've seen her do it before with a ragtag group of players, and we know that potential is there, that magic potential that Potter could potentially unlock in this collection of players.
Definitely. I feel like we are looking a bit more down on EG compared to where they were at when they had to build a new roster for 2024, because they came out of the gate with more natural cohesion last year that I don't feel they had in this instance. And in addition to that, in the offseason, they were actually ahead on the meta, and they were the first team in Americas pushing Vice. They're the reason Vice became popular on Abyss. They started that, but then coming into the year, they kind of fell back in the meta race with the teams, obviously, that were leading the way with Taeho Breach, came out on top. They weren't tuned into that just yet. They weren't tapped in to that aspect of the game. And now with more time, certainly expect them to be there, more time to increase the cohesiveness that they were lacking.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, even with what they were playing, because, you know, reflecting on even what Ye was doing, right? It's a pretty big one, because, you know, it's always exciting to see him. My guy was busting out the chamber in some of these maps, right?
Busting out the chamber, busting out the Phoenix sometimes, and this is what I mean. I think the identity that EG are currently looking for, Ye is currently this glue player that's going to be filling in the position of whatever wacky composition they're currently thinking of at a given period of time. And sometimes it was working, but we're just not really seeing the pieces click too much. And that could be a variety of issues that I don't even dare to try and diagnose, because I'm not inside the team comms. I don't really know what's occurring with them. But I know that there's potential with all of these players. We've seen multiple of them play at peak performances and you know, being in with either touching distance of lifting trophies or lifting trophies themselves. So we know that they've got that caliber beneath them. We know that they're capable of it. And yeah, it's just about, you know, waiting it out. Will we see it shine here at the beginning of stage one? Will we see it finally unlocked? The trouble with this kind of format is it's disingenuous, because you feel like you have a lot of time to work with in these groups week to week to week, but it can quickly slip away from you if you're not able to get the easy wins early on. Now, they should be heavy favorites against 2G today.
I gotta say, I really like the point that you made using the word identity. It got me thinking immediately, I don't know what the identity of this team is right now. I have no idea. Coming into the season, I kind of thought it was a forward meta kind of identity with the Vice thing that I mentioned prior, but now I don't really know. I'm thinking about what these players have played.
Do you think there's room for them to do their own thing?
I mean, yeah, there is. EG last year, they did their own thing, but it was only a 10% difference from the meta. But it was just little things like running Superman on Omen with a double controller look on Bind, where you can let someone like him really activate. And maybe they'll get to that place. Maybe they've gotten to that place in the downtime where we're going to see an EG with an identity.
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is what would give you guys pause? You know, you see these guys take the stage today. What is something that would make you concerned when you talk about identity with these teams? Is there anything that sticks out?
I think forcing players onto roles where they might be uncomfortable and they can't just lock in onto their position. It takes an exceptional player to be playing a variety of roles, I think, as well. And I think it's a lot to put on one individual as well, if that's the missing piece that you're constantly using to fill in the gaps. And whether that's Ye or someone else on the team, I don't know. I really don't know. But it typically doesn't work out. Now, we recently saw a team where it did work out for them quite a lot at Bangkok, and that was Izu, because that guy's an absolute demon. I mean, the turnaround that he had for T1 and for them to be able to win it was literally off the back of his flexibility and whatnot. So it can work, but it's a lot of pressure to put on one singular player. I'd rather, to your point, Wyatt, like, I'd rather them just focus down, knuckle down, maybe copy what other teams are doing in terms of their development. Like G2 are going super hard in like having Jorgamo as a centerpiece Euro, and then you've got Trent and Jonah P behind him as that breach Teo. You can go super hard into that if you want to as well, and try and really solidify those roles.
Yeah, no, for sure. That is certainly interesting to see whether or not we're gonna, like, what version of EG are we gonna get on this stage today. But the person that's gonna dictate a lot of that, it's Coach Potter, and she's standing by with Dryad.
Hey guys, I'm here with Potter ahead of the match against 2G. And Potter, something that you've always done is be willing to experiment a little bit with the meta. So give me your thoughts on the current meta and how that's going to fit EG for this stage one.
I think it fits like a glove right now for us. We're working really hard on it and figuring out exactly how it can complement us a little bit better. But I love, and our team loves, the fact that we can bust out a double duelist at any time. Most of the duelists seem viable right now, some better than others, but there's a lot of experimenting, and I think we're getting to that sweet spot.
I'm excited to see it. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
To enter into a place beyond reason and logic. A place where expertise and absolute trolling live side by side. It's the middle ground between sanity and insanity. We're entering the coping hour. There was supposed to be a dun-dun. There was supposed to be a sound effect there. It didn't hit. But here we are.
Okay.
Welcome to the coping hour, everyone. And this is where we cope hard for our teams. My team is going to be Evil, geniuses. That's right, folks. We've been talking about them this whole time, and I do have to say that hearing you guys talk about this squad, what they can do, what they can bring to the table, has given me hope. It has given me life. Hearing Potter talk about that this meta fits like a glove for them gives me hope. It gives me life. That is what I want to see. I think EG's going to the moon, dare I say, like the mad scientists
Buy
they
high,
are.
Sell low. That's what they always say.
Yes.
That's what they always say.
That's what they always say.
Lose everything and earn it back from the bottom. That's what they always say.
That's what they always say. What about you? What's your cope?
Can I get a little hit, please?
You want a hit?
Tiny one? Please. Actually,
do you need a hit of cope?
I've been 20 years sober from cope. I don't need it, actually.
Okay.
Don't give me it. Don't even tempt me.
Well, what
I know
team?
I just asked for it. What team? Sentinels, of course.
Sentinels?
Do I need to cope for Sentinels?
need that
Listen,
much cope.
this is a squad that made Bangkok. Surely I don't need to cope for them. But I think that they will bounce back from Bangkok. Bangkok was a rough showing for them. But do you know what this team has? They have a lot of resilience. They have a mature player in the form of Zekken, who is now one of the younger players that we've got in the league, but actually one of the most mature, I think, as well. And with Kaplan at the helm too, I think that they'll be able to navigate this rocky, tumultuous times that they're facing. You know, they're sailing the 7 seas right now. The port side calls, the guy in the tower at the top isn't calling right. The wind's not blowing. They might be going straight into some like rocky shells or something. Like something's going on there, but it's okay. Kaplan's a good captain.
They're going to hit the coral reef.
The coral reef might be scraping the bottom of the ship. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right. You know what?
Zekken's very good at patching up the hull.
Okay. The hole, according to Bren, is being patched up by
We
Sentinels.
can bring back the stew analogy too.
But now it is time to see Wyatt. What is your cope?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Oh no.
I needed a hit of that.
What is it?
My cope today is for 2G.
Oh God, no!
Oh man, no. Brother.
Hear me out.
Yes.
Hear me out.
We're so sorry.
2G. They had a rough kickoff. Everybody knows that. You can't ignore that blemish on what will ultimately be a record of excellence.
Yep, I have eyes.
Okay, you have to go to the bottom to reach back to the top.
That's true.
Before that, Ascension. Did you see the way that they were climbing? Beat M80 at the very end. No one thought they could do that. No one thought that they would be the team here today. Well-rounded team that we saw at Ascension. Talented, upcoming duelists, and on top of that, we've just seen one of their players, Prize, play just the other day with Furia. And he was going off. You could see how strong of a player he was. Now, ignore the fact that that was outside of the 2G system. And simply lock in on the point.
Okay.
But that he was on 2G, which shows that the players have the skill. They have the talent.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just about the team gelling back together, coming back
Was it my speech that may have swayed you as well?
That had nothing to do with it. Had nothing to do with it.
Not even an inch? Nothing at all?
No, it really didn't. Really,
the coping is complete. Let us see
No
if
one
the
is
copes
convinced.
took hold and check our predictions.
Oh my God!
What in heaven's earth are you doing, Wyatt?
I just had to take another.
You're taking another huff? You're taking another huff there, you animal?
I'm smelling something in the air.
Yeah,
and it might just be the cope in my nostrils. But I am going to go with 2G today. They're the big underdogs. They had something to prove after being dismantled in Kickoff, where we saw in EG that they didn't even know themselves yet. They would have had to have gone on a month-long retreat.
Give me some of that cope, please. Just give me some of that cope over. Pass the cope, okay? Pass the cope, please. Thank you so much. Just got to move this over here real fast.
I think that I didn't even believe my own speech.
I think 2G,
to be honest.
I think they're underrated.
Listen, I didn't even believe my own speech of what I was spitting
Here,
there.
take some.
It could
I know you're sober, but
I don't need it, bro. I don't need it.
I genuinely think they're underrated. They have a chance. I'm not doing this for attention.
This isn't a bit.
This is the real me.
All right.
This is the real me.
All right. time to find out, folks, how this all plays out. It's time to get the show started and close out week 1. It's Wyatt's favorite team, 2G, going up against Evil Geniuses. And then, of course, you have Sentinels going up against 100 Thieves, a match everyone has been excited for all weekend long. VCT America starts right now.
Cara, a partida contra 3G vai ser uma partida muito pegada. Eu sempre quis enfrentar um time que era liderado pela Potter. Tenho uma grande admiração pelo trabalho dela. Então vai ser uma briga de adaptação entre a gente e quem errar menos vai ganhar.
Vai ver, viu? Kesnit estava esperto demais, mas o LZ garante mais um abate. Tem a passar isso!
And again, position concealed now, given away. He's found one. 2 more to be claimed. He's gotten it down to the hardest part. He's gonna try to TP away. Oh, just barely finds the timing to get out. On the tap, another Red Bull clutch for Evil Geniuses.
Against 2G, I think we're all like super confident. They obviously had a very bad start to the season, I would say. When you were like just the bottom team, I think there's really hard discussions to have to try to improve at like an accelerated speed. And some teams can do that. It'll be exciting to see how they've developed as a roster, but I think we're like really confident against them. We think it's easy 2-0.
Acho que o ponto que a gente quer provar não vem só do dia 1. Acho que a gente quer provar que a gente está evoluindo e que a gente foi campeão e a gente merece estar aqui.
And here comes your Ascension squad from Brazil. Put your hands together for 2G. And 2G, as you heard in that video, right, from the players, from the EG players, they know that 2G has a lot of pressure on them here. And they might be, you know, one thing you can't do is look over these guys, but there is a big opportunity here for 2G, Wyatt, to do the craziest thing.
I hope the weight is off their shoulders and they're going to go in today having some fun while trying to win, because they were way too concerned with losing in kickoff. They had negative aura, no confidence within the players, no whimsy with the players. Yeah. It's a mental reset necessary, and I believe they can do that.
Yeah, and they're most certainly going to need to do that, because here comes their opponents. Welcome to the stage, Evil Geniuses. And with Evil Geniuses coming out here, this is certainly going to be a great opportunity to show Bren what they have been working on during that time off between Kickoff and Bangkok.
And EG, typically a team we would associate, I think, as, you know, they've got that underdog mentality. Not in this game, I don't think. Not in this game at all. They are the favorites. I think most people are going to be claiming that based on what we saw from Kickoff as well. Puts it in a different light, I think, for them as well, and how they're going to be thinking about this upcoming match that they've got against 2G across the stage, because it's a rare one, to be honest. But a great opportunity, I think, for them to showcase what we were really wishing for when we were talking about them on the desk, to consolidate their identity, to actually find a path forward here for stage 1.
Could definitely see some fire from the 2G players, especially Zap, who is the emotional leader of the team. It's a hard job to do, He was not doing nearly as much standing up and honest 2009 land behavior, yelling at the other team in Kickoff like he did at Ascension. I want to see that passion back.
That's what you got to do. Now, here's your series layout. We got Haven and Lotus on the docket, and if necessary, we'll go over to split. 2G picking Haven to start. You got EG on the attack.
That's interesting that 2G go to Haven. I mean, listen, there's going to be some bad memories from Kickoff for them playing on that map in particular. And what I wasn't liking from them was their just general attack side macro. They were slow, they were sloppy, they were sluggish when they were running out of ideas. There was a lot of contacting around the map without really a clue, like an objective to go into. First wave, we take an area of the map. Second wave, we go into something else. That was missing from them. Not just that, it was the confidence factor. Now, if they fix the confidence factor, I'm looking at this game in a bit of a different light, but it's a hell of a challenge they've got off the rip, considering what we saw of them last playing on Haven.
Definitely. I think the map as well, at the moment, compared to some others in the pool, does lend itself to some more dynamic comps. You can run the ISO Yoru double duelist look if you want. We've seen teams still find success just running all reliable Breach, Sova, Jet, etc. And we've seen teams find success with the Breach Taeho look. So interested to see where either of these teams are going to try and take the meta. As of right now, they've got different options.
You can see where, for the 2G players as well, right? A lot of, they know the pressure of the moment, the tension there, right?
But my argument is there shouldn't be this pressure. Enjoy the moment. You know that you haven't been set up to succeed because of outside circumstances. You're not playing at full strength with the roster that even got you into this spot. Have fun with it. There's not many chances you get to play in Tier 1. There's not many chances at all that you can play on the stage with absolutely zero expectations in terms of what you're supposed to achieve. So it's the best time to shine, in my opinion, when that pressure should be just going off their backs like a duck in the water. There really shouldn't be that level of expectations placed on them. But if they don't fall into the same traps, then okay, I like it.
I like this. I like this. I think this is honestly, this is the exact comp I wanted to see them run.
Yeah.
Lean into the chaos, and if we get silence on the right day, we didn't get to see the kickoff, but he is phenomenal.
Okay.
I see. Coming in hot.
Wow, I mean, this is just the old traditional comp, but Waylay instead of Jet. We heard Josh say yesterday in his interview, the best Jet players are just playing Waylay now. So, hey, there's an example of it. One of our Jets just swapping over 1-for-1, same old comp.
Wow. Very interested to see how the Waylay plays on this one, but it's now time to send this one over to your casters. Only one of them was alive when the Phantom Menace came out in theaters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
That's so incredibly out of pocket.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, wait, when did the Phantom Menace come out?
I don't even know.
It had to have been me, but
the majority of our viewers weren't alive either, let's be clear. We're hopping into this one, though. 2G, EG. It's a brand new meta, new agents, and no surprise, Potter's pulling out with the Waylay.
Look, some people are telling me this is going to be even better than pod racing. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up here with the Waylay. I mean, look, he's going to try some spinning. I've heard that's a pretty decent trick. But honestly, I'm excited to see what Icy's got in store here on the Waylay.
Yeah, I think him and Ye impressed as a duo, even though it was a pretty rough kickoff for EG. Same for 2G, but here we go. It's time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. We're into the pistol round, and EG heavily postured for a C-split.
2G walking down mid early on. Askia on the Yoru finds the first kill, so new to the stage gets that one for the team.
Here goes Icy, though. Ready with the dash. And that pullback as well. Through this site, Gobera holding down strong, but the players of Garage still a bit late. LD has a chance, converts on it. And now it just comes down to the EG members on this site. They flip the map and get a great first kill there onto Gobera. Settles down for but a moment.
Still uncomfortable to actually plant the spike, especially with the dart, tagging multiple players. Evil Geniuses gonna slow things down for the time being while 2G call in reinforcements into CT.
Askia has one more flash to go. Nature another tap.
Fakes on fakes.
Trying to bait out this retake. Finally, 2G make their attempt. Through Garage, LZ immediately dead, so just the players towards spawn, and Icy swings out, finds a double, and it's a 1v1, but the IGL, he's got it under control. 2G, they grab the pistol.
Oh my God, Zap is letting them have it right now. Getting loud up there on the stage, like I'm hearing from up in the booth.
That's what we were missing in Kickoff. If you watched Ascension, that's just talking about it. You know this guy was standing up. He was yelling. He was giving it to every team he played against. So it's damn good to see him finding that energy in Americas.
This post plant was a little crazy. Icy finding the 2 kills, but yeah. Zap adjusting here, winning the round on 18 HP. That is wild.
I've never seen a man more hype about pistol round. All right.
That's the energy we were waiting for. So 2G start off with the early kill, the early round win. Now Askia goes to the Outlaw on round 2. Set up over on the A side to start things up, and we'll creep up in towards lobby off the dart.
Well, we have an Nico, and I want to ask you, how do you think the Waylay plays on this map versus, say, the Yoru comps that have gotten more popular or a more classic Jet like teams always used to play?
It's kind of that like hybrid almost of a Yoru and a Jet, where you have the similar style like Jet execs jumping into a site with even deeper reach. And of course have that get out of jail free. So you can actually run some pretty cool fakes with that. There's a lot of people going to jump in here. Askia jumps on back, no problem. I think it would be very powerful.
Hello! I mean, there's an example for you. You couldn't even see Icy on Askia's screen, and now there's a bit of a devious lurk working the way through spawn.
Yeah, going all the way deep, so giving a lot of time for that lurk to go down. Good kill by Silence, but you can see EG have left the Waylay on the A site while Ye keeps moving, and the spike in spawn goes back towards the C side.
And TG's retaking A. No one's home but Icy, and that's a great first kill for him. Can he do any more? No, but he did his job, and the spike will come down uncontested.
Here's the thing, though. They're going to hear the spike eventually going down on C, but no one's ready for Ye to have lurked all the way up here.
Z not checking. Dies for it. And now Gobera has to win the 1v2.
Ye's even lurking around in spawn. Bear's gonna find his back, so things equalize, but it's Bulldogs in the hands of both two players, and Nature's fallen all the way back into long.
Gobera has a cage.
Cage to play with a camera too, but with so little time, he's gonna have to actually put pressure down on the spike, and that's where the flash comes into play. The stun is gonna be there off of the first tap.
Oh, 2 cages. There was one place as well, Gobera.
Wait, he can
gets
just
it
take
halfway
this.
on the first, second cage. He's holding things down. Nature has got to spam. Nature finds him just in the nick of time.
Just a robbery of a round there. EG lose the first kill again. Oskia finds that, but using the waylay double dash, getting quickly down into long.
Yeah, I gotta see that again. Good movement tech on display from Icy there. Here it is. Up into the sky, straight in front of him, and then jumping off the side with the shorty.
Yeah, kind of the worst weapon to try and fight against that too with the Outlaw, right? So good when people are swinging corners into you, but not so much when they're coming above you, behind you, in front.
Good job, okay?
Not so easy.
Suji now down to just the Sheriffs. Gonna go for a pretty classic ISO Yoru round. Fight into A.
What I'm more curious about working this waylay into comps for EG is what does it look like on slower rounds? Like, when are we actually going to be using the Hinder to combo with Breach utility, Sova utility? Not so powerful as maybe having a Teho next to the waylay for those instant kills, but can still get a lot of work.
EG walking up, straight into EG's trap. Very nicely dealt with from them. It's just so funny watching him fly around.
He's just still dashing, having a good old time, no problem. It's a very classic controlled EG anti-eco, even just playing the boosted angle from Supa.
Yeah, I do love this agent for Icy, because if you are asking a man to just hard entry into a site, I think Waylay is like the most annoying agent to deal with on the dive, because she can be zipping up into the sky, past you, going any which way, breaking crosshair placement like crazy, and then that gives pretty free openings for the rest of the team to scale in and get those trades.
Yeah, wasn't it last year on G2 where they were saying, yeah, Icy's just the role player first, we send him into the site, you know, break crosshairs, whatever.
Congratulations, we have an agent for that now.
We can do that and also live.
Yeah.
It works wonders. Interesting Smoke putting that back plat to counter out an AWP or anything like this.
Trip broken on the entrance. Icy will pull back, and that'll expire his refract here.
And the thing about a smoke like that, hold on. Oh, just kill on the spam.
A little unlucky for Derek there.
The smoke they're putting on plat, because Waylay doesn't have a smoke herself, normally Jet could like smoke dash into that either top side or on plat, and you can use sort of your Omen smokes as a way to guard your duelist going into the site.
Look at the walk up here from 2G. Askia alone towards A. EG's gonna look for a reclear. He has a gate crash on A. The flash is up and he just chooses to get out of there. An ult popped. That's from Zap. Can he find a connection? No one really to receive it. Ye's lurk activates for a kill. Now the ultimate used from the Waylay, and Askia is stuck on this side. He has no way to get out, but Zap backs him up. Supa alone. Askia good for it. He's holding strong, but not for long enough. Nice to Nature. And now it's just Zap on A, but EG's not headed here.
Yeah, into mid. Ye just broke a tripwire, so full awareness from Silence. He's going to deal with that, and that puts Nature in an almost impossible situation. 1 against 3.
20 seconds left. His only choice is to go back into A.
And it will be Zap playing over in the corner. Really tough angle for Nature to clear, especially with 10 seconds left. He's got to run and try to plant this spike. With full audio, the Vuln comes in, Zap takes him down.
So 2G, a nice recovery there. Taking some liberties, walking up all the way through A, keeping some great info there, and then just showing a nice, honest A flood retake.
Yeah, and even though Icy was able to use the ultimate to hit the site, you can see some of the weaknesses of that Waylay ult. It's not like a breach ult where it lights up the entire site.
Yeah.
You still had Askia able to just back over into the corner, over against Graffiti, get out of that, and deal with the players entering the site.
It's also not wiggling your crosshair in the same way a stun is. It is a lot easier to get that like first shot down pad and actually
hit,
fight through the Hinder.
Yeah, just don't jump or pull out a different gun, then you're cooked.
Askia again contesting towards A. This time EG, they're walking up in this area.
Yeah, EG are just trying to bait out this fight. Because they have the breach, oftentimes you'll see, you know, defending teams try to fight you in a lobby or refight you down into long once you've set up and taken into the space. So EG are taking their time and waiting for that to come in.
Against Ice or Yoru, you also want to be denying those ult orbs. Refight for 2G.
So I'm talking about though, right? EG wait that out, don't leave themselves in position for it. So now they've seen, what, 2-3 players over towards that A side. They can reset into mid. Only a minute left on the clock, but now's the time to break Cypher utility and threaten going for a split into that C.
And basically still full utility for Evil Geniuses. Trip broken in Garage. They have a nice setup for a split onto an uncontested C site. It looks like 2G's just going to try and play retake again. No, they're getting out. In goes the Paranoia. So at least one member committed onto this site. The all-full player's stunned, but Icy gets the better of it there, and 2G locked out for now.
Still a moment of pause right now as 2G have an ultimate to retake into the site. Dimensional Drift now popped. Askia spots the one in towards backside. That's 2, 3, 4. So the rest of 2G are soon to follow. LZ and Silence get some work done from back on site, and Askia flies on forward. It's a 1v1 on site. It's a 1v1 in the Spirit Realm too. Popping on through the smoke. It's EG winning out just about everywhere. And Askia turns it around for 2. How did he do that?
Incredible from Askia. The substitute player coming in has the perfect position and clutches up the round with a 1v2.
Anyone else think they can kill a god?
I think he was just camped out on site, saw where the Yoru or the ISO ult had happened from,
and just
was
waiting for the player to come out. Yeah,
exactly.
That is a sick Red Bull clutch. And those kind of big rounds, those hero moments, they were missing in Kickoff for 2G.
And it's so hard for Icy to play that right there, because coming out of the realm, you don't know where anyone's going to be.
And look how much Zap is feeling it. Wasn't his clutch to win, but he and the team getting excited off of it.
Maybe an attempt at a fast round from EG, or just once again seizing the same main space, a little teleport into the corner from Supa, jumping forward, catching out Askia before he has the chance to teleport out.
Can't be dying on those angles as the Yoru puts 2G in a really rough spot now.
Well, I think previously EG had been flashing onto that line and then swinging. That time, Icy got out in front of it. Nature didn't even use the flash, that Q that Askia had been taking to teleport out the other few engagements. Just wasn't there.
Icy spam down from heaven. Smoke a little late, but the trade is good out of Nature. And EG, yet again, they meet resistance and they pivot.
Yeah, and it's always pivoting into Ye. His lurk's been very effective. The pistol round, a couple rounds back too, winning the 1v1.
Or is it? They wait outside A, maybe a chance to re-hit into this space late round.
Seeing if they can pull some rotations. Seeing if 2G will just try to re-peek back onto the line. You can see that Silence is getting a little nervous.
2G though, still have a trip garage, a cam down C-Long. They have great info here.
Re-hitting with that ultimate though.
Left.
Gives full information of EG. See 2 players back site, sets up a stun absolutely perfectly. These players are just bombarded by utility, but the scaling isn't quite there. Without Icy into the fray, it's gonna be Supa jumping out of heaven after the teleport from back site. Nature deals with them. 4 kills for him on the round, and EG take it.
In a flash, EG winning that one out. I think very good patience from them, realizing when they got stalled out, waiting for that perfect moment to get past the utility, and turning out very successfully. Nature has been, I feel like, one of the most underrated players in Americas. Obviously, EG has not been super great since he's been on the roster, but I feel like he's always been so consistently good for this team.
Yeah, the thing that impressed me with EG during Kickoff was Icy and Ye sort of fighting together, especially on the defensive side. So seeing him take the reins on the attack, gonna be powerful. There you go, anti-eco outlaw purchased.
Another eco round for 2G, another fight into a lobby, and EG, same anti-eco setup where they're just full containing.
I have liked how EG have called a lot of these rounds. You know, they saw a few rounds back this Cypher camera put on the B site, and what they did was they just put a front B smoke down. Once they heard that camera clicked into, it actually pulled multiple players of 2G onto the site. That was when EG were going for their C split. So if they get audio on that camera again, I think they're going to be trying to go for a similar type of play.
Right there.
Garage is a bit of a gap right now, and Askia, again, caught on the walk up.
Icy's already got the convergent paths back up again. It's the ultimate, if anyone's wondering. But now just a camera placed down into garage for a little bit more information. If you don't see anyone there, I think EG are going to be mindful that Gobert could have crept up into this corner. Surely, right? Yeah, EG deal with him, no problem. And the flank, too. It's just a little bit too simple for them as, yeah, silence. You're not going to get anything done backside there with the Sheriff.
I love that whether he has his abilities online and he's ready to refract out of there, Icy's just jumping around every single corner this game. Like, if you're holding an off angle, he's going to jump at you. You're going to get triple swung. It's been tough thus far, but guns coming back online for 2G. Finally, some ultimates getting close to being in play.
Looks to me like someone's calling a timeout. All right, it's going to be 2G. Time to reset. And honestly, for them, I feel like 2G have been very focused around these early A lobby fights, right? And EG have been matching them blow for the most part. But then they've also been sticking around in that space, trying to refight onto those angles. I think it would serve them well to try and do some hunting in this mid space. You think about how many times Ye's just be able to walk up into garage, sit on out there. I think 2G might want to play the center of the map a little bit more.
Yeah, either that or trying to get more info down C long. They found a lot of value with just camming there at the beginning of the round and having info for basically the entirety of that round. What do you think about Waylay's ult? It's kind of a weird one because it feels like situationally it can get a lot of value and it's nice when you combine it with stuff, but on its own, like you mentioned, it's not a breach ult. You're not going to win a round off of it,
right.
At least not most of the time.
Well, I think the main thing is you have to be comboing it with other things. I think it's better to think of the Waylay ult as like a more powerful breach stun or Omen Paranoia, where you need to combo with other, big chunks of line control, the breach stun, the Paranoia, to fully clear away a site. So you could use that if you're trying to exec Z over on, back plat, where the breach stun hits back site. The Paranoia goes over towards
Say
logs.
like Paranoia left side and then Waylay off the right side, something like that. Get full coverage.
Cage trigger. It's a little bit less effective in solo queue than it might end up being for our pros.
EG out of that timeout, move away from the A lobby default instead, putting an emphasis in mid. Might just look to convert this one into a B hit. Down on the left side, dash up and over for Icy. Silence, trying to find this player. He's been spotted out now, and the trade instant from EG.
Bit of a mess on the site right now. 2G weren't able to get in for any control.
I think they might want to fight into C-Link here. Icy ready with an ultimate. He's gonna pop it. A-Link instead, the destination. Doesn't follow it up though. Just keeping these players sectioned off and sticking around. Buying time alone on this site. Two players C-Link. Icy ready for it, but Gobert, that's great from him to win that duel. Did Icy do enough? It's a question. A lot of time bought, and finally, first tap on the spike coming in as EG swing forward. No half defuse, no one left alive on this site as EG overwhelmed. Gobert needed more than that. And LZ, he's just got to run for the hills.
Yeah, Gobert just a little bit too slow to get out of garage. He was busy focusing on that C-Link fight before he went for the flank, and the rest of his team falling down. Just couldn't pull it together for 2G.
Gotta credit Icy, single-handedly buying 20 seconds alone on the spike site. He's been having a pretty great map thus far.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing about the Waylay ultimate, right? Is if you are able to use it in tight chokes like he did here, sending it over towards A-Link, then it becomes a guaranteed hit. It's just a great stall tool in the post plan.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
It's now 3 rounds won in a row for EG. Icy's gonna buy up another Outlaw. I love how often EG's been investing that on their opponent's likely half armor rounds.
Ultimate coming out from Zap. That's a great tag from him, but Derek's got the moves. No stranger to the Sova. He only gets hit the one time.
Not Sova will now rotate into A though. 3 players here for 2G. But as is often the case, EG have an option to cancel and fall back into Ye's lurk. They're going for it though. Flash through, Icy scales up, gets his kill and dips out of there. Now the re-aggression. Sova spotted Nature, trying to take care of him with the trade again. Great from Icy, and Ye's lurk as well. Tries to mop this one up.
Ooh, now no one actually cleared short. Oski is waiting here, only a Sheriff in hand. But he knows where the player planting is.
Spike planted.
Could expect Icy to maybe be in this
They're
corner.
clearing it though.
Not doing a great job of it, jumping into him. It's now a 2-on-2 and he's got the ult to dip into.
doesn't see either player. Supa's made it through heaven. Askia desperately trying to find someone. Maybe now suspects it, but not in time. Supa swing successful in the clutch. Comes down to Gobera, but it's Ye on a timing instead. And EG locking up another round.
Just a different little look there. I think using the Waylay this time, right, because we have the sniper in hand with the Outlaw, it's a more calm approach into the site. Grab the pick, dip out, and then we're dashing in to be like the baiter entry, I guess. The rest of the team is running in, and then you're the second one to come in from behind. It's really unique stuff.
Take what's useful.
But the Waylay allows you to take more risks in how you enter the site than you would on Jet or Raze. If it goes wrong, you just refract straight out of there. And Dicey's taking full advantage. Here's a re-clear play into A. Oski is up, rings true for the first shot. And 2G will try and disengage. No, they send it back in and lose 2 players as a result.
That's tough. Silence is also trying to move because there's a Hunter's Fury coming at his forehead. Just straight into Supa's crosshair. If you check out outside garage right now, Ye is waiting to creep on forward for that. This C site super weak, just the camera. Gobera's tapped into right now to see the cross into garage.
Ye finally shows to that camera. Does that pull rotates back towards C?
Well, Askia's teleport is timed out, so he'd now have to do the full sprint on over. 2G trying to play sticky over towards this A site with 2 players. But because this front B tripwire right now, there's a lot of control given from 2G. They're not too worried about getting walked up on, especially now that Gobera's crept into garage. Gobera could catch a nasty time here. It's just a camera to watch his back, and Ye hasn't clicked into it.
Here he goes. Derek turning though, loses the fight.
Spike planted.
Gobera now gonna dip back away. As 2G have to group up for this retake. LZ holding things down, but only getting 1 kill as Oski is off. Takes down Ye. It's all onto nature, and Gobera, a very good shot from him. Wins 2G their 4th round now.
Yeah, that is a beautiful round from Gobera. Again, his garage was super weak, especially once he lost the camera. But going for that risky play down in numbers, right, where he has the 2 tripwires guarding B and C, he's like, okay, I'm gonna run into garage. The only way we win the round is if I can steal back this space. After this early round, dipped away from them. And then winning the 2 duels there, locks it up for 2G.
And when you were watching 2G in Kickoff, it was pretty rough across the board, but I think you did see some solid moments from Gobera. He was one of the few players who did have a couple standout rounds. Good to see him keeping some of that form here in stage 1. Cam spots 3 down C long.
I must wait a moment.
No one to actually break that dart for Gobera. Might encourage EG to speed up into the site. There's that back flat smoke once again.
Icy ready for it. Stun onto the Cypher, but just contacting out instead. Gobera, how does he win that duel? He'll stick around in backside, ready to spam onto Supa. Successful at that deed, but can't get away with any more.
Hold on, 2G are still flooding into the site, using these cages that Gobera got off right before death to sneak back in, and Evil Geniuses have left the premises.
But this time, they don't have a great lurk to call back into.
And Zap's got a judge in garage door, so good luck. Yay.
Yeah, he avoids it, though. Walks up B instead. Might have a duel against this ISO.
EG have really tried to deny any amount of information in these mid-rounds, playing super quiet after the minute mark, getting these slow creep-ins.
2G have the ISO ultimate, though. They can let this spike plant go down, kidnap
left.
1 player, go for the retake off of that in what's essentially a 3v2. Shield up, here's that ult. Who does Silence get? Face chunk on the other side. Silence swings through and wrangles the shots in time. Now into a 4v2.
10 seconds left.
Ye finding that kill is absolutely massive. Derek out of the paranoia. I mean, Ye's just fighting forward. Evil Geniuses even down in numbers. Currently getting stepped around. LZ spines the player, but the shots just aren't there. It all comes into a one-on-one. Zap, the leader for 2G now. Time working against him. It's Ye on 4 for Evil Geniuses.
A stellar round from Ye. He's been having impact on his lurks all game. But in this one, stepping up individually as well.
10 seconds left.
Getting that shot onto Askia. Just double dinking onto the ISO. It's looking clean for Ye.
Not too shabby. 12 and 6 right now.
Right alongside Icy.
It really has been him when EG are slowing down in the mid-rounds. Banking on what Ye can find so often. Here's a faster look again, going back to that early round defaulting EG were doing towards this A side of the map. 2G ready for a delayed fight, but their buy is scattered on the 12th round.
Another outlaw investment for Icy. No doubt a shorty beside that.
Yeah, and he's just loved placing the refract and then walking into sights instead of going for the instant double dash.
Running out of time on his refract. He lets it time out as Gobera takes a one-on-one against Ye. He loses it.
It's always Ye, isn't it? Now EG can speed up over into the A site.
The players in short are a problem for EG, but they have to pick an avenue of approach.
Look at that stun!
Maski is stuck in the corner. He's dead too. And Gobera, I mean, they're just falling left and right. Silence is down. And there's only one gun left to try and bail 2G out of this.
Yeah, LZ, his ultimate can't find anything. He's got to cancel that one. I mean, a beautiful round from EG against the half buy. Nature, that stun into short, killing both players was just crazy.
LZ, okay. A couple nice shots, but he wasn't going to get any more than that.
Not quite montage worthy.
No. EG though, that is a very nice half from them. I think just taking some really honest mid-rounds, putting Ye in positions to thrive on this lurk, and Icy as well. Looking great on the waylay to start.
Yeah, the calling from Nature too, very controlled consistently. Even when you are playing, you know, crazy entry duelist, you can also keep it a little bit more reserved at times.
Well, let's see what that waylay looks like on the defensive side when we return.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
SUG's newest player, Askia, had some moments in the first half of that game. Now they switch over to the attacking side, running the Yoru ISO, and I think this is where we're going to really get to see what he can do.
Yeah, honestly, I want to see a half where 2G can, you know, play the tempo of Valorant they want to, play around Askia a little bit more, because it did certainly feel like when they got stalled out in these mid-rounds, he wasn't able to find that same level of impact he had just finding the opening kills the first 3 rounds.
Defense, though, is where waylay is a little bit more difficult to get right. So I'm excited to see what Icy has prepared for us.
Well, they're starting us off with double high-lows in Garage and on the B site.
And that's exactly where 2G's heading. Superman up high, whiffing on the shots. This is his life form, but that's another great stun from Nature. The hinder to stall Icy.
And double players walking out of Garage at the same time, but 2G dealt with it nicely. It's a 2-on-2 now, and oh no, Nature pings out Gobera with the flash. Now Silence on site, trying to navigate this in the 1v2. Nice shot from him, but 3 is not enough. Evil Geniuses take the pistol.
So much credit to Nature there. A fantastic stun to set Icy up for his 2K. Then swinging out himself, getting 2 kills on his own through Garage. Really, really good from EG's IGL.
Frustrating for 2G because it felt like, you know, they ended up dealing with Icy or just about getting there. And then they're getting wrapped out from Garage. There's still players on that B site. It was exactly the trap EG were hoping they would walk into.
Potter in the pre-show talked about EG being kind of a team of last chances, second chances, that kind of thing. And a lot of players that are an example of that. Yay, one stuck into this corner, does well with his stinger to clean up this eco round, but for Icy especially, he's had his chances. Yay, he's gonna give it to us. They want an ace. He's got his chance, of course. Yay converts. It's gotta feel good for him. Just a stinger against the Classics and an iBuyPower ace to come out.
That was a nice hold there. The tandem hold, because Yay, look, Yay mops up all the kills, but you gotta shout out Supa with the paranoia combo. There's also then a stun coming in from Nature from the A side of the map.
One enemy remaining.
Gorgeous work.
Of course, that's your iBuyPower ace. They're giving away a $100 Riot gift card and $100 in iBuyPower rewards for every ace we get. iBuyPower on socials, #unlock your ace.
Already into the next round for 2G. Buy round for them. It's time to show up now. They avoided this early A main fight, saw the presence from Evil Geniuses over there, and now are working their way into a very empty B site. We'll see how active they get in the post plant. There's some options here to try and fight over into A link. For now, just putting that spike down, tucking in backside with Askia.
Just spam from Gobera.
We'll take that.
Yeah, that gets rid of the breach. A very big player to lose on this retake.
Silence is playing that angle so aggressively. He's got the shield up, so it makes sense. And EG timed that out perfectly.
Icy still with the dash, the refract to get back into this site. But 2G holding strong. Silence single-handedly denies the avenue of approach on the A side. 2G, clean post plant on B.
Yeah, that's a good one for 2G. They hold on to 3 rifles, 2 players that bought full armor, kept all 50 of it, and the other player that survived had regen shield. So in terms of building up some hope here to come back, win a few rounds, that's the type of round 3 win you need.
These shots from Silence, not only do they look nice, but he's also earned himself that ISO ultimate here. A really great tool to play with on your attack side, and getting those ISO Yoru ults rolling is one of the keys to success with this composition.
Get those online. Hitting sites is just a breeze. See, right now they're playing pretty quick into Garage, wanting to take care of the Cypher utility very fast. Maybe ulting on in to 1v1. Silence. Picked up, Supa deals with him, and that's the C site for 2G.
EG now having to play the retake down numbers. They used a stun at the beginning of the round, so won't have that tool just yet as Silence holding strong in Garage. Yay! Stunned down by Silence.
And at the same time, this Waylay's crept out into mid, so a flash into Garage, setting up for Icy, who's coming in around the corner on the flank. Has been spotted out, shows some presence here, and 2G are just knocking him down. EG a little bit loud on the approach, and well, the shield keeps him alive for a moment. Derek can pick up a couple of kills. But 2G have done what they need to win this round.
No time really for Derek to work with. Wanted another exit kill, but he won't be given the chance. So 6 rounds for 2G. Starting to build something up on this attack.
I like this though from 2G, right? Because you think back to the first half, these slow mid rounds where EG were able to work the map. That's where 2G were faltering just a bit. This time, they just speed up directly into the C site. You know, once that stun line is gone from Nature, it's like, well, let's not waste any time. Let's just go, go, go. EG want to fight around their utility, and 2G decide not to really give them the chance.
Really good confidence from Silence too. Winning out in the ultimate, then single-handedly holding space in Garage. It's going to be a brawl towards A.
Hero rifle on Icy down sewers.
Paranoia. Catches on to some, Nature's flashing through. Icy up in the air. That's lovely from him. They have to look towards the sky, but Icy, silver space is welcome. And now 2G has flipped this round back into their control.
All right, it's fine. Look, the one rifle in Icy's hands could have done some insane work, but the angle trying to shoot down between his legs a little bit too much on that one. So Supa's gonna be able to find a gun off of that.
It's a 2v3.
Derek's gonna secure a rifle as well.
Husky is ahead of the rest of the team here.
2G got in this position in the last round's post plant as well. It's so hard to play on the defensive side to work through these angles. It's just not going to happen. And the teleport into long off of it too is a bit silly.
Standing ahead.
Derek chose to pick up this outlaw. And unfortunately only doing 140 to LZ.
And in the last few days, we've seen a lot more of these like half armor buys or regen shields. 2G went full heavy armor on the anti-eco, not trying to take any chances against EG.
Makes sense after how much Outlaw Icy was buying in the first half.
It's true. And also, just once you're down like this, you kind of just need to guarantee win the rounds.
It's always funny when someone gets into an angle that you never have to fight, like ever. You can see everyone a little befuddled to deal with Icy, but...
Because even Raze would have trouble getting up to elevation when you have to double satchel from so low on the ground. You'd be like hitting your head
on the ceiling.
Yeah. But I like that little play, and you can always count on a coach like Potter to like come up with ideas like that when there's a new agent into the mix, a new map, whether it's angles you can abuse with the Sage Wall on Icebox, spam you can make happen, or even just little dash plays like that.
Now, though, the attention is more on finding a macro change up here. EG has lost 3 rounds in a row to 2G, which have honestly just been a lot of hard hits. 2G has been controlling this pace, kind of running it down with the Iso Yoru, but that's what their comp excels at.
Yeah, and the thing for EG is they had a lot of success in the first 2 rounds, right? On the garage like trap play off the Paranoia stun line that Ye was able to find the ace with, of course. But then when the execs were working for 2G, EG just don't have the tools to like fast flood retake when they're using the early breach stun or something like this. So I'd like to see EG maybe go for more aggressive fights into the mid space using that utility, or try and fast flood out behind their Cypher cages on the C side of the map. Get active with this Waylay.
Opping on the Waylay.
Oh.
Bit more difficult than the Jet. You have a pretty limited time frame to use that refract. Now you have to pretty much be in cover to escape with the dash as well.
Come into the unknown.
It's a little bit more challenging to work with. Looks like Icy's going to be playing this one down from ground level as well.
A long control for 2G. And it's going to be a pretty open site if they want to just turn this into an exec. And
it feels like 2G have kind of guessed perfectly how to approach this round out of the timeout, hitting an empty A site.
A full 5v5 retake. No ults. But Nature has all the util he could dream of. As the last players start to arrive, here comes the retake. Paranoia, stunned through Icy in the air, taken down by LZ, and it's only Nature to find the board. 2G shut EG out of the site.
That was a quick one. Zap's still having some fun out there. Honestly, what a strange round, right? Icy trying to double dash into the site, gets instantly plucked out. I think he had 2 players trying to drop out of heaven at the same time. So a nice idea for them, but again, this is a situation where you don't have a jet smoke or anything to buy time once you dash in. You're very much reliant on your teammates hitting perfect util to set up the entry.
Zap bringing the energy.
The decibel level in the studio is going off the charts.
2G. Spike still towards A, but LZ has an ult to bring it over. So just walking his way through as Husky's already contacted out onto the site, and it is yet again a 5v5 retake.
I mean, EG have 5 ults to play with. I don't know if they're going to actually use any of them here on the eco. But it's annoying how 2G play these post plants, right? Just leaving Oskia back on site. The rest of the team falls in pretty deep towards long. They've got the Sobalt to play with as well, so if EG take their time, yeah, this round's just gonna slip away due to time.
EG for now, though, just trying to see if someone will overheat, give them a kill.
That's the thing, too. EG might honestly choose to die to Spike, as crazy as it sounds. They've already got all their ultimates.
They'll at least send Icy in with the Bucky. Not able to find anything there. The round is lost, but EG is dealing some damage, taking down a couple players, and LZ will fall as well. But with how rich 2G is, it's not the biggest steal for them.
Yeah, that ult advantage for EG, not even so meaningful. 2G have 4 of their own. They're only missing the Cypher. So no issues there. That's now 5 rounds in a row for 2G. They're going to have buys secured for every round moving forward. And they've kind of just beaten EG by running onto sites, as silly as it sounds. EG are playing for this heavy flood retake. Not even flood retake, heavy set retake. And it's not working.
2G have done a really great job of being ahead in these post plants and fighting into EG's retake.
Who's next?
Punishing them there. And you know, you're talking about the executes. Here we go again. It's a split into C with the Yoru all through, and yet again, EG has to play set retake.
How active does Oskia want to get here? Chooses to pull out of the ultimate. They put the spike down. And here's the thing. Again, 2G can just play active. Okay, that's a good opener from Ye.
It's you and me.
With an ultimate to pluck out Supa. This could take away smokes. This would make the post plane so simple for
Here's
2G.
The retake though. 2 ults used on in. Stove ultimate as well. Slowed down in spawn as Icy gets established on the line. Trying to hold this one down. There's a late flank coming, but for now it comes up to the stall. Nature sacrifices himself to get it halfway, but it leaves it down to 2. Icy! He holds the spike, and no one stops him. How is that slipped away?
I mean, Zap goes for the 3rd Hunter's Fury charge there. The flank is slowed down because LZ, even though he ulted out of the Whaley ult, still got hindered. And even with a player in full vision, EG steal it away.
But credit to Ye. Got the kill on the lurker in garage.
I got active there, bro. I was going in.
And got active down low.
It's true, yeah.
EG finally break the streak.
Oh, is no one buying for Supa? That's tough. Well.
That's a bit of a tough start.
Hold on, Nature's still backside though. Fake teleport into the back. 2G not looking to accelerate off this too much.
Yeah, they're going to cancel.
Yeah, hunting for Cypher tripwires or something before leaving Oskia here and resetting the round.
Honestly, a tough trade though, losing your smokes this early in the round. Might make EG a bit more tempted to play the flood retake this time.
2G now droning over into the A side, trying to make some presence in lobby. Already you can see they are successfully pulling a few rotates into the A side, but really setting up for a split into C through garage. Only the tripwire and this op to potentially spot out the split hit. But the timing here from 2G is everything, because as soon as this tripwire is broken, I don't think Supa can commit to this angle into long with his back exposed. So yeah, trip is broken. He's got to fall back onto this line. This is more achievable from 2G, but apparently not. Supa's gonna get it.
4v3, again, it's a retake for EG.
EG have 2 players working into mid, choosing not to go for the flank, instead regrouping with numbers.
But 2G fought into garage. And that's exactly where EG is heading. Call it off.
Oh my.
The flank is active. Gobert spotted one. How much can he get from this? Oskia holding strong, stalls things out. Another lurk. Oh, he gets nothing. And Zap put in position to clutch. A wide angle, a first shot connecting. Zap! And he gets them both.
I am loving seeing this version of Zap. The Red Bull clutch for him. And 2G on double digits. That smoke, he's playing around perfectly, getting active up there on the site. Popping off too.
And that is such a big round for 2G. EG's money is reset. And 2G are about to tie this game up.
Mimi, I don't want to start this too early.
The narrative?
But in Kickoff, EG had this really bad habit of getting up to double digits, 10 rounds, 11 rounds, and then proceeding to lose round after round after round. Games were slipping away. 2G winning, what, 6 of the last 7, has echoes of that kickoff performance.
They've got to shore this up. But this round might not be the one to do it. 2G, yet again, do a great job of finding the weak site.
And even dodging away from some of the active looks of EG into mid, down C long. Now they've got a free plant A.
One shot. That's all Silence needs. The flood is coming in. Silence! Oh my, the aim is just impeccable from that man. And they are so loud whenever this team wins a round.
Starting to get that momentum behind them.
And it was all about momentum when they won Ascension, when they made it here. It was Zap yelling like he is now, winning rounds like that.
Yeah, show that clutch again. I love it.
And Silence, he was the guy that they needed. You're missing your star player. He's not old enough to play in the league. Silence has to fill a lot of those shoes. So that's a Red Bull clutch, and EG going into their second time out of the half.
Didn't need any of those in the first, but yeah, apart from the pistol in round 2, they've won a single rifle round, Mimi. And even that wasn't pretty. That was a losing post plant that they just stuck the defuse on. Nothing has been working for this team right now. And I really think a lot of it, to me, is around the retakes. I don't think that when Icy has been dashing into the site, there's been support behind him, right? Again, it is the weakness of this agent when the follow-up is not there, when the utility isn't catching every single player. I think for EG, it's less about playing for the retake and more getting active. I would love to see Icy play around the center of the map, B, garage, get out in front of mid, instead of playing for the A lobby control, and react quickly to flood out onto the sites before 2G have actually planted.
Yeah, Icy had a stunning first half. He's had about 5 kills in the second. They've been just feeding him into the meat grinder on these retakes. And 2G have been very happy to receive.
Looks like EG are going to go for this full-on fight over the A lobby space. Paranoia sent over from the B site.
2G keeps finding the weak site. Whenever EG call an active play, they pick the right site.
It's unbelievable. Silence also with the kidnap for the post plant if they want it.
It's you and
Dart
me.
sees nothing, and the ultimate is not going to connect. Still, that means free plant, and keep your eyes on Gobera in window. If EG tried to flank, he could be finding 2-3 kills.
Here's the drone and backs away in mid.
No way!
How is he ready for that? He's still going to be a problem, holding things down as Zap swings in and trades out onto Icy. 2G change their approach. They fight towards spawn as EG begin to approach this site. Yay out, but a walk up from long. Zap ready to go. Needs to be massive as there's 2 players awaiting him in this corner. There's the first, but Derek good on the swing. Now a 1v1. LZ knows exactly where Ye is. Baits him out with the gun, backs away. Ye desperately trying to find something. The Cypher Trip hitting on LZ. How is that the way EG went around? That should have been impossible.
I don't know, maybe it's close. 3-2 for EG. And Ye clutches it up.
The Cypher Trip that wasn't broken in garage.
Ridiculous. And teleporting over it only to re-hit it once he was already past it.
One enemy remaining.
Is this really how EG win their rounds?
The bag may have just been fumbled. Because that's 12 for EG now. Off of a 1/3 of a second difference.
At the end of the day, Mimi, a win is a win. EG are going to take that, and this time setting up aggressively into the mid space. But 2G go for a teleport back into spawn, and the rest of the team works A.
Derek was ready. LZ dead in an instant. And now no smokes for this execute, for this post plant. And Derek with an ult ready to go.
Icy has gotten all the way into mid window. Could try to jump up and over this tripwire on the other side, but Zap will hear it playing into long.
Zap needs to live. He has the Hunter's Fury.
Good info, especially for the lurker.
Hunter's Fury popped from both teams. Icy loses the fight on the flank. And into the site now, EG go. Askia, so good at holding his side, but Nature! He's better! 2v3 now. A lot of time already bought as Nature starts to hold on the spike. The shock darts, they need to connect. They do! Zap! It's not enough! Super wins it at the end. And EG, by the scruff of their neck, they take map 1.
Looks of shock, sighs of relief from the EG side. They got the win at the end there, but it was a journey to see it through. 2G put up a fight in that second half. I mean, that was scary out of them.
It takes back-to-back, honestly, miracle rounds for EG to win that game.
Straight up.
In what was, what, a 9-3 half to start?
I mean, I don't think EG won a single honorable round in the second half.
That's why they're evil. A win's a win, though. Somehow they squeak away with this one.
And by the way, Nature, right, you just saw in that round absolutely popping off. Also in that final round, like, I don't know how he was getting some of the kills he got, jumping out of heaven on the retake.
Well, 2G, they are definitely here to play today. A close map 1 against Evil Geniuses. We head over to their choice, Lotus, when we return from the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we about to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. 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 Hands up, look to the sky, 'cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all.
Mas o LZ garante mais um abate. Teve a passagem. LZ!
He's got to be careful. You've got Ye close by.
Spike down A.
Ye gets the 3rd on the round. EG gets a 10.
2 unreal rounds to close it out for EG on that first map. And Potter, you talked about bringing surprises. We just saw the Wailey from Icy. It was a crazy back and forth, but now we're going into a map of Lotus that we haven't seen from you in quite some time. So what can we expect from him? More surprises?
Definitely more surprises. I think every team probably on Lotus has been going back and forth for the past 6 months since the Viper changes with the Teo coming out. We've also been having a bit of an identity crisis, but we're feeling very confident on Lotus. Feel like we got the first match jitters out of the way, hopefully on map 1, and hopefully going into map 2 we can have a little bit of more good Valorant.
Excited to see you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Potter wants good, honest Valorant, but I think 2G might have some other plans. And that's a sentence I didn't think that I'd be saying going into map 2, folks, because it was a 13-11 win for Evil Geniuses, but 2G truly showing some grit out of that one. Wyatt?
I'm flattened. I am a two-dimensional human.
Why? Why are you flattened?
Last couple rounds. I mean,
no, that was brutal.
But they gave you 11 great rounds.
Sadness. But they almost gave me 13. They almost gave me a great map. They almost gave me a great day.
And then Prime Yates shows up alongside Icy, hitting some unreal stuff as well. I mean,
let's talk about that.
That set the pace, didn't it, for the first half, I think, of this map, right? Like, these guys, we talked about, even Potter mentioned in the interview, right? Having this identity crisis of the team, trying to figure out what they want to run entirely. And whatever this was, it was working to such a high degree.
Yeah, I mean, it really was just the old reliable comp with Waylay instead of Jet, as Jogamo said, a lot of teams are doing, and we got to see it. Icy's Waylay was looking nice. He had a really solid performance, especially that first leg of the game. He was the standout.
And I think what's helping him here, too, as well, is he is taking a lot of these fights and really disrupting these timings, and he's been going really aggressive in those early engagements, so it's actually been pretty cool to see Icy take advantage of that. But then on the flip side of that, you got El Diablo. Yay, back again, and he picked up an ace. He was looking phenomenal. I mean, this guy, Bren, was, it looked like we were back in Istanbul.
He's farming a couple of eco frags, you know what I mean? Like, okay, but that only...
He killed some players in tripwires, too.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did that because we won't talk about it. We won't talk about it. But he's looking good, to be honest. And if they want to just solidify that and put Ye only on Sentinel as a role and make that his thing to define once more, I'm all okay with it, to be honest. And for 2G,
listen,
you're flat, but genuinely, that is so much better than what we saw of them in Kickoff. So much better.
Absolutely. Round one, they win the pistol in a 1-versus-1, and immediately I'm seeing the fire in Zap's eyes. What I witnessed across their entire Ascension run. This guy was the driving force of the team emotionally. He was keeping them in it during the game, between the maps, between the days. He was the life of this squad, and it was awesome to see them back in that state.
This is what I want to see, though, when I see Brazilian players on the stage. I want to see that passion. I want to see screaming across, like you said, that old 2009 LAN style. Just they're throwing
put that pressure on them,
you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. But previous in Kickoff, they looked like they didn't even want to really be there. They were looking, they were scared to make the right play to win. They were playing not to lose. This is completely different. Despite the fact that they lost in the fashion that they did, you got to not let that get you down. This is a completely different 2G that we're looking at. They're not a free win. They're not a free win by any stretch of the imagination here. So signs of life. I'm happy to see it. I'm very happy to see it.
I was over the moon, genuinely over the moon. Zap was giving us everything that we wanted to see. But let's actually get some words from Coach Faith, the coach of 2G, to hear what he has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm here with Coach Faith ahead of map 2, and that first map slipped through your fingers a little bit. You're hoping to recover for the second and third, but I want to ask about one of the guys that was the big win condition for a few of these rounds. It was Askia. 2 years ago, we saw him in Ascension playing Duelist. Last year, he was playing a lot of the Initiator instead, and then he was on the Academy team. So what can we expect from him? Because we just saw Yoru in the Double Duelist.
Yeah, so he's a real complete player. So he can fit everything that we need, and that's what we kind of needed for the moment. And so he's a really complete player. Yep.
I mean, it was really close. Best of luck for the second map.
Yeah, thank you.
I tell you what, it's great to see the way that Dryad just as always finds ways, you know, whether it's Dryad, I don't know how you do it. Is it levitation? What's your trick?
Rack in the back.
That's what it is. That's what it is. He was talking about Askia there, what he brings to the table, and what that was, you heard it there from Coach Faith. Flexibility was what they wanted in this, and he, you know, look, it wasn't, he had his moments. There were some moments that I'm sure he would like to take back, but overall, Wyatt, I will say that he did the thing that they needed him to do, especially on that Yoru.
Absolutely, and when you have a sub, another player coming into this team, at some point here, I'm going to be done talking about Spike, but he was playing a flex role, a lot of duelists, a lot of initiators, so you need someone that's going to be able to pick those pieces up. Gobera, the other sub for this team, has continued to be phenomenal. He was the standout during kickoff, had a great map there, and I was really happy to see Silence picking things up.
Silence was great, yeah.
Cooking everyone.
It was like,
in
what,
the
3 and 4 in the kill contracts?
Or 3 for 1.
Oh, yeah.
3 out of 4. Yeah, 3 out of 4. Yeah. But he was cooking people with the ult. He was looking really good. He had some of those nice streaks going where you get that first kill shield up, and then you're just stringing them together, getting the double taps.
I think it's a good sign from them, like you're saying. They're inserting a player into the system very much last minute and playing a comp that, on paper, it looks like it's easy to play, right? You're just playing Euro ISO, you're trying to pinpoint the players so that the ISO can vacuum them up and put them into the gulag. But genuinely, it's a hard comp to play on the attack side. You need to be thinking about your motions and the way that you play it. And that was one of the things that was really missing when they last played Haven for me. So they've already made corrections in terms of how they're playing in their attack side macro on that map. I think that speaks volumes, actually, for the kind of corrections that they've had, honestly. They've spent this month doing good prac and good work.
And I may need to get that tank of coke back out, like a few big hits. But honestly, I think despite losing, 2G are going to walk away from that game happy. I think they should walk away from that feeling like, oh, we can compete. Yeah, we're right there with them.
Look, I mean,
in fact, we should have won.
Yeah,
they should have. Sorry, they should have won.
They should have won.
That damn game, man.
Yeah,
they should be up 1-0.
It was the garage play, man. It was the tripwire that was the greatest tripwire of all time. It truly was. Doesn't get better than that.
But despite that, I want them to feel good, and they should, because now they know that kickoff, that's in the distant past. We can compete with these guys. We're at their level.
Without a doubt. And of course, for 2G, a win here would be massive. Let's not forget that every single win that you get in this stage gives you a championship point, which gets you one step closer to champions at the end of the year. So these games, always going to be important here, especially for 2G, who, well, as we had talked about extensively, right, in kickoff was, just not in that rhythm at all. And yes, you can make the argument they didn't have Spike. They were bringing in, a lot of new faces onto the team to try and account for that. But overall, what we're getting here today, much different team, exactly what we want to see. Gives me hope for this squad in the future, honestly.
And what Potter said into this Arrival interview as well, just to pivot it to EG a little bit as well, or not the Arrival interview, but a winning interview where, she was looking ahead to talking about Lotus as the next map coming up and talking about the meta being in flux for the last 6 months as well. I wonder what direction EG are going to take this one in, because you can run a lot of teams running the solo duelist play where you have Breach Teo, for example, Reclearance, G2 are the best example of their, I think, playing that particular composition on Lotus. They do it so damn well. But teams have had success with the double duelist as well. Like, if you want to run some Euro ISO, you can keep doing that as well. But, obviously, I don't really know how the pieces are going to be working with that one. Maybe that puts more demand on Ye if they want to be putting him on more flexible positions himself. But it's very winnable for 2G. The overall point I want to get at here, which we've all just been hitting over and over again, is that, they should be coming off the back of that map thinking, man, we should have won that, right? That's got to speak volumes. You can't get yourself down thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, folks, we do want to let everyone know that on stage, I'm sure you kind of put 2 and 2 together here. If you haven't yet, you should learn some math. But essentially, we have a little bit of a delay on stage, so we're going to be taking care of that and getting things sorted and ready to go. But in the meantime, though, we'll give us a little bit of a pause for the cause. And when we return, we're going to jump right back into this series here. Map 2 underway. It's going to be Lotus with EG up 1-0. And as always, we'll see you on the other side right here at VCT Americas.
que esta noche está para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Ya estoy super easy, pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas. In case you're just joining us here, we want to let you all know that we're still sorting out some stuff on the stage, so we'll be sure to get going as soon as that is ready to go. Of course, I'm GB alongside Brendan Wyatt. So we're looking to break everything down, and from that first map, what we saw was a completely different 2G than what we were getting in Kickoff. And I think that one thing that we have to stress is that this is a big game for 2G, right? An absolute critical one.
We were kind of mentioning it, but it's a must-win, arguably.
Yeah. It's like, go out there, have fun, but you got to
strength of schedule that's coming up. I mean, listen, I pulled it up here. They've got Loud, Crew, 100 Thieves, SEN as their next upcoming games in this stage. So out of all of them, which ones are the most winnable for you? It's probably going to be this one coming up with EG, right? When EG is still struggling to find out what they want to play, what roles do they want to solidify and cement for themselves. This is probably going to be one of the better ones to try and get that early win that is necessary to get the ball rolling. 2G can't let this one slip. They really just cannot let it slip.
Yeah, especially not when they have some wind in their sails and belief that they can actually win this after pushing EG to the limit and losing a map that they should have won. I will never not say they should have won that. They simply should have won that map, and they didn't, sadly. But they can definitely take Lotus. They can definitely take this series. And you're right, it just gets a lot tougher from here. You know, maybe the next match against Loud. Sometimes you have those weird inter-regional matchups where it's like these teams know each other way too well, and then it leads to some strange outcomes at times. But yeah, you are obviously looking at this one as the must-win. And I promise this is the last time we're going to say something about Spike, you guys, because we have just really beat that narrative into the ground. But it is true that he's coming back in the next stage, so they want to be able to get some wins on the board.
Do it for him.
Get in.
Do it for the skipper.
Get within the skipper. Get within striking distance. So when he's back and you have another heavy hitter, then maybe you can make a run.
I tell you, man, it's going to be a tall task without a doubt. Can 2G force that map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters for this one. It's Mimi and Ender.
I don't know if I've ever seen a room with more 2G copium than the analyst desk right now.
Wyatt is putting in work over there.
But you got to believe it at least a little after that first map. I mean, by all accounts, should have won that one. EG steals it away, and now we go into the map choice for 2G. We've seen them here before, but EG didn't show this map at Kickoff, and there's a lot of options here. They already showed something creative with the Waylay map 1, and we're hopping into our agent select. 2G up first, and it looks like they're just ripping off T1.
All right, so yeah, they watched Masters Bangkok. That's good news.
Yes.
Right, 2G.
And this comp, even better after the ISO changes, I think. Remember, it's giving that suppression when you use his undercut, which is so strong for a lobby control. And
that's a clove for Ye. Okay, and you know what? Look, Ye was frying over on the Cypher on map 1. And we saw this played the other day, but that was also next to an Omen. The nerfs to Clove's cooldown on smokes going from 30 seconds to 40 seconds is massive. And having an Omen next to it can make up for that fact. Viper, not so much.
Yeah, they have the shortest smoke duration of any agent in the game, and now the longest recharge. Besides, of course, Brimstone, who doesn't recharge.
But
It's an
they can
interesting
heal
one.
themselves up,
Yes,
you know?
yes, and Ye has the freedom to just fight B every round, no matter what side he's on, and just use the smokes from death.
Also, you know what? I'm always wondering, like, why is Potter putting this into the composition? Is it just to let Ye shoot? Is it also with the clove changes, right? Now the decay,
metal, yeah.
it explodes after hitting the ground, so you can do some like cool lineup things with that potentially. We'll have to wait and find out.
For now, it starts pretty normal as 2G walk their way up B.
All missiles away.
Derek forced to use his missiles to stall them out, but 2G was never committed this way.
Yeah, 2G gonna take their time. They also left a camera and a cage over on the A side of the map, so probably gonna take this fight and move back into it. Shots aren't quite there for them right now. Just kills traded out as the tether doesn't dissuade 2G from fighting. They still wanted that one.
Finally, they will tuck tail though. Head back in the other direction. But it's a 4v4, and there's really no util left for them except their smokes.
Well, annoyingly, because Cypher died, they can't actually go back into rubble and bank on that utility, so they regroup 4 players in front B, clear out this back box, and...
Are they just going back C?
Yeah, open the door to make sure no one pushed up into the...
Unfortunately, there's still 2 players here, and EG is ready for this one. Supa holding things down. 2 kills, a smoke in their face, and 2G have been shooed away.
Now those 2 players also on opposite sides of the door. Zap trying to find something front B, but LZ has the spike. Can't really get out of here.
Door open. Can LZ survive? Nah, they're swinging him somehow. He Houdinis his way out of that one, and they'll at least get the plant down on B.
Yeah, I mean, it's the little things in a round like this.
Oh, does he even get that? The missiles nearly kill him. He runs for the hills, but a nade now going to be coming at his feet, and that's the death of LZ. Poor guy couldn't do anything. Supa sticking, and this round is over.
Zap can't even find a kill on the way out either, so 4 ghosts carried over from EG. Not too bad. Felt like that early fight just... 2G were so committed to it, but because 3 players were tethered and didn't immediately go for the swing, Gobert was just kind of hung out to dry there. The sole player out in the open.
How about running?
True.
This guy doesn't lie.
2G headed back the same direction. 5 strong fighting towards C. Just hoping beyond hope to get a spike plant down here.
When 2G loved the fast XX back on Haven, it's not working though. This boosted spot from EG is just doing numbers on 2G. Not a single player to drop on the initial wave.
And you talk about some of the disadvantages of running the Viper instead of the Omen. Biggest advantage on your defense. Viper's stall util is crazy to lock down C. We've seen a lot of teams switch to solo controller, but Viper has always been one of the strongest agents on this map since its release.
Yeah, the orb for C control is fantastic. You also have the wall that hits front B and also the area outside rubble to make sure you can throw that up if the door on A is ever being tapped.
Yeah, she has kind of a global impact that not many other agents do on this map.
Yeah, now the one thing is, usually you get more value out of that Viper wall, like defensively, when you have like an Omen on your team who can TP up on rubble, fight, then if they're getting cleared out, throw up that wall, TP behind it, get on out. Because they're running the Clove and Raze isn't so flexible on that TP mobility, can't quite get that value here.
Icy looking to contest towards A. Knows there's a couple players here, but can't commit to a duel.
Deploying drone.
EG might have some trouble re-clearing into space as well, right? No flashes on this composition for them, so it's much more about taking these off angles, going for the dry swings themselves, but if the shots aren't hitting, it's going to mean a lot of space gathered for 2G.
Only a single member anchoring on A for EG.
Yeah, that's because there's a double flank coming in long on C. So EG are going to pull back off of the site, wait for that flank to come in. There is a camera and a tripwire spotting that one out. It'll be all up on Gobert to deal with those 2 players.
Gobert was very good map 1 though.
Spike planted.
Especially in positions like this.
2G are playing super actively on the A site.
Gobert's been spotted by the drone. Molly at his feet. Zap's gonna try and help him, but there's no saving Gobera. Overwhelmed by EG.
Check out this spot from Icy too. Can catch Zap trying to run into backside, but the shots aren't quite there.
And now it gets a little funky. 2G have flipped the map. They're full playing towards spawn, but some of these players still stuck on the site. And EG about to head their way into it. Tap on the spike. Derek holding strong for 3, and EG just mops it up.
I'm sorry, where did 2G go?
They disappeared. That's the magic trick.
They had 4 players there, and then they didn't. Poof, gone. Derek doing incredible work there on the retake. I think he found the first kill on Gobera, called in all the utility to flush that poor guy out of rubble. And then almost because 2G had committed everyone into playing backside, like they're having to swing into this unfavorable line. Usually it's the attackers that get to play over in tree like that and dominate on those angles.
The difference between him and Zap's reactions is very funny to me.
Yeah, try to sound a little more enthusiastic, Derek, come on. He's keeping it calm.
So EG win the bonus on their defense side.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the teddy bears? Okay.
What's there to say?
What were they doing?
They were there.
Poor guy in the middle. All that bad buy. Really just being carried through by LZ on a Guardian. Like going for the active lurk doesn't pay out.
Icy.
Yowza.
This guy's looking clean today. 6-0 to start. 2G want to hit this site. There's a Molly at their feet. They're stunned up. And yet again, 2G disappears from the round.
These C hits are looking brutal right now from 2G. Just trying to force through the smokes. Nice shot from Zap. This is looking much more like the control of the first half of Haven we saw out of EG.
Nightmare's over. Bring them down.
Had the paint shells going into back rubble that forced LZ out into the angle. Really beautifully played by Icy, I'm not gonna lie.
I took care of.
2G have a second shot at a buy round now. And again, they're really favoring the sit-in towards C. The biggest issue, yet again, is going to be Superman and his orb. Suppress is good, but they're not going to be able to scale up in time to convert off that gap.
It seems to me like 2G want to play these slower rounds almost, although now that they have the ISO ultimate, could try to speed up off of that one.
Grab the Teo. Silence has a 1v1. Outside Supa gets a kill as well, but Silence is the important one. Finds his, but they're right on top of him.
Where's your team? Wait, what happened? He won his 1v1, and then he comes back to the wake of a battlefield.
That was the EG players who had walked up B at the beginning of the rounds, hearing that ult, immediately pinching into that space and cooking the rest of 2G's players.
That's what I'm saying, though. 2G are trying to, run the fast round playbook like they did on Haven that, to be fair, really exposed EG on their retakes, but EG are playing much more fluidly this time, actually holding on to their sights, going for these walk-ups.
And they have a lot better active stall util. Every round, 2G is getting locked out by the Molly and the Viper Orb on C.
My ultimate is ready. 30 seconds left.
It's pretty annoying, especially because apart from the round previous to this, 2G haven't done anything really quickly over into the A space. They've been throwing the same Cypher Cam, up against the wall in the back corner there. They've been throwing the same cage over on Rubble too. But they haven't been using those. And usually when you play utility, defaults like that, you're trying to show some presence on the C space early, threaten that you've maybe left someone there to be a late lurk, and then move back into the A space and slowly try to push forward over the course of 40 seconds to a minute. But because of the pace that 2G is playing at, it's not allowing for any of that concern over alert coming in, over any concern of players creeping up against EG. It's very simple rounds for EG to play almost.
And you can play at a faster pace with this comp, but I think where it really thrives is taking space in a lobby. The ISO shield scaling up behind that with a dive from the Raze is one of the reasons why T1 was so good with this comp. Something I don't think we've really seen them do most this half.
We'll see what the quick A look is like from 2G. Although it is just 2 rifles. Ooh. Okay, not as much damage as I was expecting. A little high there from Nature. But still, EG, because they, C players now, they can throw up the wall, buys a ton of time on the stall. You've got players creeping out of that C space too. And what it means for EG is, again, brilliant map control round to round. Now using the drone outside of the mound space, sees that there's no lurk on this side, might even actually ping Gobera, so that's a pretty high likelihood that 2G have all 5 players in the A space.
And look at the damage. Zap knocked down to 11 health just from the Odin spam. EG is winning this battle via attrition.
And perfectly reading, too, that 2G want to split back into Baby Door. EG have 3 players here, lying in wait. Supa with a brilliant timing on the maul. He catches these players, and an ultimate, too, trying to force them out into the open. 2G still have found some position on the site, but it's uncomfortable for the time being.
The spike finally gets ferried into B. The next wave of this EG retake is soon to come.
But this is where it's trickier for EG. No flashes to get back onto the angle, just a Prowler for Nature.
Silence alone.
I know exactly where.
As the Vandal in hand, one of the few hero weapons of this round. Knows Nature's just on the other side, but caught out by the utility and sprayed through on the Odin. EG now getting their foothold, but Askia! He's back into it. All popped, him alone against Nature. Up and over the top he goes. The rocket, it's good! 2G's newest addition finds 4 and finally grants them a round.
2G were desperate for a round win there, and they can finally get it. Askia got his first 4 kills of the game there, and couldn't have come at a better time for 2G. Playing in this position down in the pit of B. And that's a deceptively hard angle to play with the showstopper too. He had to boost himself up onto the box there. Have much to shoot it off against to get that final kill.
2G again attempt to take space in A.
Derek was playing back in spawn, anticipating an Omen ult at the start of that round. But has now crept into the mound space. Again, same round from EG, same round from 2G. But this time, 2G want to push into that A side.
Nature has the ultimate, he'll pop it, but he's getting overwhelmed very quickly. Silence runs him down. 2G will attain a post plant, and Askia again towards heaven, now brings it up to a 5v3.
And now EG have 3 players all isolated on their ones. Derek on a very delayed flank. Tripwire to find him. And DA dealing with a trip, trying to regroup with Supa. EG need time to play with here, time to work back into this space. It's time they don't really have Mimi.
Derek is going to be so late. I think this might just be a save at this point.
2G playing this smartly as well. You can see all going up the rope to exit towards EG's own spawn.
How do you feel about the save call? Because 2G is pretty close to their money breaking. EG would have been able to buy even if they lost these guns.
It's true. It wouldn't have been the worst thing. I do think there's a point to be made around ultimates as well, right? EG don't really have the ult orbs to go for, and I guess EG are trying to take some of the kills. EG might have also thought 2G would just escape towards their own spawn.
Sure, was hoping for that.
Yeah. And yet that is 2 rounds in a row now for 2G. What is going on?
Some shuffling.
I want to be that elephant.
Don't think we can grant that one. It's going to be another fight towards that. But this time, EG's committing to the brawl themselves. Sees nade, Teo missiles. 2G held at bay for now. But they didn't use their burst of utility just at the beginning of the round. Instead, they held it. And now we'll go and fight for this re-clear.
Yeah, as soon as the clove smoke goes down, they can get back into the space. EG have abandoned entirely. Now an Omen ult into backside A. 2G have found much more success towards this side of the map than the fast hits on C. Realized EG are playing pretty weak on this area.
Cover going out.
LZ making a play.
2 rounds in a row, this is risky.
Askia tries to bait him in, and LZ disengages.
Smart to fall out of that space, I think. 2G may be looking for a bit too much there.
Couple ults, silence. Has the kidnap zap, has the Hunter's Fury. The first one pop, that'll grab Icy. In comes EG, straight to the blender of LZ. He's found his way up above. 2G, they decimate Evil Geniuses as they fight into the site. It's a near flawless round for 2 game.
That was a sick little bait and switch between LZ and Askia. Askia's the little rat playing underneath his own smoke on rope. Askia over into drop. But because LZ takes these first shots and then TPs up in the window that everyone else is trying to react, those players are all turning around trying to find where this Omen is. No one's anticipating the Rays to be there too.
Losing 3 rounds in a row, EG will call their first time out of this second map.
Here's the thing though, Mimi. Again, similar to EG's defensive side of Haven, they're struggling in the retakes, right? When they're holding the C site in those early rounds, it's beautiful. They can play it behind their utility, it's no problem. But here again, 2G are abusing all of these very aggressive angles. Angles that normally you'd have, you know, some breach utility, stuns, flashes to clear away. Right now, EG are failing on that front to deal with them.
Last 3 rounds have all ended either A or B. And 2G's been opening with a lobby control every time. That's been the secret sauce thus far.
Seemed like last round, you remember how EG were playing the A space. They put down the early clove smoke, had Icy playing there for a second, but fell off pretty quickly. But it's harder with the clove smoke duration to keep recycling that smoke over towards rubble. You can't really maintain that control for EG, so they almost need to be more willing to fall back, unless 2G just opt into that straight up brawl. Looks to me like the setup in this round from 2G, splitting up, 3 players towards the C side, actually bringing 4 over, anticipating a switch up from Evil Geniuses, and playing this space B to C.
2Game is yet to win a round where they try and go C. This is their chance, but it's a bait and switch.
We've never seen EG up like this.
Superman. Do they check on him? Do they consider the option?
Nope.
No one's looking thus far. That's one, but the shield, it saves the day.
Hold on, Icy stepping into front B. He found that kill. EG could be right back in it. But as it stands, Gobera takes the warning shot, falls back into sand.
Yeah, he's gonna do it instead. There's one from him. And Icy front B takes down another key player from 2G.
Last player standing.
It all comes down to Gobera. EG have plenty of time to work with. Pulling back to regroup together as 3. Gobera needs to seize this window. Hasn't been spotted yet. Takes his timing to clip ahead. Now in a 1-on-2, finds another, but nature will take him down. EGC, yet another C plant through.
And the drought continues on C. 2G have not found a solution to this side of the map.
At least they planted the spike this time.
Fair. Bait and switch setup. Got a couple for EG, but I think the real crux of that round was their fight back into B main, opening that door and pressuring 2G from behind as Ye just held in spawn and let them run into him.
That's something EG have looked for a couple of times after they've heard the early attack into sand. Walk into front B, open that door, go for that delayed pinch play.
So back to the well for 2G. They're gonna take another round opening a lobby.
EG's fight is quiet here so far. Ooh, but a dart not broken. Force those players back.
They have conceded space because of it.
Suppression added to the ISO kit, a little bit annoying to deal with as well. Icy no chance to stall, but he pings out.
Spike.
Oh dear.
No one's there to recover it. LZ has to save the day, and he'll sneak away.
Lurks on lurks. Right now, EG have pushed out of C, and Gobera is front B. No one's ready for that. With the A out of the picture, the round becomes so much simpler for 2G, and Gobera is still going to keep moving.
EG going for a double flank play. But this lurk, an ever-present threat from Gobera.
He's so patient right now, too.
EG finally arrive. And takes base into tree. Everyone is backside from 2G. Silence. Another shield. Another chance to close out this round. First tap on the spike. EG trying to win out in the brawl, but 2G better at it thus far. The Viper's Pit is up. Silpa's out of bullets. And 2G holds strong again on the A side.
Brilliant round out of Gobera, finding that lurk into the B space. Without Ye's smoke simplifying the round, then coming in so delayed, like he froze after he got that kill, nesting himself up in B window. And it just put so much pressure on these EG players. They tried to make it a little chaotic with all the smokes, the Viper's Pit going down. At the end of it all, that lurk was just too big.
There. Sees nade early on A. Ooh, that might actually catch on the player Zap. Oh, he doesn't care.
We're doing with the classic 2 Zap?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the Silva attack outlaw technology.
They don't know about it.
Does a little bit better than most folks.
And in about 15 seconds, round is all but won for 2G.
All right, Mimi.
Okay.
Put yourself in the mind of Zap right now. You're calling round 12, the last round of the half to tie things up. Do you hit C site, where you've lost every round, or Mimi, hear me out, do you hit the A site, where you've won every round?
This might be revolutionary, but I think I would go and open A rubble, and maybe then hit the A site after.
Okay, let's see what happens.
But I'm not a mastermind like him, so we'll see.
I would say if Zap called the hit C and it works this time because EG overload bodies on the A side of the map, give this man a medal.
He's trying it.
They've got an attack op and outlaw to take these first fights. Guns to fall back into after, I'm sure.
Only 2 sets of full armor on EG. And some guns to back it up. Oh, Derek finding that opener onto Gobera. He's been so successful on those lurks. Not this round, though.
This is an annoying round because 2G, I think, wanted to accelerate into C using this drone to fake it to A, but now they're calling back into this space. And yet somehow Zap has called around this. Again, this A site is weak. EG anticipating Zap's moves, but maybe just 10 seconds behind him.
Nature jiggling from the baby door. Zap holding this angle. Nature knows now. Oh, the rocket. That's headed into the site. And that'll allow the spike to come down uncontested for 2G.
Zap getting so active up into stairs. Trying to walk on the back of that, but Ye takes him down. It's now 3-on-5.
Ult for silence. He nabbed Ye. Been very good in these ultimates thus far, and it's no different here.
But EG now trying to flood into the site. Down in hell again. Oski has been so effective. Nature on 2 puts LZ into a 1-on-3. And with the ultimates, the utility winding down, pushing against him. Evil geniuses will take a 7th before the half.
Truly a half of 2 sites. EG every time successful in hard anchoring C with the Viper, but again, struggling on their retakes. Finally in the last round though, they figure it out. They get the retake down pat on A and put themselves in a good position to close this game out.
Yeah, they just punished the individual walk-ups from 2G. The lurk on B from Gobert was so quick. Zap 2 falls. EG can play out the numbers nicely.
2G competitive again, but they still have to come back if they want to send us to map number 3.
Red Bull gives you wings.
G had a lightning start to the second half on Haven. They almost rallied that game back against EG, but now they're down a map in the series, and they're tasked with the very same thing here on Lotus.
Yeah, the last few rounds have gone very nicely for them, winning 5 of the last 7. You can see, like, basically every time that Zap is popping off and around, the rest of 2G rally behind him. Good pistol here, could be the start of things for 2G. It looks like Evil Geniuses geared up for a sand fight. Only LZ to spot this out from 2G.
Clove smoke down to get out towards C.
Yeah, just break the one way. Threaten popping out of this.
Double controller comps and let you commit smokes for that.
Thing is, EG have a ton of damaging utility, not so much raw initiator abilities. So they can catch you, they can combo utility, and when it works, it works. That's one down on the C side, and only Zap here to hold.
He's got to get out of here.
Yeah, get on through. And with Nature flying in too, I mean, this round's falling apart from 2G.
Yeah. Towards spawn, the fight continues, but it's less successful. Nature's dead, that's the spike, having to run all the way back towards Bend. Yay will get it down. But 2G ready. They're gonna be fast in on this retake.
There is a huge lurk from Supa, but it's gonna be very delayed.
So the rest of EG has to hold well. Icy revealed up top. He'll back away as Yay for the first. Can he do any more? No, it's great from Zap, the IGL again. But enough time has been bought and Supa arrives. And this becomes a hell of a lot harder. Teo missiles at Zap's feet. Only 20 health to deal with. Somehow gets the first, but no more to come of it. EG take the pistol.
I mean, it's a round lost, but Zap's got to be feeling beautifully about that one. 4 kills, some crisp shots. Got a 2G's leader. Nature just got the spam shot there. Because they threw the C's nade into back bend, right? So even with the classics, just firing bullets off through that smoke, you know the guy's got to try and run and get out of there.
My bad. I was,
They're in the house.
Another very conservative eco round from EG.
Not so much from 2G. Couple of sheriffs, the marshal for Zap. That's something I remember even during kickoff he liked to do. Playing an off angle backstairs. This guy likes those snipers. There's a little gap for him to play with on that smoke too.
I'm not sure if anyone's going to be walking into it. Derek has the stun in hand.
Right here.
And EG still, they are so patient when they play these anti-ecos. Finally, they're gonna hit that go button. Send it towards the A site. At least one player is flooded out, LZ. Inside of a smoke, and everyone has rotated over for 2G. Okay, now it gets a little dangerous. That's one pick found, but here comes the pivot.
Mimi, we're on 30 seconds. Yeah, EG have to go back into Link, into B site. Ye has laid the foundation for an exec. But EG did lose one of their 3 rifles. It's an FPX buy for them. This is not the simplest round to play out.
Not a lick of armor on 2G though. So even the ghost in the hands of Derek is going to be potent. Nature facing 2 on the other side. The smoke, he gets nothing, and neither does Derek. Yay! Has to do so much here. Down to 1 HP. Silence with another shield ready to go. And LZ beginning this defuse. Someone has to stop it. Someone has to swing. Yay! He doesn't have the spam, and 2G steal an eco round.
With how the last map ended, 2G needed to get a diabolical round like that. Take that one straight away. Just put the smoke on the ground. And really it all came back to that first kill they secured over on the A site. Taking one of the guns out of EG's hands. And then what, with a classic and a guardian from main? Spiking, or smoking the spike and trying to stick that one is just gonna work more times than not.
That's got Zap back high on energy.
Still 2 guardians from EG because of the half buy last round.
Gobera, nice shot from him. He'll escape, got his reward. Now an advantaged retake for 2G.
Even if this round doesn't look too hot from EG, Nature's going to be pretty close to the Nightfall, assuming he gets the spike down here. Also, don't forget about front B. While all the fakes are going down on the spike plant, Superman has taken some space. He could get a pinch going, but with only a classic, you can't imagine he gets more than one kill.
Nature, not enough HP to win that duel. And the classic, not quite the weapon for the job either. This is real clean from 2G. 1 round away from tying this game up.
EG have already laid the groundwork of these early rounds, you know, conditioning against 2G, right? They've shown so many of these lurk looks from Supa, whether it was, you know, stepping all the way through A on the pistol round, this last round on the eco, going into B late. These are all things 2G is going to be thinking about. Maybe trying to flush out in the mid rounds, front B especially. But 2G also have some beautiful ultimates to play a retake with too on the ISO and the Sova.
EG, 1-3-1, walking their way up B.
With the paranoia there too is a bit shocking. EG, yeah, they can just heat up into this B site. 2G can't hold their ground. A bit overloaded there as the fight continues into Baby Door.
They're gonna keep it going. Zap to take down Superman. That was the lurker over towards A. So an A pivot is a little difficult now because there's overwhelming forces from 2G. The ult!
Whoa!
Excellence from Zap. Icy. Now a bit stuck into this corner as Ye comes back to life and takes down Askia.
And this is where the power of the Clove kicks in. Ye sped up, pushing into this A side. Zap on the off angle. Gets 4 on the round, but it's still a 2-on-2.
Derek has the missiles back.
There.
LZ has 1 smoke. They'll use it immediately. LZ onto the spike. A nade gets him off and kills him too. Tried to greed for the half, and he's not rewarded. Now missiles, and Icy ready to run into this smoke. It fades, and so too should the chances of Gobera. Icy for 4, and EG back in control.
That was such a hard round for EG to win. The fact that Icy and Ye were able to fight themselves out from that tight little choke point in Baby and win that round is nothing short of a miracle. You also have to consider that 2 versus 2, right? When they have the utility to put down onto the spike. You also have Ye, after death, putting down a smoke. So 2G, those players are constantly checking behind their backs, trying to figure out if they're getting wrapped on, whatnot. Had no idea both players were actually set up in tree.
Nice, Icy! You have to feel bad for Zap. Got 4 kills that round. With the Clove res, though, it was still a 2v2 that his team couldn't win.
So pistol round, he gets a 4K, loses the round. That round, he gets a 4K, team loses the round. Send some help.
He's gonna need it. They'll take a timeout. Get Coach Faith in for a word. What? No!
We can't be having that. Someone gonna deal with him?
Sancho's not even here. We don't need that kind of violence.
Don't check his stream. He's on top of the world right now. Just brutal scenes out here in Americas.
Pivot round here for 2G. Money's on the edge. They have an ISO ult to work with.
Sending the Cypher over towards this A side, so 2G ready to fight into the mound space. For a second, I thought they were gonna have the undercut from Silence chucked on out, but instead, he wants to play front B. Can maybe support from there, open door, get the cross of the box if he wants.
Or just send out his ult.
Oh,
that to support the fight from the smoke. Askia dies. Elsie could be in trouble too. Has a second TP in the ult though. Silence, unsuccessful. And it's all crumbling for 2G now.
Yeah, once again, it feels like Zap's here in a 1v5. His entire team falling before him and getting pinged out by the drone is just brutal. This round's over before it even starts.
EG not even taking a lick of damage. And back in the pole position.
And that round was the timeout, you know?
Yes, that was the round we had ults, we had a gun, we had just talked to the coach, and was not enough for 2G.
Feels almost like you waste it after a moment like that where everything goes wrong. You've got to change the plan. You can't run that same look again now that you've spent those key abilities.
Look at the money, too. They are going to be pretty broke this next round.
Well, they've got plenty more time to think about heading into the next one. They need to tap into some of the magic they found in the second half of Haven. Getting blocked out these last 2 rounds. Now, things they're going to be considering, A, money miserable for 2G, but also a Nightfall over for Nature. So winning something like that could be big for them. Again, in theory, EG's comp should be a little bit more reliant on their big exec ultimates to take sites.
But at the same time, they found value with getting players lurked up late over towards A, threatening the Clove on these B lurks, and really consistently kind of forcing 2G to worry about a lot of different avenues of approach.
If you think about one of the things that, you know, this 2G comp does so well, we saw T1 using it a bunch, was using those undercuts very aggressively to dominate fights over A rubble, but also having the flexibility to, you know, play that ISO over on the B site, then walking up front B. You can be very fluid and influence the map from very far away.
The issue for them is without an Omen, EG is never going to want to early fight into A rubble when they know there's a risk of an ISO being there. They are only ever going to re-clear A rubble.
EG can kind of, I don't know, wait for 2G to reveal their hand, then step in a little bit more on the delay, and set up these utility combos to clear out rubble.
Yeah, talk of the re-clear, here it comes. Molly, nade, the orb up, and that space is in the hands of evil geniuses.
Now this is where it should in theory be a little more difficult, and I like Askia getting active back on the angle. I want to see more of this of 2G on the second wave getting in front of things, but the Nightfall is going to make it impossible.
Just a straight up exec here for EG. And already Silence is dead. Zap is going to try and desperately swing in too, but with the lesser weapons, they can't find anything, and it's a pivot.
They're not going A. Of course, Yay is lurking up into B. This guy loves it. Sure, a camera's going to spot him out, but the cavalry's here.
Both hero weapons still alive for 2G, but now it's just them.
The fans know it. They know what's coming.
2G, both players completely alone. Walking into the site. He's getting one. Satchel for a second, okay. Oski awake, but that still puts Gobert in a 1v3. And there's no chance for him to win this.
You don't think?
No.
6 HP, not enough?
Tail missiles, satchels, yeah, I don't think so.
Starting to slip. Still, I mean, again, that was the half buy for 2G. Not going to be too bad. They got the Nightfall. It's the small victories for them. Those aren't going to cut it in the future rounds, though. They need the big ones. Especially now that EG have just proven round after round, these mid-round pivots are really exposing 2G's defense. This B site is always a gap later on.
Round 19 is going to basically be the last chance for 2G.
Yeah. So if we get into a slow round again, 2G need to be way more proactive at clearing front B. I feel like they've had 3 players fighting this A space, then they get forced back, and then they stay on that side of the map. They're not playing so fluid at the moment, and it's allowing EG to just best them on a macro scale.
After showing a bunch of slow rounds, pretty much sitting in spawn, EG open a bit quicker, taking space in C mound. And if they choose to go here, there's only one player to anchor. 2G is going to basically be forced to play retake.
Paranoia out already from LZ, but it's dodged. Icy already into the site. The swings are coming on through, and Silence is unable to find his mark.
Couple kills back from Gobera over towards mid, but it might not be enough. It's a 3v3. The Hail Mary, the rocket from Askia.
Nature is already one off of the Nightfall?
That's insane. He used it last round. There's the rocket over the top. Askia finds Ye. That's what he needed, but they're going to need a little something extra. because off-site EG plays. A satchel onto Mount. Oskia swings in, and now it's only Nature. Gobera holding this down, and Zap defends his teammate well. They needed that round, and they've got it.
It's pretty consistently been Zap and Gobera stepping up when 2G need them. Here it's Zap getting the last kill, but as well, Gobera getting the pick on mid, right? Every single round, we've seen it, we've said it, EG have had these lurks constantly punishing 2G. That kill you just saw there, so meaningful. Also, Oskia seeing Ye's shoulder gets 2G right back into that site. Nature's got Nightfall again.
That he does.
Derek's got his ultimate. Good luck playing the site. It might be time to abandon C, 2G.
The last couple rounds EG has hit C. 2G have committed 1-2 players onto the site who have died, and then their team has ended up at a disadvantaged position on the retake.
You're gonna see Zap playing just off site probably, and then trying to flood back in off the Nightfall, assuming EG stick around.
They broke the trip, the cam, and now they'll head back and look for an A reclear.
Yeah, so right now, yeah, we're gonna use the Nightfall over towards C more than likely to try and pull this player. Because the smoke went down, EG think and assume that someone is up here and really need some help settling on this fake.
I think they spotted LZ at this point. Paranoia, and he backs away.
Go ahead.
Ultimate used to try and flush anyone out of blue room. No one's home. And that'll confirm EG that they just want to send it into A. Rotate's coming in for 2G, but they might be a bit late. Only LZ here, he's just getting bullied by utility, dead to the missiles. Icy on the entry, but Silence, the savior for 2G.
And Zap down into drop, looking for a moment, gets his. 2G are pushing forward on the retake. Even as the spike goes down, but it's just Zap with no gun out. What is going on? Gobera was miles away.
And now it's a retake into a pit. A 1 versus 2 for Gobera. But the Viper just on the other side and dead. 1v1. Gobera up against one of the greats. A tap on the spike, but he doesn't know where Ye is. Ye and all to work with, and that round is his. EG 1 away from putting 2G to bed.
EG just not wasting a moment on that exec once they committed. And it's unfortunate too, because yeah, LZ tries to teleport out, all he has is the Sheriff. And Zap, I think because the pit goes down with the spike being planted, he thinks he has a moment to try and catch a really fast timing. And he knows the pressure's on, because Gobera is so far away. He is in a 1-on-2. It's an unenviable position.
Icy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a brutal way to start this. Oskia dead in an instant, a lot of ults being used. They absolutely need to win this.
No!
They don't! The silver lining of Zap getting that kill, but it's still a 3v4.
LZ has held on to the space into Rubble, has called in reinforcements of Zap. But LZ still doesn't have a gun. You'd almost expect 2G to creep forward. As Drone only sees the typical lurker. That is fake information.
And 2G, do they fall for it? Walking up is LZ, straight into EG's trap. 2G though, great paranoia. That gets him the space to escape.
Honestly, that is fine. And the truth is, with LZ having the ultimate, he could potentially ult over to C if 2G wanted to try and hold on to this site. Don't think they're gonna have the opportunity to do so. As missiles go on in, clear away Cypher trips, and camera spots out all 4 players on EG.
Gobera in the smoke. One of the 2 Vandals in his hands, but he's already dead. And now only 2 left alive. Make that one, yay. On this Clove. He's got 2 lives to close this one out.
Zap in a 1-on-4. But Ye's up there, not gonna happen. EG start off stage 1 strong, taking down 2G in their opener.
13-8 on map number 2. It was a close one to start. 2G had their chance, but in the last 2 rounds, it slipped away. And it's going to be another 2-0 loss on their record.
Still looking a lot stronger than I think we saw from 2G during kickoff. But on the other side of things, evil geniuses. They're able to equalize in that first map, even once things start getting a little bit ugly towards the end, and come back with a much stronger Lotus to close things out 2-0.
Yeah, a great day from Icy and Ye. Icy especially, I think, super impressive on that Waylay map 1.
Yeah, the Waylay was so fun to watch, especially the slower side execs, because you'd expect a double dash into side, everything like that. Nah, Icy was a little bit more composed than that, taking his fights as they came. And Nature, too, with some huge rounds on both of those maps. They're having some fun up there.
Second win of the season for EG. Hoping to build more off of this. But looking at the strength of schedule, this was the one they needed to win. They have that goal checked off, and now it's on to even harder opponents.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time in stage 1, right, in the regular season. You've got, what, 5 weeks of gameplay? 5 opponents trying to take down. Getting this one was big. I do also want to shout out Oskia, right? First time stepping onto the stage here with the 2G squad. That first map had a couple of big openers towards the start of things. Here too, clutching some important moments as well to take some rounds for 2G.
They did a good job today, I think, of dispelling the narrative of being the free win team. Kickoff, they only won 17 rounds. It was a stomp into another stomp. It was brutal for 2G. Today was different. This was a close match. 1 or 2 rounds different on either of these maps, and it could have been theirs.
I think they already won more rounds today than in kickoff, so.
Yes, quite literally. 19 today, 17 in kickoff. It's only up and up from here.
Yeah, it was also great, like seeing Zap up there, finding himself a little bit, fragging out, having fun, getting rowdy, getting loud. That was a good look to see from the leader.
It absolutely was. I mean, just great stuff across the board from them, but EG looking great today. They have their first win of stage 1, and for your Verizon post-match interview, it's Dan Dryad standing by with Icy.
Thank you, guys. That's right. I'm here with Icy after that 2-0 win against 2G. Can we hear it for Icy, everybody? It has to feel good to start stage 1 with a win, and also with your Waylay debut. Can you tell me what it was like to play this agent? You were going insane on that map 1.
I mean, Waylay is just really fun. I'm not gonna lie. It's a fun character. I hope to play on more maps and just, you know, keep owning. Because I was dashing in there, shorting people. It was a lot of fun. So it was, yeah.
It looked really cool. And something that we noticed as well on the second map is you guys are experimenting a little bit with the compositions. We saw Ye on the Clove as well, as we just talked about as well, you on the Waylay. So how do these compositions come to be? Is it just Potter? Is it everybody kind of having an input? And how do you feel about the meta right now?
A lot of it is Coach Potter, but I would say like a lot of it's just like comfort roles, like what we feel nice on. You know, we try a lot of comps in the like break time between kickoff and stage 1. So we were just trying things, and I think we found the comps we were looking to play in the meta, so feels good.
And a lot of them were really clutch, and everything that you were able to do in these maps was pretty impactful. So going into the expectations, because on kickoff, we didn't really get to see much of you. So what are the expectations that people should be having for Evil Geniuses on stage 1?
I think people should expect more wins. You know, I think that we had a rough kickoff, and we all know that, and there's things we're touching up on. So I think we're improving on the things we need to improve on, and we're feeling better going into stage 1.
And that's something that I like to hear for EG. My last question is, it's a double question. So number 1, that next match is 100 Thieves against Sentinels, that classic. But those are also the next 2 teams that you're going to be facing. So tell me, who's winning that next match, and how do you feel about facing those 2?
My prediction is I'm going to take Sen 2-0.
Okay, 2-0.
And then, let's see. I mean, I'm looking forward to both those games. I think it's going to be a good game today, and I look forward to playing both those teams, because I know they're both pretty solid. So, yeah.
That's going to be a good matchup, and that's the one that is coming up next. Icy, thank you so much for the interview. We're going to throw it to a break, and then we have El Clásico.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The rivalry between SEN and 100 Thieves is fun for us because we get to have as much banter as we want.
We got to see them at Masters. They looked horrible, thank God.
Prowler might force him off to the side here, but 100 Thieves still need to get this defuse. It's up to Zelsis. The Vibes Merchant himself has to salvage. And Boosty Boy gets his team in the game again.
I mean, Booster as a player is terrible. Like, I actually don't know how he won a champs. It's kind of like me winning Madrid.
He's horrible.
Actually, now that I'm talking about this, we're kind of the same, and I hate you, but I love you at the same time.
This is it. The Null Commander set them up, and instantly around the corner, Zelsis waiting. Oh my God! What a thrifty!
Xander's insane. I mean, he's much better than Bang. I just want to beat Sen, so Bang cannot say anything else and make him like regret his choice of leaving us.
Now it's up to Xander. Can he stop this? One headshot, two, and a defuse for the raid is interrupted. Xander has arrived.
We're gonna destroy him.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and a big hello to all the clout chasers, co-streamers, social media gremlins, and anyone like that on the internet that enjoys some good drama, because it's now time for Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. You got GB here alongside Brennan Wyatt as we break it all down. Fellas, we've sung this song multiple times in the past.
It's like Rocky V at this point.
Really is.
You know what I'm saying? It's
it
like,
really is.
I said a hot take before we even came into this. I was like, just put the game in the bag. I'm tired of this match between these two. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't want to deflate the hype out of the room here.
You guys can the game that is placed the last of the weekend to drive the
carrying the
hype and
viewership.
excitement.
It's like really pushing.
It's the main event.
Yeah, Brent's like, don't want it.
I was more excited about 2GEG.
Ooh, hot take. That actually, hold on a second.
I'm expecting more pushback at this point.
Or this one.
By the way, none of this is planned. We can get into this segment actually anytime we want. None of this was planned.
Well, look, guys.
It's this one. Oh, I mean, this does, honestly, you kind of segue nicely into this point, which is that it keeps happening.
Yeah.
We've been getting this for a long time.
And it's a little one-sided.
Yeah,
it's a little one-sided.
We all remember when SEN took the win in the JBL Quantum Cup.
Yo, I think I casted that one. Which one? No, never mind. That one's later. Never mind. I casted a JBL Quantum Cup ages ago. I remember, and I don't know if I got paid. Jokes aside. In any case, I'm kidding. Of course I was paid. Come on, guys. Maybe tells me I'm rich all the time. Now, in any case, though, folks, it is the thing, right? This is the Clout Wars, as we had talked about previously, and it's because these are two very popular teams. A lot of people love these guys. You know, whether you're a 100 Thieves fan, you know, going off online, or whether you are a Sentinels fan who has just constantly been huffing the copium after Bangkok. There is a lot going on here, but I think it's safe to say, though, that this, Wyatt, is still going to be an exciting matchup because we got to see what's going on with Sentinels post-Bangkok. What's going on with 100 Thieves?
Oh, yeah. Listen, people always post the image, this isn't a rivalry, they, you know, the whole thing, and that's because Sen always seem to beat 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I think they've got a great shot at winning today. They had a fantastic match against each other at the beginning of Kickoff. I'm excited to see them run it back, personally.
Big questions, though, I think, for the Sentinels team, because they did have a really strong kickoff performance. They peaked towards the end in the finals against G2. I think they played the best that they really have all year long, and we didn't see signs of that, really, over the course of Bangkok. So that's what I'm going to be looking at, to be honest, for this one. And, of course, you know, you get your drama. It's like drip-fed to you at this point.
Yeah,
you're just locked into
spoon-fed drama, you know.
Locked into the machine.
Get it all set up a little bit.
I don't know why I'm so bitter coming into this. I got no reason to be bitter. I got no skin in the game here. I don't know why I'm so jaded about all of this. But listen, it's
you know what it is? It's because you made Brandon to a 2G fan. That's what it is. You made Brandon to a 2G fan.
So
and somehow I've
crouched down. Let people see the tweet. We're blocking the drama.
We're blocking the view, guys.
Look at this.
Hold on. We just got to make sure that we let everyone see the tweet. Now, here's the thing, guys.
Can you move your head?
When a team struggles, we often hear about the vibes being an issue. Here's what Zelsis had to say in his Bangkok press conference.
Oh, shut.
A big thing we're struggling with right now is we need to find the balance between hardworking and having fun. I think everyone on this team is super hardworking and wants to win, but I think a big thing of wanting to win so badly and wanting to work so hard is a little bit, you know, sometimes you're just running into a wall at a point, and if you forget how to have fun, then you're really just running into a wall. So I think a big thing for us is we need to find the balance between working hard and then also enjoying what we're doing, because if you're not having fun, then I mean it's very hard to play when you're not having fun, right? It's a video game at the end of the day. It's competition, and you know, if you're not having fun competing, if you're not having fun as a team, then it's very hard to pull through.
And you could definitely see the mental of Sentinels was rattled post Bangkok here. Did not have a great showing out there. Going out 0-2, not what they wanted to see, not what Sen City wanted to see. Brent, what were the takeaways that you got from Sentinels in Bangkok?
You can definitely feel like something was off watching their gameplay, I think, overall at Bangkok as well, in terms of the chemistry. The players, the coaches, like Kaplan has spoken about it to death at this point as well, because it's been quite a while since we've seen them. But there were issues that they need to correct. They have been working on these moments as well where you need to, I think what Zelsis said, it kind of hits the nail on the head, to be honest, which is you need to have fun at the same time as winning. You can't take it entirely seriously, applying all this pressure on yourselves to perform under this aspect of competition, because when you crack, when things go wrong, you need to be able to smile about it, brush it off, go next. GG, go next. And I think that's the biggest issue that I've seen currently with this iteration of Sentinels. They've got the talent, but in terms of that like mental resilience, that aspect of the game, it's not tangible. You can't measure it in terms of stats, but it's missing there, I think. They lost it when they got rid of, well, not got rid of, but when Sassy and Tens were leaving the roster. I think they missed that aspect somewhat along the line, even though they've shored it up with more firepower.
Yeah, I agree. It's not tangible in the form of stats, but it's tangible in this. Yeah, there's a presence, there's a feeling.
Like, I feel comfortable if I turn to my left and I see Sassy right next to me. You know, and honestly, like, as a player.
Beautiful bald man.
Oh, yeah, that is true. I mean, I am impartial because we're both, you know, beautiful bald men. But I will say that, like, when you see someone like that and then you turn to your right and you got freaking 10s right there, too. It's like, that's a big confidence boost, right? But now you got a lot of young people coming, a lot of, you know, new faces coming into this one. Makes it a little challenging.
We got a lot of young people coming
together. A lot of the youth.
Video games together.
All the youth coming together here, of course. Now,
right, old man.
Here's the thing. I'm going to punch you in the neck. Now, here's the thing. Sentinels released a revealing clip that showed the team after they were eliminated. Let's actually go ahead and check this out and we'll talk about it.
We're going to be emo, and this blows, but I'm going to say some stuff and it's going to be kind of harsh, but if I don't say it right now, it's going to eat at me, and the things that I say apply to me as well. I'm not just yelling at you, like lashing out at you guys, like it also applies to me. But like truly, we should be embarrassed and disgusted with how bad we looked. Like there were so many rounds that we threw, and this series should have been an easy 2-0. And even when we're at our, like, it should also be a bit positive that, like, even when we looked this it should have been a 2-0. But, like, truly, we looked completely fucking terrible. And I think our biggest thing is we have no adaptability. Like, Cap can give us a bunch of game plans, and Amin can micro us however much he needs to, but when we're in a situation that we haven't seen 100 times already, we just fucking crumble and freak out and lose. And that's going to be the biggest thing going forward. Like, we can go back in VOD and be like, this round's never going to happen again, this round's never going to happen again, this round's never going to happen again. But this whole game is rounds that will never happen again. Being able to adapt and do on the fly in the moment and do it together, that's what makes the good teams good. And we just don't have that right now. And I mean, I don't have a fix-all solution. Like, we can work hard and get better at it, but I think we need some urgency. Not like in the server, in the match that we need to put up urgency, but like in our regular lives, like we need to get better at this, and we need to work together to get better at this if we want to win these tournaments. We get in so many good spots, and then we just throw. And we can get in these good spots as much as we want, but if we don't know how to close them, if we don't know what to do in a 3v3 or a 3v2 or a 4v2, we're just gonna lose. Like, we can close these rounds so easily and make these games so clean. We just need some adaptability.
Damn, that was a harsh truth, but exactly what that Sentinels team needed to hear in that moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, I hard agree. And for a player like Zekken as well, who's quite young overall, but he's having to step into that maturity leadership role for Sentinels as well. I think this again speaks to this gulf and this gap that's been left by Tens and Sassy going away. That was a lot of experience that you're now going to be missing. Zekken has only been around very mature individual players, and he's been molded currently into a fantastic one, potentially one of the GOATs of all time. We'll reflect on his career, I'm sure, thinking about all the accolades that he's going to be piling up, but it's a lot to ask for because he's the one having to step up and bring, you know, even having the hard conversations with the rest of the team.
That is a really good point, actually. He has been molded by some of the most mature players in top Valorant history, going back from Xset into Sen into
also been coached by Kaplan for such a long time at this point as well.
Absolutely. One thing I do want to extract from that whole monologue he had, though, was the mention of urgency, and not just in the server, but outside of it, and tying that back to the Sen team when they returned from Madrid last year, how much they struggled off the back of that tournament and the time spent there, and now failing completely to meet their goals at Bangkok, having to come back against a fresh 100 Thieves team that are hungry off of a loss to Sen. And they're going to be firing on all cylinders, I think, despite where they were at. They were so impressive. So that urgency needed to kick in, needs to kick in for tonight.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. You're going to need that. And you're also going to be looking to some of the key players here, some of the newer faces joining the team. Players like Nary, for example, who, you got to feel that for this individual in this moment in time, Brent, he's got to meet the moment. He's got to be here with the Sen squad. Kind of like what Zekken said, show that urgency with everyone else.
Absolutely, but I think it's no secret. Everybody knows it. Narrator's a player that wears his heart on his sleeve, is the kindest way to say it. He is incredibly emotionally driven. When the going gets rough, it can be very tough for them as a team. There's been many moments where Zelsis is having to step in and really just kind of interrupt Narrate before he really gets going and bringing down the general vibes of the team. Like, this is something that we've seen repeatedly since he's been brought into the roster. And I don't say this to single him out as an individual, but it's a very good good moment for him to reflect on his own career later down the line. Look at this as a moment of reflection for him. How do I turn this around? How can I keep the emotions in check, you know, not let it bleed around the people around me, the teammates around me, having to constantly be telling me, it's okay, listen, we'll keep it calm, it's okay, just focus on to the next round. That's what's missing when I see this team right now in its current iteration. And that's the difference between what makes a good team a very great team and a team that's going to be lifting trophies. So I don't say this to single out in the race as an individual. I don't ever really want to be put that pressure onto him, considering the amount of pressure that's always on these SEN players. But I think for him, this is a golden opportunity for him to really evolve and take the next step as a player. That next step that really turns you into one of the greats.
No, you know, you're so right. And actually, we did get an opportunity to catch up and narrate earlier on today. Dryad standing by.
I'm here with Narrate ahead of that 100 Thieves versus Sentinels matchup that everybody has been waiting for. And Narrate, you already played your first international with Sentinels. What are some of the learning lessons from that international event in Bangkok that you're hoping to apply for stage 1?
Yeah, so I think in Bangkok, you know, we learned a lot about our team, what makes us, you know, play better, what makes us play worse, the things that affect us, you know, during the game and outside of the game. I think one of the biggest things we learned is, you know, just, you know, keeping the team vibe up, learning to enjoy the game as we're playing it on stage and off stage. And yeah, I think we're going to go into that match with that in our heads today, and yeah, hopefully it'll go well.
Excited to see you. Best of luck.
Fun is the word of the day for Sentinels, but when I do think of a team that likes to have a good time, it's 100 Thieves on the other side. You got Boosty over there walking around the hallways here at the Riot Games Arena with his freaking boombox, living his life to his best degree here. But here's the thing, it ain't all sunshine and roses for these guys either, right? They got eliminated at kickoffs by Energy after Sentinels put them in that spot, Wyatt. So this is an opportunity for 100 Thieves to really correct a wrong.
I really believe that this 100 Thieves team were performing far better in this server than if you just look at the standings of where they finished at kickoff actually shows. They were a high quality team. They played some fantastic maps. I think they really just owned themselves with some bad map pick ban decisions, really overrated their bind, kept picking it and losing on it. But on other maps, they looked phenomenal, like on Split, where they completely dominated SEN on, you know, in that matchup that they eventually lost, you know. So I'm looking at them to be cleaning that aspect of the game up, having some better pick bans, and hopefully figuring out their bind.
Yeah, no, there is, well, I mean, that's something that they won't be needing to worry about too much here as well, right? Which I think is a bit of a plus for them. But of course, we'll see what we get from 100 Thieves when they take the stage in just a little bit. For now, though, let's hear what Asuna had to say as to Dryad ahead of today's match. Excuse me. Enjoy.
Hey guys, I'm here with Asuna, and Asuna, we saw on Kickoff that you guys were finding your style, you were playing a lot of the neon, and it was fitting you really well. What can we expect for the stage 1? Is it more of that? Is it maybe a little bit of Waylay? What can you tell us?
Obviously can't hint anything about Waylay, but definitely a lot of neon and movement characters, you know, just trying to surprise people, but we'll see. Maybe we'll lean into G2 style comps. You never really know with our team because we have a lot of flexible players and we can play anything, so yeah, but it should be exciting in this SEN game.
Can't wait to see you. Good luck.
Now, I hard agree, I think, with some of the points that Wyatt was saying before we even got into this, that 100 Thieves didn't look as bad as their standings were overall showing. And a part of the reason for that, I think, is that they come into these rounds, these games, with very good ideas overall. And Zik's preset plans is the key to victory. See how this happens. And they end up sending a fault line. Sage flows over the top. Salvo's coming out along with the nade. And it's all combined. If you take that into account and you build plans around round 1, round 3, round 13, and the bonus round conversion, if you eventually get it, that's going to be a key to victory. The second moment that I pulled as well is their pistol round 13 as well. So let's play this one out. It starts off with a very standard A ramp take where they send it flying forwards. Round 13 is from the exact same game again. They send it all the way flying forwards. It's a bit slow to begin with. They catch the contact. They use the fault line. They push them back and away. But the overall goal of it, actually, if I just zoom in real quick onto the minimap, is to get a bit of a collapse going as well. They're going to path all the way through into vents to try and capture these players, push them up through mid on top of it, and get the squeeze going onto them. Now, it doesn't end up working out. In the end of the day, Sentinels end up realizing this. They react appropriately. They pull backwards and away from it. So these opening advantages. But the point of this that I really wanted to show you is that they are putting clear thought into these opening game plans to try and snowball these advantages. And when it works really well. On this particular map on Split against Sen, they ended up winning in a dominant fashion because of this exact scenario that I'm talking about, with Zix putting in the thought with these preset ideas. It's also one of the reasons why 100 Thieves should be much better, I think, in this week-to-week format, where they have a week to prep for every single opponent, rather than going into the tournament and having to play and prep just every single other day. So, listen, I'll send it back over to Des to just talk it over for the final few moments of this one, but 100 Thieves should be looking better overall, just I think in the group stage. It's going to be suiting them a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, Wyatt, you've been big on the 100 Thieves stocks. You think this is going to be a win for them today?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, in our 90-50-10 prediction thing that we did at the top of the day, my 50% chance was 100 Thieves go undefeated in this group. It is the softer group, though obviously there's still high-quality teams, but I really do think that there's a strong possibility that they could pull that off, format being a reason. I think they're going to look good today.
All right, folks. Well, here we go. It's now time to get the show on the road for Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out NA's finest. And let's go ahead and welcome out your first squad from Sand City. It's the Sentinels. Fun fact about this Sen roster, we've been doing things all throughout the weekend here with our block party. Sentinels only team that has been here every single day, and even when they're not playing, they have been putting in a ton of work to support the community that's coming out, and you hear the crowd. They love these guys.
Yep, I already submitted my Holo 10s card to PSA. Hopefully I'll get that graded back soon.
You are ridiculous.
And flip that on eBay later.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and see if we can bring out their opponents here in just a moment. But there goes the Sen boys as they get ready for this matchup. It's going to be a tough one. But let's welcome their opponents to the stage. It's 100 Thieves. And again, you got so many people in the crowd here excited for this one. Lots of 100 Thieves fans coming through as well, Brent.
Yeah, absolutely. And a long time for them to prepare as well for this upcoming matchup. So they've known for quite some time now. And I'm expecting similar stuff that I kind of went over in that Telestrator. Good preset plans, good ideas to try and get that early advantage, snowball it. And there's a bit of beef between these two teams. And we were kind of alluding to it, I think, at the beginning of this block before we even got into this game here. But with just, you know, Bang moving over to Sentinels. These 100 Thieves boys, they're kind of out for blood, honestly, a little bit. Now, I mean, I'm sure it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek ever so slightly, but there is that rivalry between these two teams, not just the history over these entire years of VCT that has existed as a competition where they've played countless times, but even just internally, these players, they want revenge, I think, for what ended up happening this year.
Yeah, they most certainly do, Wyatt. Let's see what we get with the maps here.
I'm excited to see this map pool. And, okay, Pearl coming in from Sentinels, 100 Thieves taking us to Haven. That is very interesting. And then we have Split for the last map. On Pearl, I'm keeping a close eye on Cryocells because a couple years ago when Pearl was in the map pool, his opping was unbelievable on defense on that map. There was a game, in fact, against Sen where they were down. He goes on defense, drops 20 plus just on that half with the op to bring 100 Thieves back in the game. It's outrageous. But in Kickoff, his opping was some of the worst we've actually seen from him. I need to see a bounce back from him, and he could carry them over the finish line on this first map.
Yeah, the pressure is on for both of these teams, I think, in terms of just showing up expectations. It's a weird scenario to be in, but with Sentinels having performed so poorly at Bangkok, they're going to be wanting to come into this match setting the kind of tone and pace, I think, early on for stage one. And for 100 Thieves, it's a little bit about revenge as well, and actually showcasing that they're not just going to be going out early whenever they get the chance to play in some of these tournaments. This is the big one here. The map pool, I think, is shaking up as well to be really quite interesting. You've got big maps that allow for a lot of slow macro play. It's really going to be coming into, I think, the calling to some degree as well for these teams. Opening with Pearl and Haven, we are going to be in for a treat.
Ooh, absolutely. All right. And I mean, we are getting from Sen. They're taking us to what we've been seeing from them. Hell of a lot of Zekin on Yoru. John QD playing the Tejo, Zelsis, his Vice, and towards the end of Kickoff, really starting to heat up. He was having some of the best maps he ever played. That is into the double duelist from 100 Thieves.
This comp now, the teams are playing on Pearl more and more so often. Neon, Yoru, incredibly fast rotates. On defense or attack, you're going to be able to work the map, not just on the attack side. On defense, you're going to be able to Yoru TP exactly where the action is. Neon's going to be able to follow the sound cues as well. It's going to be difficult, I think, for Sentinels on their attack. They're going to have to push and pull very effectively to ensure they're not running into stacked players.
It's funny that going into 2025, everybody was so annoyed at Asuna playing Neon after getting bested by Jerwin in an off-season tournament. But then in Kickoff, his Neon was phenomenal.
Well, folks, the arena's packed, the hype trains are running, and the subs are being gifted all over the place. So let's go ahead and get this show started, shall we? And send it over to your casters. Who better than Riv and Vansili?
That's right, we're ready to get into this matchup. It's gonna be a good one. We see Sentinels bringing out the same comp here for Pearl. 100 Thieves bringing out a third different comp and 3 plays now, and they're going with a double duelist comp this time on Pearl.
Exactly, you can't start week 1 of VCTs without an El Clasico, or as Xander liked to call it, the El Cloutico, and I like to call it that way too. But the most important thing into those changes that you just mentioned, Riviton, for 100 Thieves is the first time that CryoCells picks a Yoru ever. So now when Wyatt's talking about, hey, I want to see a resurgence of CryoCells going into split 1, how he's going to look like with the operator, he has a good chance to do this with this Yoru, especially on this map, and on the defense is where they start.
Interesting that their evolution has been a Killjoy and a KO to the KO and the Vise, and now a double duelist, but still keeping that Vise in there for 100 Thieves. They look over towards the B side here with a bit of a default look towards the right, but great pressure as they push forward. John Cutie starts us off with first blood. Util cycling back and forth. Doesn't look like 100 Thieves wants to give up the space too much. They will continue to push back Sentinels to figure out how much they want this B long position. And great hold by Cryo as he already teleports back over to see what's going on at A.
And now we get into the mid-rounding where Sentinels, you remember what the Zekin just talked about in the video, where it comes down to adaptability. If they're not facing against something that they're used to, they kind of just crumble. And this is a perfect example right here with this double duelist that 100 Thieves are coming out with. And we're in this mid-mark where Sentinels are kind of split across the map. Giving up here this B rotate in the very beginning because they were getting pressured by 100 Thieves. But they're slowly going back into this split.
Yeah, they're very healthy. Easy to keep peeking that long side. 100 Thieves are going to sniff this out and start leaning back to the correct way. Seeing the stars go down, they try and position for a bit of defense, but this street lurk could be huge once the engage happens. EU's eyes are on that position. Oh, but his eyes get closed really fast. Lights out for him, and Sentinels come flying through. Xander just able to creep around the backside of the site now as he waits for Cryo to come in. Zelsis and John Cutie trying to pressure the plant.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Oh, slowly the creep in from Cryo, ever so quiet, is able to get that first one, and just a sliver of health here for Zelsis. It looks all too over here in favor of 100 Thieves.
One enemy remaining.
Zelsis says no. Zelsis says no. Does find out where Cryo is. Gets out another Vines. Starts to delay a little bit more.
Misses it.
6 shots in the Ghost. Knows the defuse is a fake. Sees the leg. Gets to play the time. Gets to play the position. But now behind the box device, the Vines go down. He's playing Cryo. And he gets Cryo. The triple coming in from Zelsis for the Red Bull clutch.
What a start from Zelsis. Going on this Vice on a 1v2. Missing the Vines, going on to the spike, but still we just talked about adaptability, turning it back into its favor and keeping Cryo sticked onto the position. Even if he loses the duel, there's a possibility that Cryo loses from HP running back to the spike or losing on time. And that's how you want to start things.
Man.
Big battle coming in from both sides from the pistol round. And it ends on a 1v1, beautifully played by Zelsis, and Sentinels continues with early aggression on the A side, but so far for 100 Thieves, they've been reading the correct stacks from the pistols to the second round. Looking to once again maybe surprise through with Asuna at the point. But looks like finally they'll decide otherwise. Falling back from that smoke, giving a chance here for Sentinels to potentially take control of this long A and the orb, but they're just using this scenario to insert Zekin as the rest falls back to work towards middle.
Yeah, they look around, 3 towards a position, pull back. They did the same thing towards B last time Sentinels did. They feel comfortable having that kind of default on the map so they don't have to fully regain any position with too much utility.
Big map manipulation. So Zekin already TP'd back with everybody else. You see here now the inserts on the initiator of Narrate instead. So at that minute mark, they're trying to see if 100 Thieves are going to try to push out. But 100 Thieves have found a little gap. They've gone behind Zelsis. They might catch players off the rotate. Busu's going to hear this. It's going to keep the 2 players towards the A side ready to go.
Spike down.
Ooh. Did not expect that push up that far from 100 Thieves on this round after having sourced the map. Sentinels get caught off a bit, and the same thing goes for Xander here as Zelsis comes flying through mid, and now he gets to play the push and pull on the backside. That's going to be tough, but Asuna with another classic 3 coming up very fast. Cryo clears one. That's the round. That's a thrifty.
A big start from the IGL out of 100 Thieves. Busio catching a rotate and also dropping a spike. Even if the lurk was beautiful from Zelsis, the rest of Sentinels were not ready for the initial push towards the middle. That gap that was starting off towards the arc just allowed here 100 Thieves to get ready on that position. I mean, look at all these crossfires set up.
Thrifty.
Out. Nice! Yo! Same thing as us! Yo,
Chest pounding coming from both sides as they start off today. The third round now is going to be Phantoms almost across the board. We still see Busio with the lower buy, but Sentinels with a death ball looking to clean up one of those weapons and see if they can't pull back a little bit with some power.
Exactly. Pack mentality. You already have a TP back towards the spawn. 100 Thieves are in a good spot here to just have the numbers to stop this push.
Ooh, tough spot for Xander. He's going to have to spray a bit. That's going to be a Phantom in the hands of, what is that, Zelsis? Narrate grabs it, but has to plant towards the right side now.
Out towards the church. Big Vice ult coming out from Zelsis from how he popped off on the first and second round. That's going to delay the retake even more for 100 Thieves.
Keeping that Phantom protected here. You see it right in front of Zelsis on Narrate. They start to move in. Forefront of this is going to be Asuna to make the distractions, break the crosshairs. The rest of 100 Thieves come through with shots over the shoulder of their teammate to clear the site. And John Cutie Sheriff has to really ring true here if they're going to find anything. Cryo cleans that up. A nice job making sure A was clear. Another round for 100 Thieves.
And very good for 100 Thieves to even not split up here on that retake. It was a long rotate back after the Vice ult from Zelsis was popped out. So staying as a pack mentality on the defensive side allows for you to have better trades here with better weapons. Again, the only thing that they had on the side of Sentinels was that Phantom picked up by Narrate when Xander got caught a little bit off. But in the end, still a good round for 100 Thieves. Still very clean. No shenanigans coming through. Back for Sentinels. And we talked about the op now. At the desk here from Wine. Already is about to get tested. Cryocells looking to get control on the top of B. It's fairly slow for Sentinels, though. They are just trying to expect maybe that type of Yoru peak TP away, so they just want to play it a little bit safe in the very beginning. They also don't hear too much Initiator utility coming out. Finally, as the Prowler comes through, they know here that EU is playing towards Art. I'll try to push him back.
Super quiet. And everybody's kind of on a solo mission right now.
Yeah.
With that safety of gate crash, it's easy for Zekin to look for that first kill. You see the same thing as you were saying from Cryo, still pushed up long. So that information to be sourced, that Sentinels is definitely working the middle of the map because you also have Busio and Asuna so far up street.
Everybody could be heavily focused towards the middle A side because of this position right here from Cryo. Even ults for information. This now confirms the hit towards the A side. And Sentinels knows that they have to come through, but the decoy brings up the wall, and now it actually even slow things down even more. And now 100 Thieves are in a perfect spot once again to stop the push from Sentinels.
They still have Busio on that lurk, so the focus is now towards A site. Zekin's trying to open this for his team. Maybe some util over the shoulder to gain that space, but it's just going to be some of the dry peaks.
Big
Relay
stun.
bolt coming out. Yeah, that's going to be a hit and no more movement forward, but Narrate still finds Cryo. They're trying to peek out of the woodwork, and these are the shots coming in favor of Sentinels until 100 Thieves close in from each side. It's, however, just Busio left after the firefight inside the site.
And they don't know where he's at. It's been a while here since the action has continued. Ooh, finally spotted by John Cutie off that plan. Very nicely done as Sentinels are able to tie things up 2-2. 100 Thieves did a great job to delay as much as they could here with the information that they gathered, the wall that stopped things up, the stuns that came through from Asuna, but towards the end, a refresh out from the util from Sentinels to re-hit back towards the site. They were actually pretty good in those protocols.
With that space taken, space used, you saw Yoru walking up through, getting that art area. Really nice job coming in from the side of Sentinels as Zekin just freely moving, and they say, let's take it again. Let's see if they can do a little bit more damage here. Some ults coming online soon, Vance.
Big ones. Big ones for sure. We start towards Art, already spotting 2, but nobody to help out on that. But that's going to help here. Sentinels start pushing forward. And even the wall from behind. Also is trying to close the gap, but he's alone.
Oh, he does hit Zelsis before he gets behind the smoke. Second joins the team, has to get out of Dimensional Drift. Narrate will watch the flank here, but it's actually a ruse. Asen has already run back.
And getting that pick also forced out the Armageddon from John Cutie. Sentinels were ready to split towards this A side, and it's so smart here for Asen to fall back, play the numbers, and also waste the time out of Sentinels. Now they only have a Fade ult to move forward and try to retake a site. At this point, it might be, we have to re-clear with Util. We gave our positions away, but the Nightfall might be the key thing, so Narrate has to stay up so far, but he's about to peek up against Boostio.
They have this backpedaling information. Now Boostio can stay safe, but look, Asuna still pushed. Okay, didn't stay too safe there. A nice pick off by Sentinels, pressuring mid. They still have a lot of work to do. Inserted is Bang, but they got about 30 seconds to get back to this site, and they're going to have to work through 3 members of 100 Thieves to get that spike down.
Should be a lot easier, though, as we mentioned, this Nightfall available. That should hit all 3 of them if they don't fall back. And it should be an easy take, but a grab well and a spam through, and it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, great utility usage. 1 for Asuna. Dashes it into the smoke, tries to get that spam, see where they might be. Wait, goes in the ultimate. They're gonna peek it, they're gonna swing it together. Beautifully done by Sentinels in the moment to pick the round.
This kind of saw John Cutie and Bang whip their head back from getting hit a little bit by the overdrive, but thankfully, the fundamentals continue here for Sentinels. It's been chaotic so far every single time that they've went into these hits on the attack side of Sentinels. And we keep going back and forth. I'm just loving so far the communication and positioning from both of these teams. And it comes down to these raw fights where whoever steps up to the plate, whoever feels it more is going to take it. It's Narrate. He's been pretty good and consistent so far. And although an emotional player, he's actually bringing the vibes up for sure with how he's opening up these sites.
A fantastic job all around. The mid-round calls are so good from both teams. 100 Thieves in great position to see where the calls are coming from, and John Cutie and the squad, like you said, knowing they have Nightfall, well, it gets the most value where they think we're going. So right on A, and they're able to push on through.
Yeah. I got to say, though, at least in the 5 rounds that we've seen so far from 100 Thieves, they've been, again, doing a great job understanding where Sentinels start on their defaults, or at least in the round.
Very true.
The pistol round, they had the perfect stack. Anti-eco as well. Then you have that push from Asuna. But what happens after that is once they stuff Sentinels, they are actually the ones that decide to fall back a little bit more and give Sentinels a little bit more space to work with. So instead of closing that gap and tightening it up, it gives a chance here for Sentinels to really move in and push the forefront and get those perfect trades and not get too much value of those that are able to flank in the very beginning. So I'd like to see a little bit more pressure coming out from Sentinels. Sorry, from 100 Thieves.
Right.
Something that they did a lot during Kickoff as well.
Well, it's definitely going to favor Sentinels' double initiator comp. They can work a little bit with that push and pull. If 100 Thieves do give them a window to work with.
There's that pressure.
That window going to shut, though.
Beautiful flash. That almost caught Zelsis there, and thankfully for that flash, they pushed him back, and Sentinels now knows that the pressure's up on middle. But a smoke's going to keep them from working a little bit here into the A site. We get to that mid round. 100 Thieves again. They were great stack in the very beginning. Do they actually want to continue to push the tempo against Sentinels?
We saw a fantastic seize there from EU too, just out everybody walking away marked. So Sentinels was pretty stopped on that entryway with the smokes that they had coming in from Xander. Nice little communication. And now this, again, this re-hit. The time Sentinels has to think, where they can always pick apart the map so far.
Yeah. And for 100 Thieves, you can see it in the mid mark there. Kind of just sticking together. They do have a lower buy. So it makes sense at this point. So you're hoping that you're reading correctly on this stack. And so far, so good. Asuna will be the first at the point. Just got caught in the high gear, but still gets the kill at the second. But it's a 4v4 with 37 seconds left. Nobody else has showed their hand, so this gives a chance here for the stack to still work.
Marked, so they know they can get around the corner here to Xander, but he wasn't cleared by the Prowler on this. Backside util fired out. Zelsis with 2 with the Phantom through a few smokes here as they start to clean up the rest of the members hanging out from 100 Thieves on the A site. Sentinels bring themselves to 4.
Great damage done, though, by 100 Thieves.
Whatever happens,
all the big flashes are huge for Sentinels to save these rounds. And of course, Narrate picking up the last kill again. Can we get the Turtle Hans in the chat?
Let's go, baby. Nice job. Let's go.
Uh-huh.
Yo, what is this pistol?
All right. We go back in. Round 7. Ops there for Cryo again. Certainly looking to slow things down at B.
A little bit of a change for Sentinels, though, going with the 2-1-2 and adding a lot of pressure in the very beginning at the long B side. That forces a TP right away, but really you can't activate out of that. Sentinels are still trying to see what this drone does by pushing cryocells away, if 100 Thieves are actually going to react more towards middle. So they're just waiting for these pincer maneuvers that 100 Thieves may be cooking up with. And that's just going to be a stalemate at the very beginning.
They like this art play. At least getting a little bit of space to see how 100 Thieves will react. There's a few times they push in. No noise made on this time. Well, maybe they did. It's actually a lot of respect given from 100 Thieves to prowl out who might still be there. Okay, now, yeah, they definitely made noise. Interesting. Well, they get a lot of util out of 100 Thieves there.
And also you see the setup from 100 Thieves. Usually the Vice wall always goes up towards that long B side to snuff the cross. But because they have Cryo with this rifle, with this op, they're going to count on him first. So they could use the wall somewhere else and have more focus of defense on the A side. But that said, now we got 30 seconds left. Everybody grouped up for Sentinels for the re-hit towards the A site, and once again, Cryo is about to get tested. Easy kill on the first.
He ran out with the skills out. We all do it. EU taking down another one. That op's going to be ringing free towards the back of the site still. And yeah, absolutely stopped in their tracks here with under 15 seconds left. That is going to be a save for the side of Sentinels as 100 Thieves go through this one flawless.
That was a little bit of too much time wasted out for Sentinels. Again, that 2-1-2 that they started still didn't get too much information.
I mean, it's our first B strat coming in here around
pistol,
7.
Pretty much.
Man. So they probably weren't expecting anyone to be there, more anchored back in the site. But now they know that op is there. So things change here and how late you can bring the round and who's going to be watching those hard angles towards site.
The thing is they have to be wary if they're moving towards this A side, trying to avoid the op. There's always the Nightfall from EU that can really slow them down, and they're always leading heavy towards this A site in the beginning for 100 Thieves. So Sentinel has to be ready for that. And even look at the change out for 100 Thieves. The op is actually moving towards the A main as well, so it'll be 4 players getting ready to push through.
Ooh, that relay bolt just about clocking everybody, but they still get the retaliation onto Asuna very fast as they rotate to the other side here. Center moving quick.
And that's thanks to Narrate with that haunt. Got the ping, sees some players towards the boxes, allows a free kill onto Asuna. TP is still up here for Cryo, so you could TP across towards the B site if needed be. But the rotate is actually going to be EU instead. This is a huge window of opportunity for Sentinels to take advantage of this B site.
A new look here from Sentinels right after that A hit, instantly down street. Site is clear and not even a problem dealing with Boostio as they get themselves situated with the spike down.
I'll find you.
Retake will be so hard.
Ooh. Spike planted.
Little bodyguardage. And just keeping themselves pushed off. Yeah, Celsius very clean. Ready. Let's push forward, looking for more. Trying to clean up one more for the ultimate.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes hunting for it. That's a great call. But already the TP escapes. It's Cryocells trying to save his op for the next round. That's one of the things here for 100 Thieves with the aggression. You get punished out of that with the Neon. I mean, it was something that was similar when we're pulling this Neon comp out with no Sentis on Lotus, for example. And you're forcing the team to be fairly active around the map. And when you lose one so early, there's just so many gaps to explore. And Sentinels read that perfectly to go back towards the middle street fight.
Yeah.
Knowing there was such a big focus of players leading towards A in the very beginning. The best thing that could have stopped him was basically Boostio if he had a setup of a Vice towards streets, but he didn't have it at that point. Oh, yeah, he couldn't see anything there when he got owned by the Armageddon.
And I think that's a great point is they're realizing that they're giving that window to 100 Thieves, so moving quicker, just absolutely executing off of that first push and not really giving a pull, just pushing on the other site too, throwing 100 Thieves off and catching them in the loop between sites. The op is still there for Cryo here.
Yeah, heavy lean towards the A side at the very beginning, maybe to try to get the Vice ult up here for Zelsis. That would have helped them open the A site.
My ultimate's ready.
It's going to be quick. The flash and potentially even the ult right away.
Oh, making sure the damage goes through. They're seeing maybe if they can get a few more bits of ult or a util out rather.
Yeah.
And they hold it.
Yeah, I think they held on to it because the both initiator util from the Prowler and the drone from John Q and Nary didn't spot anybody. So they weren't really sure if you're playing outside of sight, already ready to play the retake. So they want to save it for a little bit later. This might now become a fake towards the A site unless they get great control towards Art and re-hit on the split.
Always. Nice haunt clear. So they put a little pressure towards that street. There's actually quite a bit of open room towards the back of the site here.
They're stopped by a wall again.
All right, it got a little awkward, but they should be all right on this way out. Double initiator, right? They should have a util to make this happen. Oh my God, the meat grinder. Xander and Asuna just unload. Uh-oh. Okay, swings it back.
15 seconds left. It will allow Sentinels to get a plan, and Celsius catches players off the rotate.
Vans? No way they swing this round too, right?
They're both low on HP for Asuna and for Narrate. An ult available on the post plan. This is actually a winnable situation for Sentinels.
Low HP. Has one tag there. They don't know it's into the operator coming out though.
Beautiful sees two.
Oh my gosh.
Too clean for Narrate once again. A big kill that he had onto Busio, where you thought here through the X-ray that he was going to be the one getting caught off guard. Panic, wins the shot, gets to the site, everything stays cool right after. But this position right here to start, again, was a beautiful setup for 100 Thieves. It almost seems like the tides have turned here, where we're going back to what Zekian was mentioning before. Adaptability is there right now for Sentinels, but it's not really there for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, if you were ever looking at a round where a team had to adapt, that is a big check mark there for Sentinels.
Back to the pistol round.
Oh my gosh,
this time with weapons.
They read it completely, but they're going to read the speed back onto him. Relay Bolt gets a few stuns there, but they're still trying to get the trades when Zekin is more than ready to return fire. A clone helps him out, get out of that situation. Oh my God, they're just taking the fights. Are we going to find it? Where's Bustio? Where is he? Oh, they're guaranteeing this one. Gift wrapped with the dimensional drift if they can find him.
The respect on the anti-eco, but unfortunately doesn't get the ace. And now a winning condition. Busio always good with the Sheriffs. Heard where the TP came out from.
There it is. There it is, Zekin. Giving us our second one on the day. The iBuy Power Ace coming through strong.
Look at that. The piss round was perfect. The small change coming through here from 100 Thieves was that they added more players to push behind Asuna so they could fight towards that top.
Yeah.
But there was just so many players left for Sentinels.
Remember, each ace giving you the $100 gift card and $100 in iBuy Power rewards. Hashtag unlock your ace on socials. Man, we've got quite a few this week. They're being gracious. It's awesome to see coming into stage one as well that everybody is firing so hot. Back to mid here as we get into round 11.
Back to counting on EU to find the early information without the haunt. Prowlers to start at the very beginning. Leading out players, but as they're adding this pressure on this art side for Sentinels, they've also prowlered towards the connector so they could pinch through this. Escapes to safety at 150 HP still.
Somehow. Okay, they move out. Still this 3 pressure towards A site. Asuna takes down 1 in mid though, so it's going to be 4 pressure now, as that has to be John Cutie joining with the team.
I like that. Just the fact that they push back out.
Yeah.
Caught him off guard, and now Cryo's holding alone inside the site though.
The reaction time there of Cryo understanding it's not going to be the right target. EU, everybody trying to dodge the ultimate, the overdrive from Asuna. He slides in, he goes down immediately though. Great reactions by Sentinels as they turn around and they start to wipe out 100 Thieves.
Know where Bustio's at. He just got the kill into Zelsis, moving towards the back site.
Ooh. Just over the head of his opponent.
Dude, they were so separated for 100 Thieves when Asuna went in. Tried to surprise some players, but Sentinels continues to have such a great buddy system. That's twice here that the overdrive gets a little bit of damage, but there's just not enough DPS to get the players down, so the trade comes instantly.
Man opens it. He's like, man, these kill sounds are too loud. I gotta turn them down. I'm hearing them too much. I'm hearing them too much. All right, final round of our first half. A lot of action in mid lately. Both teams trying to pressure each other a little bit more and get under each other's skin as we go back to the extremities on this last round.
It's just how fast they went too after 100 Thieves decided to surprise them on top middle. Sentinels are looking very well oiled today in terms of keeping the gears going and controlling the first half on the attack. Now trying to play the contact. This is something new coming out on their side. Almost caught Busi off guard.
Oh, what a double peek. Nicely timed. The Guardian still doing damage now from all the way back in sight. And they just slow down this take. Cosmic Divide comes up, so there'll be protection wherever they want to go here.
That's maybe the silver lining.
Oh, never mind. Jig is up.
Yeah, even continuing ult for info. And even if they use a Cosmic Divide for a hit, you still have the Vice ult out from Busio for the retake. And just that ult and keep it in that spot. Cryo now takes full control of the A side.
Sheer activated here by John Cutie.
Splits them all up now. Very difficult for Sentinels to get some good map control.
They'll start to move through the street. Guarded well by 100 Thieves here. They've split their forces, I'd say accordingly, just to delay this one. But it is going to be in power of Sentinels.
Yeah.
Ooh, trades through the wall. Nice delay. Trying to keep that angle from Sentinels getting into the site, and that's where they just start to crossfire down onto the street. 8-4 as 100 Thieves will get a final round for themselves here in the first half.
Well done by 100 Thieves to stay calm here in the last round, despite the Cosmic Divide and pulling out their ult. You already had Cryo in the front of the A main, so when he didn't hear any footsteps of players from Sentinels pushing through towards Bart, easy for them to hold the crossfire here towards B. So they find a silver lining as well on the attack. They're closing that gap. 8-4 going into the half.
That was their best.
I think we're into a very good game here going back into the second.
Can't wait to see what that double duelist comp does on the attack side. I'm also excited to see what Dryad's doing over in the streamer booth. What's going on?
I'm joined by two very special guests, Nicewick and Illum. Can we hear it for them? They're supporting 100 Thieves today, just like a bunch of people in the audience too. And Nicewick, I want to ask you, you said you've been on the esports grind. So what is something that Valorant has that no other game has?
I feel like I'm all about community when it comes to esports. I just love passionate fans. And coming from Apex, the community is so passionate about the esport. And then I think seeing the Valorant Twitter and how much everyone cares about this esport in general, and also how much Riot cares about this esport, it really made me want to be a part of it a little bit more. So that's why I'm here today.
Yeah, everybody's so passionate. We know that for sure, especially for this matchup. And Illum, you just got signed to 100 Thieves 3 days ago. So tell me, why should everybody support 100 Thieves on this match today?
Because we're just the GOAT, you know? Just straight up, we're the best. It's definitely no bias here at all, you know? I'll be so real, I'm pretty new to the kind of Valorant Pro scene, but I've been really enjoying, the whole thing today has been amazing. I'm gonna be here like every week. Every single damn week I'll be here, I'm telling you. But
I might not be.
No, you will be, you will be.
Oh,
agreed, we've agreed.
Every week. And that's what we want to see, guys. Now, it is 4-8 right now on this map. Predictions on how this is gonna end up.
It's not going great for us right now. I think we could all see that, but I'm expecting a little bit of a bounce back. So, 13-9 us.
13-9?
What about you?
You know what? I could see a 13-9. I could see a 13-9. We'll take that. Yeah, I'll agree.
Yeah, I think I'm also going 13-9. We're in the same wavelength here, right?
Wait, 100 Thieves?
Yeah, of course. And with that, we're gonna send it back to the casters. Yeah.
One round for Sen on the second. All right. I mean, there's copium going around today, but they could be right. They could be right. The double duelist comp could come out firing. We've seen teams plan for this, and no, their attack side is stronger.
That's exactly it. Having double duelists on the side of 100 Thieves on the attack now, and Xander potentially the one that's going to help open things up to support Asuna. They're leaning for a split towards the B site at the very beginning. Busio looking for a push towards A. Just trying to identify if Sentinels want to play aggressive themselves, but they're actually playing a little bit further back, trying to play double flashes to counteract on a push towards B long. and heavily lean towards B.
Oh. Smoke goes up. It was going to be a dismiss, but they're going to fight through it here. Flash goes out, just preventing the kill there. Onto Zelsis, still has to hide on the column as Asuna is bringing around the fire now from Street, but Zelsis lives. He's still giving him hell here, and he's got Xander down to half. Oh, the right click just hits low, and he gets it again. A triple for Zelsis. Solo mode activated here on B-Long. Oh, finally, EU finds it, but it's only going to be so much. They return the favor very fast on that trade. And now Bang and Narrate have eyes on the spike, and they're working together.
And the U-tilt to support Zelsis around that. His own flash at the beginning, but then a recall smoke just to isolate the 1v1 at the top. Delays well enough here for the rotate from Sentinels, as they had their own battles to fight at the beginning towards Street. Looks like the last two players kind of want to give it up, even if the spike is up.
30 seconds left.
I mean, if you look at that respect, Asuna slides in and shoots them both. Why not?
Well, you're forcing him to walk and re-clear every single angle. So the more that he does that, the more of the clock gets wasted down. So now he has no choice but to make noise, go for the plant, and these guys could slowly close that gap, making sure that they keep the buddy system on his post plant.
Whenever it looks that sketchy, you wonder, but no, they had it. Sentinels still trading off each other. They're Narrate nice and healthy to get the final frag and get the pistol round for Sentinels.
Narrate continues to be super solid for Sentinels right now for these crucial kills. Now winning another pistol. Although the last time they won the pistol in the first half, they got thrifty right away. So now they want to keep it clean.
I mean, I think we just saw a quick buy from Asuna too. Can't wait to see if that sticks when we get back. This was crazy from Zelsis.
Yeah. It makes sense. You get a plant, sometimes you want to gamble for a stinger buy. Has worked out for some teams, as we know. But this time it's Asuna. Looks like he's just going to keep a Bucky.
Okay.
Sheriff onto Busio, but it has to be fairly quick somewhere, and it'll be towards Art.
Okay. That dive in, also giving Cryo a chance to get out safe on that right side back towards A. Goodbye. Bang doesn't even think twice about that.
Backflipped out of that one.
Oh my gosh, they're all so low, just trying to get into the site too. Vulnerable down here, and it's not going to help. Quick cleanup from Sentinels as they just go back and forth on the members entering the site of 100 Thieves. Sentinels grab round 2, nice and clean.
Yeah, looks like Asuna is just really counting on some player playing towards that double box just down towards Art. So he's slotting just for that one kill to hopefully allow some spacing for 100 Thieves to close through, but Sentinels did a great job playing so passively when he hurt the high gear, the sprint coming through from top middle, which allow here just Sentinels to play further back against the Classics and just getting easy kills. Not even allowing 100 Thieves to get a plant. Although the only one suffering from this buy is Asuna from getting a smaller shield with the investment of that Bucky on the previous round that he lost. And they'll try something again, working back towards the arm. Here's a push towards A, though.
Rinse and repeat, a little bit stronger at A. Like you said, they get a quick kill coming out of Zekin and start to push back. Man. So there's Art control. They just keep pressuring and flexing to get mid, and now they can insert so easily.
Thing is, they lost control towards the A side, so Boostio is already down. So no lurks, no inserts. Now it's just bear fighting, trying to close that gap right here onto Narrate. But it looks like Cryo doesn't want to push down towards Art. Just try to meet up with Asuna. It's about to come.
So sketchy. Having a Neon this far back behind the lines, they're trying to figure out how to guard it. At least 2 or 3 people looking this way. You can see John Cutie still wondering if they'll come out the backside there. And now Xander playing with danger here. Zelsis is just on the other side of the smoke. There they are to find him, but Zelsis still sources a kill right off the bat, taken down by Cryo. And it looks like they'll finally have the site. 100 Thieves slowly work their way in, but hurt on the way. Oh my gosh, this is not ending. Not giving each other time to think. Oh, looks to pull out with one shot, and it's still going to be 100 Thieves getting that one. Asuna gets the Vandal to end the round. A 5th one now for 100 Thieves, and they may be able to start something now after the bonus.
It's a nice little play right here from Xander, catching Zekin. If it wasn't for him here, it would allow 100 Thieves to get that split into the B side, especially when it lost Brucio so early into the round. So the continuous lurks of the Astra towards Long B is a bane right now to a lot of teams on the defense, and it seems as though this time Zelsis doesn't want to let that happen. So playing back to his position where he had such a good spot at the pillar. And Sentinels once again not giving a chance for 100 Thieves to even set up.
Quickly making it a single duelist comp. Taking away a lot of the pressure. And what a thoughtful buy, too, with all the low armors here. Sentinels really thinking about the entirety, the state of the game, as they're taking this one round by round and looking to make it happen again. Oh, EU actually fires back on a Zelsis. A little wayward there with the shots.
Enemy down. No charges.
Street now getting so much aggression. They got to find a way to get the spike out. EU's not in a great spot, and they're going to be able to take this one down as Sentinels just pressure 100 Thieves out of position. Looks to finalize the kill with a little high-low, but Zekin will grab a 3K now. 11-5.
Just two rival gangs fighting on the streets. And Sentinel stands up and steps out of that fight, only losing a couple of players in the process. I do respect what they were doing here from the crossfire setup from both Narrate and Zelsis here. He went for the jump spot just to see that there was one tethered, so he could actually swing out to go for that fight. Then we went back and forth. Narrate found a perfect timing on that spray through the smoke. Did not reel it out here. The flank to come through from the back lines. Now Sentinels are only 2 rounds away from closing it. Off the round with the barriers up. Hero Stinger onto EU instead of really giving it to Asuna, because he's trying to play with the Sheriff. But desperate measures to try to hit towards the A site, but every single time towards Art here, Riv, it gets denied.
It's John Cutie the difference. Narrates there just on the right side to help as well, and it looks like it might be the Stingers can't get through, and 100 Thieves get stung. Match point for Sentinels.
A.
We'll have a big cycle of ults coming up here for potentially the last round of this first map, both of them on Sentinels and 100 Thieves. But they haven't had too many good results. 400 Thieves working out towards even middle or B. I feel like all through all these rounds too, we haven't really seen 100 Thieves try to probe out towards the A side to see what the defense was kind of like. So if this has to be a Hail Mary to finally get into the A site overall with all of these ults, if they forgo and forget who actually plays towards the A side, any type of pressure coming out from Sentinels, that could be a nice little surprise that the defense could bring just to shut down the first map.
Man. Just looking at the alts and what can happen. There's going to be a lot up the next round. Won't even go over them, but it's going to have to be something 100 Thieves uses to get through this. We haven't seen the double duelist get off online because Sentinels keeps it offline. Just about every round they're taking out one of those duelists and making it tougher for 100 Thieves to get into the site.
Yeah, you'd think with the double duelist or Cryo playing onto this Yoru, you have like the clone pop flashes trying to come through, but it seems as though it's a lot of Prowlers and Asuna slotting towards the Art side, but not too much to support the second wave of util needed to enter towards these sites. And Sentinels are doing a great job here. Maybe it's just the fact that they're playing so much further back. And 100 Thieves are playing for the close range fights with the initiator here of EU. And the close flashes from Cryo, and it catches them a little bit off.
A little flash presence from Boostio. Quick rose over towards the right side. So just so Sentinels gets the audio cue, and it looks like they're trying to do that across the map here. Make Sentinels think every place is getting pressured. And you can see they're actually taking a little bit farther back line of scrimmage.
Did Zelsis just peek out to stop the clone, so he can't even activate the wall too? So that wall is going to stay up here towards this B site. So thrown by Cryo gets fully denied, and this is perfect now for Sentinels on the defense.
You are divided.
There's Cosmic. And see how much room this actually gives them to hide. Cryo's not going to be able to find much. They're really going to be on the other side of the wall. He gets one. And that gives Sentinels a bit of room to hide here. They could come flying through this wall unexpected. 100 Thieves do still have that lurk from Xander if things start to go real bad.
You talked about the ult galore out from the defensive side. The best thing here that that they have on 100 Thieves is EU, just to try to counter it back. That's why he's tucked in safe here in the corner, getting ready to pop it back against them.
Oh, one's grabbed. They see that trail running out of sight. Arsenal's gone.
But HP gone on the side.
Yeah, this
Sentinels.
is going to be real tough. Everybody's trying to tiptoe around the site right now to see who can get the first kill. Nobody wants to be that first one. They are just handshaking right now, but it's Sentinels with 4 out of nowhere as they start swinging back and forth. And that's going to be Zelsis with the final one, the final round in the defuse as Sentinels take Pearl.
Dominating victory on the side of Sentinels to kick things off here in this El Clasico. El Clautico between both 100 Thieves and Sentinels, and it was them all along. I mean, you saw some great things coming out from both Zelsis and Narrate, openers and closers for the team. Man, they were looking so good here on a map that, again, you're going into, you mentioned it at the beginning of this game, they didn't come here with a compositional change on the side of Sentinels.
Yeah.
You know, coming back from Bangkok, having a little bit of less time to practice or change comps, but it was still good enough to come up against a brand new comp out of 100 Thieves. They were not flustered, and this right here probably is what starts the momentum for the side of Sentinels to know that they could fight toe-to-toe with the compositional change.
That play was crazy. The amount of 3Ks, 4Ks, Zekin coming up with the 5, that ace right there in the round, boop, gets it on to Boostio. Incredible stuff for Sentinels coming out in their first game here, stage 1, but we still got a series here between Sen and 100 Thieves. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
Down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
up and above onto Heaven. Maybe there's time to be taken, but the flash is not picture perfect. Everybody blinded up.
So they are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Bustio capitalizes on 2 more.
It's a statement map for Sentinels. On their map pick of Pearl and Kaplan, something that we saw during Bangkok and after Bangkok on those blocks was a little bit of frustration for the team, the things that the team was doing or not doing. So how do you make sure that everything is fixed for the stage 1 to make sure you make it to the end?
Yeah, I mean, it all started with just taking a break after Bangkok, and we've really emphasized both letting our frustrations out more directly to each other, makes us a closer team, but also knowing how to be a little bit more patient, right? You know, we're a new team. We got second in Kickoff. We should be proud of where we're at. We should realize it takes time and go a little easy on ourselves, not forget to enjoy it. And I think that the gameplay benefits of that are already shown so far.
And the Sentinels fans were absolutely enjoying that map. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
And Sentinels continue their winning ways in this rivalry against 100 Thieves. They're up 1-0 right now in this series. And dare I say, pretty dominating performance. 13-5 on Pearl. GB here along with Bren and Wyatt. And yeah, I mean, Wyatt, this was... Look, you guys were selling me on 100 Thieves, and I'm still on board. I'm still on board. I'm not off of the train yet, but what happened?
Don't get rid of the dividends just yet. Okay? When you're taking a look at the map pool, I don't want to exaggerate and say that this was necessarily must win for the series for Sen, but there was a lot of importance on Pearl because when we go to Haven next, it was a map that they were banning in Kickoff, then they finally had to play because they were in a BO5 against G2, looked lost, then they played it once at Bangkok, couldn't beat DRX on that map. So I think Pearl was very important for them to win, and they didn't just win, they completely dominated 100 Thieves.
I mean, showcasing everything that the coach and the players have kind of been talking about that they needed to work on off the back of Bangkok. And Kaplan said it there in the interview about, you know, just remembering to have fun in the moment, not take it too seriously if the going gets rough for them. I think there's nothing that indicates that better than winning the pistol, immediately losing it, and not just letting that kind of crumble. And
this was so stupid.
Yeah, take control. This was a silly moment.
Stupid. He messed up the razor vine trying to throw it onto the spike, but it actually worked out perfectly because Cryo had to push into him. Zelsis was a menace on the Vice. He has really taken to this agent after a little bit of a slow start in Kickoff, but now it's looking like one of the best Vice players in the world. He consistently is top fragging for the team when he's playing the Sentinel role.
Yeah, it's massive that Zelsis has found himself an agent that he most certainly can make himself at home with here, but really did not expect that. Now, can he keep that going in the rest of the series here?
And potentially, honestly. The thing that I was really impressed with, other than obviously Zelsis' individual performance, was that the one thing I highlighted about 100 Thieves having really good preset ideas on like pistol rounds, bonus rounds, if they get that conversion going. Now, 100 Thieves had a really cool idea where they were like fighting B main on the opening pistol. They were like deep pushed up with a multitude of players, and Sen were able to just navigate all of these really tricky, chaotic situations over and over again. They were not doing that at Bangkok. Nats was just running a mockery over them, man. I mean, he was like in the walls against them on bind. That was their last moment at Bangkok, and they were suffering from communication problems. You could see it made manifest in the way that they weren't clearing corners. They were not communicating properly.
Yeah.
This time, that was a very chaotic first half of Valorant that we witnessed between these two teams, but Sentinels navigated it really, really well. I think they didn't get pulled into the chaos and get, you know, let lost and loose, I think, just not making sure that they had a handle in the moments when it was really getting messy.
I think some of the numbers prove that point, are a testament to thriving in the chaos. Despite winning 13-5, 100 Thieves actually had 9 first kills. They converted several rounds where they were down a man like that. Really impressive, and it was in scrappy situations that they were able to pull those, you know, advantages 100 Thieves had back, evening things up.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But let's go ahead and hear what Coach Zix has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm here with Coach Zix ahead of that second map that we're going to see your map pick of Haven. And this first map doesn't go your way, but what are some of the things that you're telling the team to make sure that you win your map pick, and what can we expect from Haven? Can you tell us?
I mean, to be honest, like, it's easy to look at that and kind of feel like we got steamrolled given the score, but I think the reality of the situation was, I mean, if you're watching the game, you kind of saw, like, we found so many man advantages throughout, like, the entire defensive half, and to me, that is definitely a good sign. Like, even though we ended up losing a lot of the rounds and didn't end up converting, it's really important that you are a proactive team, that you're able to find advantages. A lot of it for us is just making sure that we kind of clean it up and make sure that we're able to close. I definitely think, you know, Haven's not one of the maps that they really like to play. I think they're 1-4 over the course of this year. So we're definitely feeling confident, and we're not really like shaken at all, even though it was 13-5.
I really do want to see that their map, so best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys, we're gosh darn geniuses. We literally said the same thing. We were saying the same thing. They were winning those rounds. It actually is pretty big, though, right? Coach Zix saying that. He's like, hey, I was taking a positive. I'm extracting a positive from this result.
He seemed genuinely very positive. That was not, you know, inauthentic. No. It was so close.
Only a few battles could have went our way.
To map 2. Like, you know, he actually seemed like, no, there's some positive takeaways, and now we're going on to the map where Sen have been historically pretty poor, and we can get back to 1-1, take this thing to split.
There's a real chance, though, that that's a potential trap, though, that Sentinels have just kind of laid out open.
That's what I keep thinking here.
It's been a long time since they last played Haven, and yes, they were bad at it, and they didn't really know what compositions they wanted to run.
That is true.
But they've had a long time to prep and cook on it.
Yeah.
I think it's dangerous to expect like the same old that you were watching from Sentinels in Kickoff and Bangkok and expecting the same kind of value. And yes, there's only so much you can do with the time that you have, but it was a weak spot for Sentinels. They knew it was a weak spot. They were 100% going to be working on it once they got back from Bangkok. So the fact that we're going into Haven now and he's still got that some level of confidence, you need hope still, right? You can't just be thinking, oh man, it's all going to go wrong for us. But genuinely, there's a chance here that Sentinels have just kind of laid out the trap and 100 Thieves have walked straight into it.
You convinced me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were too easily convinced.
What do you mean?
You're too easily swayed.
What? I've been steadfast in the most horrendous takes at the beginning of stage 1. No one has swayed me off of getting every single prediction horrendously correct.
Dare I say diabolical, Wyatt, huh?
Listen. You can never say I'm not a free thinker. The lone 2G predictor.
Hey, but you know what?
In this case, I'm not free thinking. I'm just going with Brent. I think that's really
You're just sheep. Just going to lemming.
I think didn't add that one up, but makes sense to me.
You really need to be worried about. I mean, it's one of the glaring weaknesses that Sentinels have. I think that they realized off the back of Kickoff. It was a map Haven that they were essentially perma-banning. They were never playing it until they were forced to in the finals of Kickoff, and they pulled out a composition where they clearly didn't look good at it. And same story for Bangkok, man. I mean, listen, we got a bit of time here. Zelsis is just making purchases. He's pulling out the credit card details and making all sorts of buys on the
free money
tournament clients.
What do you think Sen intend on playing right now?
They could still play the Euro ISO like they were trying to, but just making sure they actually know how to play it. Do you know what I mean? Like, rather than just winging their attack side rounds, if they put some thought into it, the roles match up actually really nicely to play that comp on Haven.
I'm with you. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at seeing Narrate running around just shooting people.
Yeah, but
he's feeling silly.
Oh man, I can't help but keep going back to that thing that you said earlier about the potential trap, right? You know, like could it be? Could it be? I don't know though. It's a tough one, right? Because Zix had just such a level of confidence there that perhaps there's just a little bit more that we're not getting. What are we going to see on the 100 Thieves side, I guess? What should we be getting here?
Bro, I don't even know. I mean, it's been so long since we've seen 100 Thieves play.
What would you like to see, Rob?
What would I like to see? I don't know. Well, for one, Haven is a great time to bring out once more the stuff that I was kind of detailing that they were really good at on splits to try and get those opening advantages. What I want to see them fix from that first map is actually converting the first kills they're getting into round wins. Because letting them slip, as much as Zeke was talking about positives and being like, well, we got the mode, we're getting all the first kills. If you're not converting it when you're in a 5v4, that is an even wider problem, I think, in itself, that you need to start correcting into this mid-round. It doesn't matter about your ideas. We know that they're going to be coming in with an absolute Google Doc spreadsheet. Okay, round 1, round 3, here's what the plan is. Round 13, round 15, this is what we're going to do. We know that they're going to be able to convert and get opening kills with their ideas, because that's something that 100 Thieves have always excelled at. But, you know, previously I was crediting them because they were able to convert that into round wins. So far in this game, in that first map, I didn't see any evidence of that. They were getting the first kills and it wasn't manifesting in round wins.
See all the players getting ready to go. Bro. Well, you're seeing Busio go to the range, so I think that's a good opportunity for us to talk about just a quick delay on that stage, obviously, as you guys can obviously tell. So once we're ready to go, we'll be jumping back in. Why?
Yeah. Oh, I was looking something up because you made me think, when was the last time the 100 Thieves actually played Haven? Because I didn't think they played it in Kickoff. And that's correct. The last time they played it off-season against Trust and Plug.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
That was the one map they won in that BO3, though. They won hit. That's a good sign.
I'm taking a massive grain of salt with any off-season results as well, because, dude, in my eyes, who the hell knows what we're going to be seeing, man? Who the hell knows?
Yeah, anything is possible in Valorant if my time in this game has shown me anything there. But look, folks, Masters Bangkok wasn't all doom and gloom for Sentinels. We actually got an opportunity to catch up with Coach Kaplan and Zekin about their favorite memories of the event.
I'd say my favorite memory of Bangkok was our meet and greet. I did not expect the turnout that we got at that meet and greet. There was a ton of people. It was like hours and hours, line out the door, and just the amount of like outgoing, friendly energy people had, it definitely caught me off guard.
I thought it was cool. There was a lot of Filipino fans. Like it felt like one in every like maybe 4 or 5 people would come up and be like, "We actually flew in from the Philippines, came to watch."
I think it was my favorite meet and greet to date. Just tons of people showed up. They brought gifts. They were just super. I just loved our Thai fans and like really lifted our spirits after getting knocked out.
Bangkok, Thailand was a great time for everyone out there for sure. Lots of awesome fans. Got to see some of the really sick activations that were there at the arena too. It was a really, really cool time. Seriously, if you get an opportunity to come out to a VCT Americas event, heck, even, you know, look at all these beautiful people out there enjoying VCT Americas at the Riot Games Arena. Ain't that right, people? They're looking good, cheering, enjoying themselves. But of course, folks, we do want to let everyone know, a little delay on that stage. So we're going to be waiting just for a little bit longer. Once we're good to go, we will be jumping into the action. But, you know, it was a fun time out there for sure.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty good. I was expecting to say something like, yeah, well, I really enjoyed the food, but the fans worked. Yeah. Like if they enjoyed the fan meeting.
Dude, the fans were awesome. I actually got to go out and like walk around for a little bit and meet some folks. It was really cool. Good time, good time. Go to a Masters event if you get a chance to. It's a super fun time. But yeah, folks, we're getting ready for this matchup here, and we're talking about what we were hoping to see coming into Haven. And the last time we were talking about, was it 100 Thieves, and you were talking about Haven. They played, what was it?
Oh, that was Trust and Plug.
Trust and Plug. So not a lot really to go off of here.
I see them loading into the map. I don't want to get everybody's hopes up, but I'm seeing Agent's legs.
Oh my God, I'm seeing an Agent's legs.
Oh my God, there's a blurred in my ear. Guys, we got to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to jump into the game. Oh, it's pandemonium.
Onto Heaven, maybe there's timing to be taken, but the flashes are picture perfect. Everybody blinded up.
so they are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Bustio capitalizes on 2 more. Welcome back to VCT Americas. The players are heading into Haven. It is our second map, and 100 Thieves are hoping to get the win so we can head on to Split.
Yeah, I have big question marks of what 100 Thieves will be pulling out here on Haven, because as the Des mentioned, they haven't played it since November during the offseason. Yeah. And that's when they came out with a Neon and a Breach. But going into a conversation with Asuna before going into this tournament with Sage Jatween, he was mentioning that they've been workshopping a lot of Wele and Tejo during their off time. So yeah. I wonder if there's going to be something new coming out of that in terms of, hey, will we see a bit of Tejo moving through? Will they want to follow the meta a little bit? Or do they want to try to potentially continue the double duelist range that they've been testing out here on the first map that has found success in the past too for other teams? And looks like it is going to be the double duelist instead. So Cryo going into the ISO, so they lose the Breach. So losing the Breach for now will not allow for you to, you know, really set up your Neon into these fast-paced moments where potentially it's the combination now of ISO and the Neon Suns themselves. Because remember, ISO also had a little bit of a buff with the suppress, and I think that's also something that Asuna praises quite well in terms of the agent switches and the agent tweaks that ISO has received in the past.
Absolutely.
So there might be a good plan here for 100 Thieves around these two agents to still be as aggressive as they want to be.
A complete 5 swap from the last thing that they played here. Kind of reminiscent of the older comps 100 Thieves brings in, but you're right, no Breach. It's so interesting to see. Gonna have a lot of freedom of movement once you're getting to the sites and you're just relying on that old school fundamental util of the blinds, the finds, and getting into sight. A little bit of a C work here to start, and a push up on A-Long.
Not even a recon at the beginning here on the defensive side. So they want to be way more reactive for 100 Thieves, but they're turtled a little bit too much. Big space.
Okay.
Potentially was there here for Sentinels to overtake, but Nary just tried to walk in, try to see the Cypher was playing there and got caught.
Still on this line. Asuna is going to be able to tell the crossover, and they're seen. And just a slow lean, not even too much rotation too. 100 Thieves realizes anything is possible still. And you can see the insert here coming in from Zelsis to get the audio cues.
Yeah, right now Zelsis, as you mentioned, just with the camera too to look back. If anybody's going to try to move down towards sewers. And he's in a safe spot where he could actually take care of like a lurk or a flank in the in the later round. But after breaking this camera here, it's going to be difficult for him to fall back. The rest of Sentinels are still able to walk in, but stopped by Cryo.
Oh, saved! The teamwork coming up huge there. Zelsis will find one, but he's got 4 standing in his way, and the spike is very far away.
Yeah, he had a nice clutch on the first map, but this time at half HP and no razor vines will be a little bit more difficult.
No hard feelings.
No. Gets taken out. Taking the picture on the second one. 3 for Cryo on the ISO. Already a change for him.
I love the crowd that also has the copium hour. He gets a second kill ace. Maybe.
You got to give the energy. You got to build the hype.
Exactly. But now it's just a lot of walk contact that happened in that pistol round here. 400 Thieves, but, or sorry, 4 Sentinels, but it doesn't seem like they were ready for the positioning out from 100 Thieves. We're at the very start here. Xander was playing out in the open towards that C site. Caught one off guard, but at least from this pistol, Sentinels knows a little bit of the initial setups that 100 Thieves may be exploring. And in this round, we talk about that double duelist pressure that is available. Oh. The push down from EU as well, and here's the contact fight.
The TP, the chaos. Oh, Cryo in a bad spot here. Gets the quick shield up, and the push from EU is going to be huge. They clean up the rest of Sentinels just along the choke of A-Long, and that's a quick second round here. Asuna, the only one falling.
The reaction and confidence from EU to move up towards sewers after to save the round for 100 Thieves was huge. Because especially that, the TP broke the crosshair placement, a huge selfless play on the side of Bang, just so that it could take down Asuna. But as soon as they push forward...
Oh my god, I have a stinger!
I got 4 kills with it. But yeah, at least whenever they got Asuna down, thankfully here, Kraus still had the double tap in the shield to save him. Now in this round though, as you have somewhat of a bonus for 100 Thieves, are walking down again. Another one of those moments where it's a great read.
Oh, that stun is gigantic. The follow-up there from everybody, and nothing Sentinels can do on their bonus round. What an anti-bonus.
And such strong rifling coming out from 100 Thieves in the very beginning. The upgrade for free, a couple of them as well. And the last two, thankfully, at least a spike is dropped towards the spawn. You wait off the clock. You're trying to see if anybody overextends. You might have a chance to turn it back into your favor if you've done this before. On a 2 versus 4 on Pearl. But this time, 100 Thieves are making sure here that they're playing a cleaner round, where they don't have initiators to find utility. You're playing more passively and watching angles, and then now using the drone to clear out towards middle. They haven't seen anything yet, and it might be a tell now that the last two players of Sentinels are pretty much going to save their weapons going into the next round. So a nice little look at the very beginning here from the Thieves to continue to surprise their opponents in these rush moments.
I think it's something we missed from the first map with 100 Thieves, is the double duelist wasn't ever really able to double duel. They were just kind of sitting back. They were playing defensive duelist the whole time.
Yeah.
Here they seem so much more activated on Haven already.
And it's closing the gap, too. I think that's the other layer that's being added by 100 Thieves, and I like that. I mean, you've heard the conversation from Zix and Dan Dryde in between the maps. Even though they've got smashed 13 of 5 on Pearl, they're still quite confident in the results here, and that's also oozing the discussions that EU even had on their own podcast for 100 Thieves. Were saying, look, we're not results-oriented. There's moments where we're going to win against Sentinels, or we lose against Sentinels, get dropped into the lower brackets of Kickoff, but we're still going to be very confident playing against Energy because we know what we have to fix right away.
Right.
So technically, right now, it looks like they fixed a few things right away in between the maps, and they're able to have a strong start here on the defense, coming out again with a slightly new comp.
It's pretty easy to identify. It's like, does it not work, or did we play it wrong? He's like, no, we played it wrong.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Just do this, and we right as rain. 6-1 for EU, 4-0 Cryo. Really great kills across the board as all start to come online.
And now we're juggling their hero rifles over to the double duelists here on the side of Sentinels. Zekin and Nari working together down towards Luxy again!
The same strategy, and they fall right into it. EU's been firing the Hunter's Fury from spawn, and this one is done. Round 4 goes to 100 Thieves.
We had to wait 50 seconds for a 5-second round. Continuing with the Hunter's Fury and a beautiful recon dart as well to capitalize on the thrashing that 100 Thieves just delivered there to Sentinels pushing down that area. Dude, don't tell me they're going to do it a third time.
Why not? I mean, it's unstoppable. You just blow that relay bolt, and that's at least your alt orb every time, so Sen can't get that.
The thing is also once they push down and maybe there's no pressure and you see something from middle, maybe Crow can start a gulag, right? Because he has the kill contract to work with. That could maybe isolate an early 4v4. It's a wall contact instead for 100 Thieves, so they don't want to give this tell that they've actually pushed down C for a third time, inserting Austin in a great spot.
And Sentinels is saying, we'll take the right side of the map. We don't want any of that. Still going to be a little bit of an adventure, though, for Zelsis. You see Zekin right there in mid as they're taking a little bit of space and exchanging who is inserted in that area. But what's the move? Spike is still down. It looks like they're just trying to give 100 Thieves an idea that they're all around the map.
That's a suppress, so the drone's not going to get any information out towards Garage here from the very beginning from John Cutie. Yet Zelsis still wants to walk in. Actually, he has a perfect timing. This is an insert on the side of Sentinels now.
Right on the trips into the site. Man, 100 Thieves is in such weird positions. It'll be interesting to see how they get together. Looks like 3 actually coming from the flank and 2 from spawn. Sentinels is going to have to adjust for this big time, and that might be Zelsis coming from the flank.
Both teams are unaware. I mean, they know there's a flank, but they don't know that there's 3 players from 100 Thieves about to flank behind. John Cutie gets a dink.
They're finding it. ISO'd out. It's going to be the kill contract over here. And John Cutie doesn't even think twice. Zelsis does get the Kingpin flank coming in, but Boostio is now known in lower. A great distraction with the gate from Zelsis to get himself the safety, to get inside the site so they can drop Boostio and just set up a defense that is impossible for EU to penetrate.
Beautifully done by the IGL of John Cutie, winning the 1v1 fight against Cryocells. And that just wasted enough time to give a chance here for Zelsis to get great value out of his own flank. In the back of the spawn. A clean round in the end for Sentinels with, it seems as though the positioning was great from the beginning here from 100 Thieves. The player incident towards Long C, they still had players playing towards Garage. And as soon as you saw a little pressure coming through here from the Owl drone, it pulled the rotates across. There was actually an over-rotation from 100 Thieves sides to give up the A site, and it made it very difficult for them to just readapt here. Busio was the one that over-rotated over, thinking of the triple flank was going to be the best thing for 100 Thieves to do. Now with this round, it's Asuna solo here towards the long A with no support in util. The wall too is going to help.
Oh, wow. Sentinels is putting the pressure back on just as hard, too, with those few rounds 100 Thieves had.
Oh! Slid out of it. Hit by Paranoia.
Done. Oh, just a miss there. EU's going to be able to drop narrate. ISOs aren't having a great day inside the ultimates right now as John Cootie answers back. 3v4. Sen on top for this one by 1.
Cryo needs to come up huge here and does have the suppress to work with as well with the undercut. We'll use it towards and hits 2.
Ooh.
Too good.
They just cannot get in over each other's utility there. Sentinels. Crossfire on the entrance as the A. Utility being able to delay is too much for 100 Thieves. And EU, again, the last alive will fall to Zelsis. The Sentinels grab a second round.
And that's what was missing here for 100 Thieves. Yeah, they had a nice undercut coming out from Cryocells, but when they tried to cross her and fight from heaven, we still didn't have the recon dart available here from EU. They didn't want to wait the extra 5 seconds because they wanted to catch Sentinels off guard in the post plant, where they could get situated, running back into position to potentially get caught off guard by Cryo. But in the end, it's Sentinels having a great crossfire setup from Graffiti and from Hell, and slowly catching up here and closing that gap in this first half. More utility to help out this time around, almost grabbing Narrate, but this time with the wall bang because a nice recon dart pings him. Now Sentinels have to react in a different part of the map. At least we have Zekin activated in the front.
I love the aggression trades already in this Haven matchup. A lot at C. Now we're getting this jockeying position for A. Mid's taken again by Sentinels. And now 1 down. They got to figure out a way in.
They heard drone in garage. The camera spotted Zelsis. So lean towards garage. The fight back is beautiful again for 100 Thieves.
That double swing.
But Zelsis one more time has made his way through the enemy line of defense. Yeah, he's losing players in the process, but this is a big fight now that he could win.
Last player standing.
So quick on the shots. 100 Thieves knowing their numbers up, able to play these back angles far away from the enemies of Sentinels, far away from the trades that they could have, and it is 100 Thieves slowing down that pressure Sentinels just brought in and taking a round for themselves. Now 5-2 on the scoreboard.
Found them.
It's not too bad so far as you're looking from the style here of 100 Thieves.
Enemy remaining.
They're going for the right click to push the wall a little bit more slowly towards the very beginning here, so they're actually timing that decently well with how aggressive Asuna could be by high gearing up towards the long A side. So instead of going for the fast wall, and the timing is a little bit off for the players that want to follow behind that wall, I like the idea of that. But there was still a gap that Asuna was able to overtake here and overcome. And now the timeout might be an opportunity for them to figure out the right way here to really stop Asuna in his tracks, because even for Sentinel's side, they're not playing any type of breach either that could really stun back against Asuna.
Right. He's happy to just run by that wall. I mean, you got to think that it's super annoying. If Sentinels is going to throw that every time, you have to wait for it to come down long. Are they behind it? What's happening? He just doesn't want to deal with it. It's too much time. He needs the info right away. And we'll see if he keeps doing it once we get back onto the mini-map, where they're positioned and how aggressive they're going to go. It really hasn't even been too much of the mid-map control anymore. They keep flexing to the extremities, and that's where we're getting these really early fights. All right, the setup. Looks like they will be assisting Asuna once again towards this long A.
Have a Hunter's Fury to work with this time around too, that could just blast through the wall and do some damage towards long if Asuna tries to run down again. And so far that high gear is activated. Looks like they will try to go for it.
He's itching to get out.
No undercut this time around. A high-low. I love the TP on the top here of the bricks. Plays above the smoke, but nobody pushing forward. They'll potentially now have a re-clear, a double swing instead.
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Safety to get out, walls up. And yeah, this is Sentinels trying to source out what kind of trickery 100 Thieves will do, right? We just had the spike picked up on that attacker side. and they realize, okay, Asuna's going to be over here. There's a bit of utility that covers him. Let's hit C. They know they'll get the softer site right away.
Trying to get a drone Hunter's Fury into the site potentially here. Camera is up. Bustio just got pinged, moving back towards the spawn. John Cutie, though, doesn't want to hold on to it, or is going to hold on to the Hunter's Fury for now. Oof.
Firing out, gets a good one. Narrate trying to look around for what kind of got him on the foot with that trip, but he does get taken down. Sentinels have the sight, but worse for wear here. This could be tough to keep it going. They catch you on the jump as he was just trying to get to a different angle.
Playing towards the back, Asuna in the front.
Ooh, there's the overdrive. Can he get it to work, though? Not enough push from the backside of the site. They're able to source out every member of 100 Thieves. Sentinels take a round back as we start going back and forth.
Yeah. Every single time Asuna, we've seen him pull out the overdrive. Unfortunately, hasn't gotten too much value in this series so far, where potentially with that rifle, the players are kind of swinging in a tangle line, if I can put it that way, or a train line. It was an easy lineup potentially if he had the Vandal here. But if anything, it's more to praise on the fact that Sentinels wanted to continue to fight as a group, flipping the map at the very beginning towards the back C. They get opposed here by an Omen. They get flashed by the Paranoia, so they swing towards the front just to isolate a 3v1 on both sides. So again, very quick thinking coming out from Sentinels camp. Closing their gap now by 2, fighting towards long.
They missed the flash. It didn't go around the corner. I mean, they didn't flash themselves, but still, Zekin was just seeing clear on that one, and they get out with 2 frags. Easy to start this round out and make sure they can play back in the sights. Now, Bustio still peeking man up and takes down Narrate like he was never there.
Will be another one of those rounds again. Losing 3 players so early. When the barriers come up, the last 2 potentially no choice now, especially with John Cutie's HP, to save their weapons. But they're still in a decent scenario, or a decent economy to be able to buy in the next. And it's not the best here for 100 Thieves' side, so if they could actually knock some weapons down, maybe turn it around as well. 100 Thieves in this moment are not looking to stack sites either. They're trying to play numbers, but also making sure that they're playing good defense. First contact will be Asuna here.
Quick tag. Dart safety. John Cutie very low. You know Austin is going to hunt this one down. A 3K already for him on the Neon. That's actually just Cryo grabbing that one. 6-3 here. The flawless coming in for 100 Thieves. Like you said, that buy will be there for Sen. Let's see if they can take another one back for themselves.
Yeah, that seems like it could have been a flash that would have heavily hurt Austin in that moment and surprised him in that spot. Maybe the best thing he could have gotten was at least a 1-for-1 and a little bit of map space, map control. So the idea was still there on the side of Sentinels. They just need to, unfortunately, throw a different type of flash here to get better control. But for this round now, Sentinels, you were mentioning this buy that they have an ult available for Bang as well. So they want to use a TP back towards the spawn.
Damn. Zakin feeling it on that peak, and we're not expecting the dry peaks right now. There's been so much utility used before everything happening. Easily catching someone on autopilot for a moment there. Oh. Almost getting a nice trade back through that ping as we get a cross-map trade there. B, they're still trying to pressure in. The shield comes up big, and it is not a double tap that Bustio is able to get onto Nere.
Asuna might have the timing to take down the spike here. It does so.
Spike down mid.
Slides out. Look at just creating distraction, getting the kill, playing his life, playing the pressure. You guys forgot something. And yeah, they're just going to ult onto it. It takes way too much to get that achieved now. As the Paranoia comes through, they know exactly where this is coming from.
And with the Paranoia hitting the recon dart, now the last 2 players of 100 Thieves have to go in with 0 information. Even maybe walk out through the smoke, and I don't know if they're going to try to go for it. It'll be a 3-2-1 swing, but there's still good players to help out here from from Sentinel's side.
Oh. It's actually the play. They swing back in. They're going to get one. It's not going to be the trade, though. Bang is able to find the 1-2 punch to get that round back. It is Sentinels bringing themselves up to 4. We're looking at almost an even half here if 100 Thieves doesn't get any more.
100 Thieves now have a Hunter's Fury going into the next round. Yeah, this peak was really nice. coming out from Zek to start. And again, positioning very good for Sentinels in the post plant. Bang, who gets the last 2 kills here, saying that he tweeted out with a victory he had previously in Kickoff against 100 Thieves that picked the right camp to play for. But the Hunter's Fury available for 100 Thieves, they've done a big trap play in the very beginning, fairly aggressive from the start. But this time around, holding it back to be more reactive, and Asuna gets a nice pick.
They've been there every time. You have to expect this push. Not giving enough respect to it, and that is going to be where Sentinels pay.
He just keeps waiting towards that spawn. He's just waiting for the Hunter's Fury. Beautiful shot by Asuna, but now they're just going to play the numbers. This is nice. If there was some pressure coming back here, Asuna, well, a little bit of an overextension there.
You see what he wants, though. He's going to fight more. He was not giving up that position. He is hungry right now. Love seeing this Asuna on the field. Bang as well, though, picked up 2 big kills in the last round and continues now into round 11 with a great starter at B. Ooh. Just on the other side of the wall is danger. He's going to make it out to teammates, though. The 3v3, 3 outside, 3 inside on B. Oh, the spam. The spam starts them off just to whittle down the numbers. They're going to go ahead and isolate 1. Cryo, the better ISO in the moment, but is it going to be enough? He's going to come out, gets the kill. Paranoia, the damage is there, but it's just going to be a little as Bang gets out of the way of the spray. The 3K for Bang as he comes up big with another clutch.
I felt like he tagged him once, but thankfully here it was full paranoia so that Bang could close out the round. But man, that would have been crazy if Cryo was able to close that. But you see here, yes, it was beautiful from Asuna in the very beginning to take control of the attack side to get these picks. But as he overextends and he dies, he forces players to rotate over to cover that spot and the map control that they've lost.
Yeah.
And that gave the perfect gap here for Sentinels to be able to move in and go for the plant. So it looked like very confident play, but that should not have been around for 100 Thieves to lose when they had such great openers from punishing the Zelsis lurk towards the A side first and the double kill towards the back.
That is one of the big things, I think, for Sentinels here. We saw it on Pearl 2. They could lose a few members and they still adjust. They're getting that adaptation in the round that they have practiced so much, and we see it there again. And they get the 100 Thieves timeout here and could very much make this a 6-6 first half with the momentum that Sentinels have.
Yeah. And I was trying to say, too, the idea of Asuna playing back towards the spawn earlier, before the overextension, you saw that EU was kind of just still staying towards that back of the spawn, trying to see where, if Asuna's closing that gap and he doesn't find anybody, and they're trying to pivot up towards the B side, he has the Hunter's Fury to work with to fight back towards the front B, or maybe even assist Asuna if he's getting pushed back towards the sewers. But again, losing that player doesn't allow any of that plan to really come into fruition for the side of the defense. But the silver lining is that they have 5 ults to work with on the defense for the last round.
All 5 will be used, no doubt about it. And it looks like that Stinger and Sheriff will be there for the fight too. Spike's down, in spawn still. It looks like Sentinels is saying, which ults will you use maybe? Oh my gosh, not gonna get anything out of Zek in this round.
Ping for info 2, gets another one.
Oh, they pressure the Hunter's Fury. Why wouldn't they? This is just like the C long push. We're gonna go back into the isolation ult, and it's gonna be John Cutie, a second win in Cryo's ultimate.
And the lurk from behind
is not gonna know that Bang is creeping in. And that is just terrifying as Sentinels now have that C coverage, and it's going to be a 2v2 to end the round with Bang still alive, the one clutching each of these for Sentinels.
So the 4th ult and last one available for 100 Thieves allows to get the information and a free upgrade of a weapon for Boostio, giving a chance now for both players to work together. Quick tempo towards the C-side retake. 1 for 1.
Can it be Bang again? And it is! Bang with another 3K, the clutch! And an even first half for Sentinels versus 100 Thieves.
Another one of those rounds that 100 Thieves felt like they had the full control of that. Until, unfortunately, you go into a gulag where not only Cryo cells, but Narrate also didn't get the best successes into the kill contract. But that was what was needed here for, once again, Sentinels to turn it around. And we have a clean slate moving into the second half, 6-6.
It is explosive right now on Haven. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with our second half. And we are back. I think the players just want to get back into the game after that tied first half here on Haven. Split looking like it could be on the cards here. We got 100 Thieves now on the attack side to see how much of this aggression they'll continue to bring.
It's definitely been back and forth towards the tail end of the half with how Sentinels have had some really good hero plays with the gaps that they were able to exploit into 100 Thieves' defense. And now on Sentinel's side of the defense, they kind of want to do the same kind of thing 100 Thieves did, but unfortunately, not the good read to start. They walk down for contact and solo play out towards the A site. John Cutie has to fall back.
Relay Boat says later. I got one stun for you, but they get A. It doesn't matter. This push now from Sentinels has 2 on the flank, 2 or 3 from spawn, and a very fast plant on the beginning of this first round.
It was a similar scenario. They break the trip. There's 2 players flanking instead of 3 this time for Sentinels, but they're also faking it out. They want to add more players back towards the A. I think they're waiting potentially for John Cutie to have the refresh of the recon dart. That's up in 8 seconds. Now getting positioned.
I think it's the right choice. Just having that late flank is the one where the power is going to come. You see a few members pushing through. Zekin's going to be able to get right into sight and start really causing some chaos. Not expecting that to scoot on by them. The right clicks from Bang here are going to get a few down, but it's not going to be enough. 100 Thieves are able to find every kill needed to get the first round.
One of the first unlucky moments that you're seeing here on the side of Sentinels, because the paranoia recon was perfect for Sentinels to start flooding through, but somehow the classic shots weren't connecting, and 100 Thieves were able to stay alive long enough and get unblinded and get their trades correct. Look at that position. That should have been some kills.
One enemy remaining. Too slow.
Cool, but that was a nice one though from Asta with the slide with the last kill. Big pistol that was needed out here for 100 Thieves.
That was a good site take, good site hold. The post plants successful there from what we see so far, but it's not full util or guns yet. We got a long way to go in this second half. But orb control is an idea here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that they're giving it to Cryo, because already from the first round, EU had plants. He's already got 4.
Yeah.
They don't want to bring up the Hunter's Fury right away. The main thing is to try to probably leverage a kill contract to open up a site.
And they choose right again. 100 Thieves waltz right in for the plant, and they will have that Phantom up. As long as they can protect that in Asana, they should be good. Just grab the other guns if they fall. There's the hide. Yeah, it's just right next to the smoke. They're looking to get all the alt points cleaned up here. 100 Thieves, quick kills around. They lose 2, but they'll recoup those guns and make sure they come into this next round ready.
Definitely got a little lucky there, because he was flashed, so he was unintentionally left the players come through and was able to plow a few there with the Stinger.
See it again. Yes.
One enemy remaining.
It's just pure white on the screen for a moment there.
But 100 Thieves have given a lot of tells now in that anti-eco. So already an early alert coming out from Busio towards middle. The hits that they have staying within the sights. Playing close into smokes as well to play the anti-flood.
Every site?
Thieves are going for a bonus pick into the bonus round, into a plant towards B.
It's like they have both had a second look at that one to really, is it happening? Yeah, it is. Wall comes in, but they're still in front of it. Cryo a step ahead. Cryo a flick ahead here with Xander just over the shoulder on the Zekin as well. And
no
Xander's going to do a leaping acrobatic shot on the Celsius as he goes from platform to platform. And it was an A, it was a C, it was a B. They've been everywhere in the first 3 rounds. 100 Thieves get that bonus.
And this is what you want to start seeing from the side of 100 Thieves. Sometimes or most of the times we've been praising how good they've been in the fundamentals, trade capabilities, buddy system, but now this was all individual plays. Flake after flake from both duelists to start.
Nice!
I was going to say, that's not a celebration. Oh, okay, there it is.
And we're just trying to answer back. This is an eagle from Sentinels. Recon shares through walls, but Cryo's farming up the kills. So are the rest of the team. This is looking pretty good here moving into the next round.
This is looking wild. The walls drop for Sentinels, and they're seeing 100 Thieves members just about every round. A search out here for John Cutie for an alt point as he's looking to go down to the spike. But this is kind of what you wanted to see out of Pearl when they got the double duelist side. And we mentioned in the break, we're like, what if 100 Thieves started on attack on that one? Well, at a half, they can start on attack feeling pretty comfortable here. They come out with 4 straight rounds.
That's nice. Everybody trying to stay alive as well so that EU could move in towards the back of the spawn and capitalize on that kill and get the Hunter's Fury for the next round. So now that's 2 big ults. When we were just questioning before, how come we didn't give the orb to EU? Well, towards the end, they're able now to cycle 2 big ults here on their attack sides. 400 Thieves.
Yo, he pulled out his knife and he was walking towards you guys.
Like I said, these guys have the vibes. Never flustered, even though losing at 13-5 on the first map.
Yeah. 3 away from taking Haven now. Crazy stuff. We just started the second half, fans.
True. Now quicker pace back into control of Garage, realizing here that there's no Cypher trips. So potentially a weaker side on the A site. A 4-1 setup is what we currently see here on the minimap for Sentinels on the defense. And by prodding inside Garage and realizing his utility, the counter smokes coming in the very beginning on the side of C. They're reading correctly now to choose to work towards this weak side. But the trips could be good. Depends here if they're able to clear on the side of the attack. If not, Zelsis can maybe get 1 or 2 here from his reposition on top of Heaven.
EU on the solo mission to dart and drone the left side. They go for the isolation here. Cryo looking to get the win. Nice damage by Zelsis, but it's not going to be enough. Cryo does get the kill. They get A. They have the soft side as Zekin tries to identify and ping for the team what the possible protocol should be. Kill onto Asuna very quick as they enter back into the site. Zekin is unknown as he goes towards long A, but found by EU on that late flank. Oh my gosh, the ping, the hit through the wall. Looks like it's a finish. Pustio gets the sheriff kill on John Cutie, and that is a flawless second half so far for 100 Thieves.
Very good read coming out from 100 Thieves. Again, we're just mentioning the what-ifs here. If you could get a couple of kills with the trips from the kill trips of Zelsis right in this moment. But then, it's known by 100 Thieves that Cyphers like to play on the top, trying to get those spray kills so to get him into the gulag. And finally, Cryocell wins an important 1v1. But I love the little protocols as well. Even if they took Zelsis into the kill contract, you saw the TP from Xander going off on top of Heaven so that they could guarantee the trade no matter what and still get map control, space control towards the A site and not give a chance here for Sentinels to rotate across, although twice Zekin has done a good job here TPing in the back lines and finding a couple of kills. Unfortunately, not enough to allow the other players to rotate back from the spawn here to close in for a victory. So a timeout called by Sentinels in the last one of this map.
It's time to patch the hull.
Yep.
The hull indeed needs patching right now for Sentinels. 5 in a row for 100 Thieves. And what do you do against a team that is just relentlessly pressing W, right?
It's difficult. It seems like a very difficult answer for the side of Sentinels, but the story continues. I think it's very similar. Both of them looking very strong on their map pick so far. Sentinels on Pearl. It seems as though 100 Thieves couldn't really find an answer going into that one either. But manipulation around the map, the 3-sided map of Haven here is looking pretty good in terms of calling for Boostio. All 5 of them trying to work together off the timeout. And I'm loving this because off timeouts, 100 Thieves have always been quite aggressive.
Oh, yeah. It's like a power-up.
And they're looking to close 6 rounds in a row now on the attack. But this is a good read on the rifle round of Sentinels.
These long C anti-plays that come out here. Beautifully executed by the defensive squad. This time, Sentinels very, very strong in their force. They have eyes on the spike, and they should be able to clean this up.
The lineup here, Cryo's just trying to dance around.
Yeah.
Can't do any delays, shock darts across the corner.
Doesn't bounce off, actually hits that window, the doorway. And yeah, the last few kills come in for Sentinels. The timeout is effective. And the long C push is exactly where 100 Thieves was going.
Almost felt like the right click allowed for them to swing across to at least pick up the spike. But looks like they really just wanted to try to brute force their way back for 100 Thieves in this scenario where they're at a disadvantage. Beautiful undercut as well. Vulnerable.
Nice, boys, let's go. Bring this shit back.
There it is. High fives. Kaplan's like, that was me. That's all we needed to do. Refocus. But yeah, this is SEN now. They break out into that regular signature default strat. Let's see if it still has the same power here.
They do have a different positioning for trips. Looking now towards the garage and towards that front B, so they do want to play a little bit more aggressive informational game on the defensive side. And it works out because Zekin's able to move up towards sewers and take down Boostio.
Taking a lot of solo fights on some fronts here. Damage definitely done to 100 Thieves as Sentinels can now rest back a bit. John's still going to make sure A is clear and let the rest of the map know that they can continue to hold their positions. Because, yeah, focus should be mid and C.
And the elevation from the sewers made it difficult here for John Cutie to get good value out of pinging a player inside garage. Allows 100 Thieves to just re-hit into the site. Camera's still up, though. That'll spot Asuna moving in.
Make sure long is clear, and then the rest of the site. A beautiful paranoia just in time. Stops Bang, or sorry, yeah, Bang from doing any damage there up top. And Sentinels just have an answer for everything now with their site hits.
Yeah. The higher camera was really everything that helped Sentinels to get that second layer of information from losing control of garage. But this right here shouldn't happen either. So it's nice that Zekin's able to find good value off these rounds. Still 3 ults available though for 100 Thieves. Grouping up once again towards at least the A site this time around.
They only need 2 more. This could be one of them on the buy. Bang's already pushed up. Paranoia goes, so he's gonna play off it as well, and Boostio goes down. They're still ready to defend A with 3 here. And they're so ready. Double tap comes up quick. Shots are just gonna come flying out from Sentinels, and it's 100 Thieves falling like flies as they try to get into the site.
The crossfires are just so good for Sentinels. Xander alone. He's broke. Wow. Still peaks to his death.
That was definitely one of the timeouts called by Kaplan, apparently. It is effective.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised here if we get a call back on the side of 100 Thieves just to try to stop this momentum that Sentinels are starting to build up here since this timeout. There are some pings coming out, at least before we get into this replay, on positioning where players could be on the C site. There could be a finish on that side, but you could see now, not enough here that really blocks the vision or repositions of the defense on the A side, or at least on the defense in general here for Sentinels. So 100 Thieves needs to add a little bit more util into these hits.
Speed is definitely going to go along with that util. Hand in hand here for 100 Thieves. Dashed right under it. He dashed under it. That was so sick. Gets into the site. Overdrive is on, and he is causing chaos because they did not expect this timing. EU and the rest of the team are just obliterating Sentinels in sight. Oh my gosh. Absolute cinema from Asuna.
Keeps pushing. Flash to help. Support coming through. John Cutie, last player standing down by Cryo.
Vans, that was gross.
Insane what Asuna just did there. Whew. And we've been waiting for it for a while because they had such good aggression and surprise plays coming out on the attack.
He did get hit.
He did get hit, but it takes a while before he gets slingshotted. The undercut also got thrown here that disabled some of that util, so maybe that was the one that allows for him to get that pick.
And he shot it so fast it didn't even ping him. I thought he went straight under it. It's just different. Built different. And I'm sure he'll do it again. You gotta imagine Zelsis just doesn't even feel protected on those, and you gotta feel protected in the isolation. There's the shot from Cryo. He takes it down.
Most important one potentially of this map. Another one falls.
Coming in for the kill. Bang's got to drop into the site. He's just trying to do some acrobatics here to bring the team back into this one. This lurk here from Boostio. They're gonna wait for it.
It's pinged. They know about this. Zelsis is watching it.
Oh, it's still going to be Boostio this time. Coming around for the shot. They're looking to finalize the map. Zekin staves it off for one more kill, but he's got work to do.
He's got ult.
Planting the spike. Goes into dimensional drift. And now he just has to be otherworldly.
I love that they're sticking together here. He can't get value out of a shorty.
There it is. 13-9, 100 Thieves will push us all the way to a third map. We're going to split.
100 Thieves looking good on the defense, but Sentinels did have some fight still no matter what. Being able to tie things up on a 6-6, but as soon as they took the attack, or took the defense rather, couldn't really stop here. The manipulation that was coming out from 100 Thieves towards the end. And now we get to see Split. This is actually going into a third map that we saw 100 Thieves just dominate Sentinels on during kickoff. A 13-4 Sage that came out, a composition that even Kaplan mentioned that they weren't ready for when they played against 100 Thieves in the first place. So if that composition still comes out again, hopefully they finally have something prepared.
He said the Sage threw us for a loop. We didn't know what to do. Well, they seem to be in adaptability mode, so they're adapting to a lot. We saw them get 3 quick rounds there, like you were mentioning. The jockey back and forth at the end was so good, and it's only going to mean Split is a hot matchup between these two. It's 1-1 as we head to our third map. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Above onto heaven, maybe there's timing to be taken, but the flashes are picture perfect. Everybody blinded up.
So they are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Bustio capitalizes on 2 more.
And we're going to map 3 as 100 Thieves managed to keep the drive alive here, and they managed to win Haven 13-9. There you can see the Sentinels guys getting ready, as well as 100 Thieves as they prep for this third and final map on Split. Welcome back, everyone. Goldenboy here alongside Bren and Wyatt. It seems like the Stuffies are raving with the Red Bulls, having a good time. How could you not? We're going to a map 3, last match of the week. 2 clouded teams, and well, I think we saw some damn good gameplay from 100 Thieves out of that one, particularly a Cryo on that ISO, Brent.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, this is the second time, I think, that he's brought it out ever in terms of VCT. And compared to the last time he brought it out, which was against Sentinels in 2024 Stage 2, it was night and day still. This guy was unleashed at the beginning of this. He's setting his team up in terms of just the vulnerables, the undercuts he's throwing out for these aggro fights, which we're going to go into pretty much across the board, because that was a large portion as to why 100 Thieves were even getting a semblance of success, really. These ideas that they consistently bring out over and over again, the preparation difference.
Absolutely. And against Narrate, who's also on the ISO, he diffed that man.
Yeah.
He absolutely put him in his back pocket, a deep back pocket. Some Jinko jeans. He had them all the way down there. It was free low for him with a 276 ACS, 3.1 KDA. I'm going to read numbers that are on the screen.
Yeah, but
that's what I get paid to do.
I was going to say, like, man, I don't know when's the last time I saw Cryo play that agent, but
that was the only other time.
Yeah, and
Sen.
Yeah, and it turns out this time around, went into the hyperbolic time chamber and came out a new man. Love to see it there, but you know that kind of goes to what we were talking about before with that aggression that we were seeing from 100 Thieves. It was really cool to see, but also great to see, as we had highlighted, those set plays, right, that we had highlighted earlier on. That right there, that's the recipe for success for this 100 Thieves.
Same story, different day. This time actually getting these opening kills, hyper aggro plays, either fighting down C long or fighting out through a lobby, and actually converting them as well into round wins, which was the major difference. Doesn't matter if you get the first kills if you don't actually convert it into the round wins. That was a major struggle for them on Pearl. This time around, not so much. I mean, Sentinels, don't get me wrong, did a very decent job of dragging this one to what, like 6-6 in terms of that first half. So they did a decent job of managing to round it out overall, but this identity that 100 Thieves have just been forming over the course of like the last essentially 2 years, I would really say, where they come out with some very clear set ideas, constantly relentless with the aggression and getting these opening fights to try and snowball the advantages.
I loved it. And you did the Telestrator segment while we were getting into this match, highlighting the emphasis that they put on pre-prepping strats for those really important rounds when you're on the pistol or when you're on your bonus. And that first one we saw, that was on round 3. They just immediately, they're on their bonus round, bet we're sending it down C with 3-4 players, wave of util. The attackers on Sen, they're getting hit by the suppress from Cryo into the stuns, recon. It's like, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Like, those plays were fantastic.
Something
that turned the tide.
I was really concerned though, because for a moment there, it felt like Sentinels were going to start making that comeback happen. They were, creeping round after round after round. But it was great to see that 100 Thieves, the thing that cursed them in that last map, not the case here this time around. They were able to finish this one out.
Yeah, and Sen are a dangerous team as well, because they do have enough experience totaled up where they know how to come back into maps, into series, even when they're just getting blown out like that. And there was that one moment, round 18, where it was like, oh, they got a round win, and I was saying it, and Wyatt was like, no, don't worry, it's the classic thing gonna happen. 100 Thieves build up 5 ultimates, they're all gonna press the same button at the same time, and they're gonna win the round. And that's what ended up happening. Like, they ended up getting over that hurdle that way, because this composition that they're playing on Haven is so damn good at generating the ults and turning it into round wins.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love the way that they played this comp, and again, this map seems to be a sore spot for Sentinels in their pool. They continue to struggle here on Haven in 2025.
Yeah, no, well, now let's go ahead and set the stage for map 3. We go to Split. This tried and true map for both teams, I would say. I feel like both teams.
Sen have looked really good at it recently, I would say.
The only terrible result they had on it recently was when they got stepped on by 100 Thieves in their first matchup in Kickoff.
Yeah.
100 Thieves debuted the full util tsunami comp with the Sage, with the Astra, with the Teja, with the Breach, with the Raze, and everything syncs up. And if you get caught by literally any piece of util, you die.
Do you think we're going to see that again here?
They need to add a bit more, I think, 100 Thieves, because the reason why they weren't able to get off on a running start in Kickoff is because once you reveal those ideas and once you reveal your hand, everybody else is going to know about it later on. And in a tournament system where you're playing the games back-to-back on the days, you can't rely on that. But in this format, you have the opportunity, like we said, you've been given a month to essentially cook up new ideas, new plans to try and generate those opening kills. So I want to see some more additions to it. And for Sentinels themselves, I think that they might come into this, at least I'm hoping at least, with a bit more caution at the beginning of these rounds, given the tendency so far from 100 Thieves to be going for these aggro fights constantly when 100 Thieves are on the defense, fighting for extremity control, always trying to just essentially take it with pace. For Sentinels to just slow it down a moment, first 20 seconds, take it nice and easy, a nice slow default, wouldn't go amiss for me.
All right, well, let's see. Map 3. It's coming up right after this, folks. It's 100 Thieves and Sentinels. Who is going to take the win in this El Clasico? We'll be right back, folks, after this.
We are back, and we are ready for the final and third map. It is split, and these teams are ready to get in. I think looking at the compositions when we get in is going to be big. We're going to have to see if anything has changed, because it's been a while since we've seen it split for 100 Thieves.
Exactly, because if you're looking from the Thieves side, they've only played it once during kickoff, and it was against Sentinels, and it was also them starting off on a defense, and that's where we saw so many of those trap plays, how the Sage was so good with the double initiator and the raise that came out from the side of 100 Thieves. But now, if you're looking at it, they're starting off on the attack, and a Sage maybe might not be enough to activate here for the side of 100 Thieves.
True.
Especially if you're looking at their comp, it makes it a little bit difficult for them to lurk around, especially when you don't have like a Cypher or a Viper to lurk on the A side for the control. But we'll have to wait and find out if anything changes out of that one, and looks like no. And it also makes sense, because the victory that they got against Sentinels on the attack side, I think they got 5 rounds in total. They won pistol, they won anti-eco, and then they won bonus. So you could kind of just snowball a lot without having to giving a lot of your strategy on the attack side. So I'm expecting to see a continuous playbook that deepens out here on the attack side of 100 Thieves.
It is an interesting one where your comfort feels like, hey, if we get 5, that's actually pretty great. We get 6, oh yeah. You know, it's one of those games for how 100 Thieves can play it. But for Sentinels, it's an every round thing. They're going to be coming at you hard. Obviously, Zekken on this Yoru is not going to be stopping, and I'm sure they know the vibe of the game after we just got out of Haven and saw both teams throwing haymakers towards the end of that map.
Yeah. One thing that was really strong too for 100 Thieves is just how Cryo was able to move around with the team and also put these walls that makes it very difficult for Sentinels to get any value, especially on the piss around. So for this defense, will Sentinel want to try to move a little bit more aggressively, be in front of enemy lines in order to not allow Cryo cells to get these walls across? It's a recall smoke to try to pop into the A site, and looks like Sentinels, they want to play the retake.
Oh. Asuna starting already, just being tricky, and he plays his life too, just to be annoying. These little protocols they have to give him just a bit of an inch. They take a mile, and that's going to be a kill from Bang. A very nice answer there. They're going to drop in from the top of the site after the util hits, but you can see Narrate ready to answer back and delay.
Nice flash too. They can start flooding in now for Sentinels.
All right, drops are in. Everything is heard here. 100 Thieves now have to decide which way is the best to shoot. The defuse is going to go down, adding more pressure onto the site. It's only up now to EU rather. Top side, and he's not going to have enough time, not going to have enough arms and eyeballs to figure out where everything is. Sentinels get the first round, and they leave him to run around. That's unfortunate.
The discipline from Sentinels was huge on that pistol. They gave the chance here for Cryocells to put up that wall up towards that spawn. And you know how good those walls are on pistol rounds.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the beautiful paranoia and flash for them to retake towards that front of the site. You saw the reflank coming up on the top of the A ramp, but Zelsis just stayed very patient inside the vents, and he was the most important position, the key piece here to allow Sentinels to crossfire set up, not give a chance for 100 Thieves to play the pulse plant on the top when it's planted for them. Very, very nicely done once again from the veteran here of Sentinels, and we are quick up middle.
W on W here. It's going to be the judge. One shot reload, but he is going to be able to get a few off of that. Make sure he's safe. A few actually shots before that as Zelsis is just doing work behind the camera here. And it is now EU and Boostio left alive. Spike just out of reach.
Narrates first contact. Nice shot.
He's jumping around, feeling like Artson today here on the judge. Zelsis gets his own 4K.
Exactly. I was just about to mention Artesine with judges on this map of split. And Zelsis takes a little bit out of his playbook and is able to anchor up that mid-site quite easily here. And it's actually a beautiful counter to bring such a powerful close-range weapon onto a map like Split, especially if you're looking at how you're leveraging this initiator, double initiator, to potentially get space here for your raise to move up. And she's just going to satchel right into your judge. And even if you're getting stunned, I mean, still a wide spread. You can still do a lot of damage.
Yeah. See Boostio prepared if the team catches anything. Now moving the fault line up to the top of ramp. Finally hits. Asuna's space. No rounds for 100 Thieves yet, but each one has consisted of Asuna just consistently breaking the defensive line and the team following very fast.
Even a smoke that was thrown onto defense to try to block off vision. Cycling up with the wall wasn't enough. All of 100 Thieves already made it through. trying to find information is the counter of Sentinels, knowing that there's still a lot of pressure up towards Heaven. Paranoid to reflank into the top.
Off the stairwell, didn't bounce the way he wanted. EU gets that one through the smoke. Narrate's actually pretty low, or another pretty low actually, goes down. And now they limp around. Spike again out of reach. Haven't seen that kind of a split fight for a while where it's just about A Heaven.
That's actually very nice from Sentinels too. They just waited for the rotate across from Bang so they could double flash from Paranoia and Narrate. So Sentinels very, very clean in the protocols. And that's something that I haven't seen coming out of the refight on A Heaven yet.
Yeah. They wanted to meet. Usually you let the team drop out or see if they'll peek you, but a very closed choke point, or a very small choke point to get through. I mean, Sentinels still make it work.
But EU actually has 15 seconds as he's made his way around. He's going to have to hurry up a little bit more, though. Has to make noise now. Should be easier kill. There you go. If there was a little bit more, there was an opportunity to flank from behind, but he felt the pressure of that clock and had to start moving a little bit more quickly. But to go back to your point, as you were saying, instead of waiting to drop and play that and whatnot and react, the main play around what Sentinels just did there was still to fight towards A Heaven no matter what, right? Because if you drop into the site and go for the plant, well, you could still double flash and move into A Heaven control. So you don't allow here for 100 Thieves to play for the plant for Heaven. They have to turtle up within the site. It allows for you to pincer and flood a little bit better, knowing that most 100 Thieves will be stuck here inside the site. So I love this type of look here from Sentinels, and they're trying to close the gap once again for 100 Thieves, but Asuna keeps getting denied here with counter util on the side of Sen.
Quick 1-2 from Zekin. They've still tried to take A over and over again, so we have to consider this is being conditioned quite a bit without 100 Thieves losing it. The rest of the map is still there for them to use. But man, have Sentinels locked this down. Time. There's the shots. There's the cleanup. John Cutie keeps the spam coming and collects Cryo and EU. Not this time. But that time, Zeus is still coming up the rope there. There's too much to look at for Xander once again. 4 for Sentinels in some very clean rounds here.
Exactly, a great start for Sentinels already. Within 4 rounds, they've tied the amount of rounds they had against 100 Thieves the last time on this map during kickoff. There's a series that still, no matter what, went in the hands of Sentinels. As Wyatt mentioned before, it was a lot of gambles in terms of the veto, thinking that 100 Thieves are going to get a lot of value off the bind pick, something that were so good in the past, but faltered towards the end of last year. But now another series, another banger classic that goes into a 3-map series. 100 Thieves back into a buy and trying to delay a push into the B main, because they do have a lot of players. John Cutie even 1 away from getting the Armageddon.
Exactly.
So at least taking that control to start is great, but nobody from 100 Thieves has moved for even any map control.
Yeah,
even the drone stop a bit. Sorry, Riv, the drone stop a bit, so you're not going to get the max value in terms of how much you could clear.
We see him considering the state of the game, right? With that ult, with what can be stopped, but the control is slow. That A line for Sentinels lets them know nothing's happening, and Zekin's going to go on a fact-finding mission and figure out the rest of what's going on. Jeez. They're setting themselves up so well in these rounds.
As they do this too, the breach is still in a good line to, well, actually I was about to say that, but it would be in a good spot here to assist John Cutie on top of Heaven, because right now Asuna is just keeping everybody at bay. Look at the amount of util it takes just to try to push him back, and he won't have too much on a retake. So now the anchors towards the A side have to come up huge.
Oh, Zekin still clears though from the site. They didn't know he was just down towards elbow, still being able to be very mobile around the map with these gate crashes. And now another moment of wonder for the side of 100 Thieves, and Sentinels know exactly what's going on.
Now, Wall, it was just a ruse here for Cryo to try to get the pick off a rotate of a player into Heaven that's trying to walk into the window. But unfortunately, a miscomm, overextension at the bottom, an easy kill right here for Naren to get onto EU. But Sentinels are looking to have a pretty clean and strong attack, defense side so far, already forcing out a timeout from 100 Thieves.
Wild start. Both teams have come up off a map loss and just came out firing. The Sentinels here doing it on the third map may be just the time they needed to do it again. Zix speaking with the team to figure out what macro can be done now, seeing the plays not working. It seems like 100 Thieves is, getting mid, getting towards A, but out of those positions, it seems so closed in by Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're just passing the line of scrimmage on the defense. Yeah. Able to take control of B Heaven, but never really getting eye into the B site yet. And also towards the A side, they're kind of stalled towards the top of Heaven and can't really get into the site itself on A either. And I think, again, it's off the passive plays that you currently see from Sentinels, allowing for 100 Thieves to gain a little bit of that space, but not a little bit more towards the extremities of the sites.
Right.
And I think here for 100 Thieves, they got to start potentially fighting even more towards that spawn. Knowing the position that Sentinels have, the double initiator, one's going to be in an iPad, the other one's going to be in a fault line. There's opportunities to kind of catch them off guard if you have good counter utility towards the end, and you do so, because EU has his own salvos, Busio has his own fault line. You need to activate Asuna here.
Have to. Zekin and Zelsis are both at 6 frags, hardly dying. And you need someone to clear them off the map. It's been absolutely wild. So where do they go from here? Spike's going to be towards mid, and still Sentinels feel like keeping all this initiator utility together so they can either retake or delay a site. So smart.
The one thing they could really do right now is try to play contact in the very beginning, but both initiators are looking to allow the 3 players to push up towards B Heaven. There's that util to push through. Nice opening by Asuna.
Push off. Salvo comes through to give them quite a bit of room, but they're still, it doesn't seem like they're confident to take it. It's just giving them baby steps here, and they need more than baby steps to get into the site with this low buy. That's a quick kill from Narrate. More delay in the aftershock. Cryo could really get some big space here, but no, Sentinel is very ready for the situation, and even an Armageddon to boot and close out the round 6-0 for Sentinels.
Somehow, it still lands on the top of Hell.
Yeah.
So Xander wasn't ready for that one. Definitely did try a nice little opening to kick things off here for Asuna. But then right after, it's the Sentinel salvos right after. That doesn't allow for 100 Thieves to flood after the gap that was actually produced by the first blood from Asuna.
Time to kill the handsome cologne.
Thought he had a safe passage right there, or a safe corner to hide from, but unfortunately not.
Operator finally. They're feeling comfortable. They're feeling rich right now. Zekin's going to hold the B line, and that just gives everybody on the map comfort to watch everything else if he isn't seeing anything, which his vision's going to be flooded in a second. The quick pick from Boostio. The drone's going to push him just offline, and they're going to have freedom on this one. Nicely played, not going in dry on that peak, and the utils flooding into the site with a Cosmic Divide for protection.
The wall doesn't really allow for them to plant. They have to actually fight through this.
That's a little weird.
Okay, thankfully nobody's fighting back.
Whoops. They'll be able to get out here. 2 left. Oh, the wall in their face doesn't go over the spike, obviously, but they still have the avenues to shoot through. 100 Thieves get themselves around. Nicely played. It's going to be that teamwork that gets them into B together here on good util usage as well.
And I love the little switch up from 100 Thieves to take control of middle. Instead of trying to pull Asuna with a double satchel all the way up towards Heaven, all the way to the vents, he goes for a satchel to stop right here out in the open. So the second smoke that was thrown towards the middle right here where he gets the kill was a recall. So the idea was just to...
Good chat. Okay, let's get 6.
The idea was just to really try to take down Zelsis right there in that moment, because he's been playing such good positions with judges or at the ropes.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little thing that Zix has seen on the type of positioning that Sentinels have been doing at the very beginning of these rounds.
Kaplan calls the timeout after 1. Says, slow down, 100 Thieves. Just takes it right away. Wants to chat with the team and let them know what's going on. As you can see, he's doing most of the talking right now. And I wouldn't think this is anything of a worry. Just really repositioning, understanding what might have affected them there after the 100 Thieves conditioning, which was mainly the right side of the map in mid for a long time.
Yeah, the counter timeout from Kaplan now is, will we try to get more support?
Right.
For Zelsis around this spot? because it hasn't really been tested, and when they did, Zelsis did an incredible job just holding up the area. That kill that he just got, or he received here from Asuna, was actually his first death in this map so far.
Yeah.
So he was currently 7-0-1 until he finally got dropped. So despite him being so hot in these moments in his position, I like the fact that 100 Thieves still wanted to disrespect the plays here from Zelsis and drop him down.
And even with that 100 Thieves win, that was just the Cosmic Divide used. 4 ultimates still ready. And Armageddon right off the rip coming through.
He's stunned, slowed, low HP. Still alive somehow.
Yeah, that was very close. Zelsis going to be limping around the rest of the round on this, and they're going to see if they actually got any follow-up damage to look at here.
And do you want support on mid? Yeah, let's bring the whole team.
Oh, they support very well. Crossfire coming in more so from the side of Sentinels. 100 Thieves feeling the pain on this, but EU's quickly able to answer back and even out the numbers. Wow, Xander's moving forward here aggressively on the Astra takes down Narrate. A huge frag for the squad as they continue to take space. A little ahead of themselves.
Especially when Narrate has his own Rolling Thunder to counter back. Beautifully done for Bucio, and also by EU not to give a chance here for Zelsis to get that pit out. But this push from Bang, spotted now by EU. But this will potentially get John Cutie ready.
Still have the util.
There's going to be an overcook now because he TP'd towards that spawn. Now the players are going to walk back towards A Heaven. They're walking for contact.
30 seconds left.
No sound made. And this is up to John Cutie here. He's actually figuring they're going to go both sides. And just keeping 1-1 in sight. Xander about to walk into the crosshair, the double up! And he sees the Teo salvos. He gets the Teo shot as well! John Cutie with the 3K in an unstoppable moment.
That's what I was talking about. You thought you had a spot, you had a good read to move towards that B site, but as soon as you slow things down and you have no information run after on the initial fight from EU onto Bang, down towards the bottom middle, you walk for content and you get caught off guard by incredible positioning and shots here from John Cutie. Lining up 2 easy kills, but punishing that jump shot was huge.
Disgusting stuff. The timeout snuffed from 100 Thieves. They try to re-rotate. And the quality tactics, read it as it is. EU starts off with a very nice first blood, though. Taking Zekken down is going to slow things down quite a bit here.
Zekken looks like it was tunnel vision to try to take down Cryo. EU wide swings and picks him off, and that now gives another gap towards middle that 100 Thieves could start taking advantage of.
Asuna on the stinger. Expect him to go into that showstopper form at some point and continue to use that in the face of Sentinels. Both initiators still, though, for SEN here, ready to delay at A. Deep in sight, though, actually close in sight, I should say. They're in some pretty dangerous spots if they do hit with Asuna's ult.
And Cryo was actually anchored up on that B side, so calls out that there was a smoke and paranoia, so the Omen is still on that side. They should now be ready for the initiators playing towards this A site here.
Really, he looked at him.
Should, right?
Maybe thought he was dead or something, but he did not die. He stands tall. They shoot him is the question. Zelsis is doing just that. Comes up with some big retaliation frags there. Drops into sight to help the team after that fault line. And a third one for Zelsis here. And it's already sourced out where Cryo's coming from. Bang with a 6th sense. Picks up an 8th round for Sentinels.
And that's unfortunate timing there for Cryo. Again, he's seen the flash and the smoke coming out from Bang from the B site. So he's looking back towards the spawn, thinking that he still beat the timing of Bang on the rotate. But Bang was already moving down towards that ramp. But one more time, it's Zelsis moving through with a beautiful multi-kill. And him getting that kill onto Cryo's teammate didn't give a chance here for Cryo to look back towards that bottom ramp to try to get the res.
Zelsis is on one today, and it's meaning multiple timeouts already coming in from Zix to figure out what they can do. When your composition works so well against Sentinels last time and you are actually finding no ground this time around, how do you fix that?
Yeah, definitely. You got to give praise here to Zelsis so far, because although Wyatt has mentioned here that Zelsis has been quite consistent going into the Vice role, and even on today, looking like one of the best Vice in the world. Going into the grand finals of Kickoff versus G2, he actually did calm down for a bit, and then you saw what happened in Bangkok. But it wasn't only on Zelsis, it was the whole team kind of just shutting down and not getting the best results that they wanted to.
Right.
So you're going back into week 1 of Kickoff, a chip on the shoulder, as mentioned by Zekin in other interviews, wanting to prove here to the Sentinels fans that they're much more than what they've shown towards Bangkok.
Yeah.
And they're definitely showing it here. It's 8-1 now and a half on the third map.
The Vibe Merchant evolving into the Kill Merchant here for map 3, bringing everything for the squad.
Yeah, Vibe Merchant turning into like a black market.
It's scary. Anytime,
all arsenals.
Anytime somebody sees them, they go down here. Zekin with the Outlaw. They still have a lot of money to work with. 100 Thieves continue to work with these low buys.
And that's all they have, right? The moments that they have these shorter buys, they're looking for a little bit more explosion towards the middle, but the default continues to be the same. So you see a timeout coming out from Zix, but they're still going for the same type of approach. But I feel that at this point, they have to be a little bit more confident on these picks. Look at this fault line to try to open up on that side. Yes, they'll take a little bit of mail. And now I want to see the overextension to continue to fight back towards the top of B. Go for this pincer maneuvers. And the pincer doesn't work. Second moves forward and drops Boostio with the Outlaw.
And they hear Spike too, so the idea of what's going down on the map is also kind of pointed out in this mid push. Still, it's where the aggression's been, so Bang has not turned his eyes away from it. He knows something is coming from Mailroom. Yeah, they're very ready. Ready to fault line the low buy. Sentinels is not taking any chances.
Yeah, he's got the double hands out actually to throw hands.
That's so good. Everything they're doing right now must be so annoying for 100 Thieves. They still have a chance to make this work, to get into sight, but they're stunned up for the entirety of that showstopper. Oh my gosh, they just fall into the hands of Bang. He's happy to collect 2. The close-up stinger is gonna help for Cryo as he picks up another one, but Zekin,
yes, Rez.
Again for dimensional drift. They just go for both members. 8 seconds left. Tejo is going to stop them. He's forced to plant closer. The concuss comes out. There's just too much for him to deal with. Zekin comes out of the dimensional drift, and Zelsis, who else is there to clean up a final kill? 9-1 now for Sentinels.
The on-the-fly calls and adaptation once again from Sentinels. Zekin going into the dimensional drift so that John Cutie can get the salvos at the right place, to get the stun at the right place, where he can't even get the pull after the spike on time to even go for the Hail Mary plant. I'm surprised here that Cryo didn't even go for a res when they finally dropped into the site and got some control. I feel like he's been holding on to this res the whole half.
Yeah, you're almost forced with the way that Sentinels is playing. It's a battle res, one of the most dangerous. Just got to have the wall for it almost.
It's just such good reaction coming out from Sentinels. The Hail Mary of the rocket on the previous round was going to be the win con for 100 Thieves, and he gets stopped right away by the Rolling Thunder. So the reads are so good from Sentinels on the defense.
Yeah, it's crazy.
A big wish he had a Sage pocket in his team, because he's down to 11 HP after he had a bit of a spray going on towards that B main. So finally a different look for 100 Thieves at the very beginning. Pressure towards the B side, but the finish seems to still be the same. Trying to punish Zelsis inside Mail.
I mean, in this, you just go for a fodder res, right? Have somebody run up, take that Mail, res him up. Like you said, it's been hard for them to find a reason for them to use it, so make a reason to use it.
Exactly. They're playing solo Mail a lot of these times. Asa definitely could sacrifice his life, get a pick, and then they'll be back on a 5-on-4. But now he's sacrificing his life, at least for the first kill. Keep some players over towards that B site.
Yeah, seeing the raise too should draw some numbers. There are other players on the map. Cryo just runs into A.
And that's the res gone. Now you got no choice but to re-hit with 20 seconds left towards the B site. Stalled now by the breach.
Oh, they know 2 are there now. A lot of util in the eyes of Sentinels to be able to call this stall, and they just stop 100 Thieves before they get into sight. 10 seconds left. They're going to have to rush this. No time to plan as the spike is down, and 100 Thieves are lost.
What just happened in that round for 100 Thieves on the call?
see it again. Even with this first kill, right? Asuna coming in with a beautiful kill here. They have a Yoru, and when has we've not seen Zekken kind of in the back of that site, at elbow at times, taking 2 down late in the round. State of the game lost on 100 Thieves right now as Sentinels focusing on them. They have control of it all, Vansili. They've only lost that one coming into the second half, or the map, I should say, as they're looking for just 3 more to close this one out.
Oh, and a walk contact to try to take down Zelsis. Unstoppable once again. No util to really push him this time around. And already EU falls. Thankfully, we could maybe use a res now.
Nah, run over the body. Into the vent. Asuna is going to get Zelsis, though. Drops the big fragger on the round. Bang's still ready to fight. Bang is still ready to fight.
Fake TP.
Yeah.
Will not kill my allies.
Ooh, beautiful guard on that. 100 Thieves, it's taken a lot of their pressure, a lot of their presence to get through this, though, as the Armageddon comes through. Safety for Asuna just on the side of the ult.
We're at the edge, and now a player advantage as well. Finally, the res getting value. But there's a big lurk coming out now from Narrate. Full kit.
Drone is down.
This movement from Asuna, if he can stay unknown, it's big. Narrate with one already. Full util for Narrate to come in.
I love it.
And they know where Asuna is, too.
Aftershock towards the back to push him out. Beautiful by Narrate.
Crazy utility usage. It's now going to be all up to Asuna. He knows he's got to look high. He's got to look low. 5 bullets left in the chamber. And John Cootie closes in from top down. The defuse for Narrate.
What an insane round for Narrate right there. 2 players swing against him, stays behind the box, gets the first pick, but instead of going for the re-swing, look at him jump on the top of the boxes just to try to spot where Cryo's moving in towards you. Guarantees the stun to go with the aftershock to push him out of position while stunned. To win a 1v2 on that side, convert a 2v3 for Sentinels, and he cannot do any wrong on this map.
A very fast first half. We'll have to see how quick it can be for Sentinels when we come back from the break. $11 for Sentinels and 1 round for 100 Thieves to run with here in the second half. They'll be on defense where they usually find their footing with the Sage composition on split, but I feel like the rug has already been pulled out from underneath them.
Yeah, the copium now for 100 Thieves is that they actually had a very strong defensive side as well against Sentinels. Although, I like to say that Sentinels probably knows what to expect.
Yeah.
So it'll definitely be a difficult run for 100 Thieves.
Pistol round is imperative for any kind of cushion for 100 Thieves here to have a life in the second half. They're playing the initiators as well towards A. We saw this from Sen. It's just so good for the retake or the delay. And Sen's focus is going to be mid here to get some util out before they commit with the spike anywhere.
Also looks like Cryo. He's trying to move forward. Nice shot by Asuna start though.
Another? Oh, Bang with the trade. All right, already getting spicy. The 1-for-1 here. And Busio is going to answer as well. Now it's up for Sen to make that 3v5 conversion happen.
So what I was going to mention, it didn't look like here that Cryo was looking to react and wall up towards middle. They wanted to wall up here towards the top of B Heaven just to try to stall a little bit more. Nice little drone, though, to allow Sentinels to move down.
Just identified and taken out. Xander and Cryo fall immediately, and Sentinels know they have sight. Setting up high-low here, and they still have John Cutie in mail to deliver.
Tides have turned.
Fault line there.
Talked about that position so good there for John Cutie inside mail. He has to be cleared.
Oh, they don't check enough. He does, he jumps back again. John Cutie's always ready. He's had those flicks on point all game. EU has to deal with the mailman, and he does. Cutie's down. Low health on Narrate, low health on Bang. John Cutie moves in, and Narrate only needs one shot with his classic to bring it to 12 and bring it to game point for Sentinels.
The right clicks are so good. We're on the side of Sentinels here, and yeah, map series point 12-1. An unexpected turn of events here in his third map. Not expected that it was going to be so one-sided for Sentinels to start.
It's over, these guys. It's over.
Oh, man. Signed, sealed, and delivered, says Bang, even with another round to go.
No pity for his old team.
No way. He knows he made the right choice now. Doesn't even have to say it anymore.
The gamble now, Hail Mary towards the front of B, but it's weighted all the way towards the back towards spawn. Greeted by Bang, and already a one-player advantage for Sentinels. And about to taste the victory here, forcing now 100 Thieves to just move around the map and trying to find an information on where they lost. On middle, at least to start.
Look at that, they know where Cryo is, they know where the wall could be potentially in a slow that would stop them. Everything else here they can run by, except for the fault line. It looks like they are going to try to initiate. Oh, Zekin already tempting back at the site with a gate crash here.
We're flashing high for A, but nobody's fighting for heaven.
Yep. As the follow-up just isn't there when they need it. Zekin's moving forward. Another kill almost with a classic. He goes again for a fight with the team pressuring in. Paranoia goes in sight to give him distance, and it's going to hit Xander just on the end. Now it's up to EU. 4 alive here for Sentinels. They have been so strong throughout the map. They look to close this out in such a clean manner on the third one of split as we hit this decider. And now they just watch EU jump back and forth before it's John Cutie that solidifies the final kill, and this best of 3 goes to Sentinels.
That's what they needed to start week 1 now for Sentinels, coming out with confidence and finishing the third map 13-1, dismantling 100 Thieves, where they received such a terrible defeat the last time in the head-to-head. And boy, did they look clean on the defensive side to kick things off. But again, you have to look back here, Riv. That last round that just happened, it just shows to me there was a little bit of layers missing around the approach that 100 Thieves wanted to bring with this composition on both attack and defense. Especially on that flash, it seems as though it was a Hail Mary for Xander to stay alive towards the A site, but no coordination to clear up at least the scale back into A Heaven before. So we're always one step ahead for 100 Thieves to be able to capitalize on the game plan, and Sentinels took advantage of that for sure. And that, again, a hot start, big smile for a lot of these players.
You hear the crowd behind them as well. They felt it today. Seeing Zelsis pop off again, the Kaplan timeouts absolutely patching the hole. That was the question. They were doing good, and Kaplan has found a way. Zekin chatting with the team as we saw before, letting them know what needed to be changed inside and outside the game. And man, it looks like all of those changes happened because of how strong they were inside the game. It couldn't just be the strats. It's not just the macro. That's a whole upgrade.
Yeah. And again, if it's not on the macro, look at the individual skill from a lot of these players. Zelsis has popped off today. Even Narrate, again, an emotional player that they were mentioning at the desk, and he was all smiles for sure. He had so many good hero moments, as well as Zelsis. Bang just dismantling in these rounds against his own teammates.
Oh, the Bang clutches.
John Cuty's position on a 1 versus 3 on the top of A Heaven. Like, all of these guys are firing. So when you have the macro and you have the individual skill, you're back into a Sentinels that's unstoppable.
They did so well this game, and it looks great for the season as well. They come out this strong on maps that people had questions about, and now the Sentinel fans, I'm sure, can be happy with those results. 100 Thieves have things they can look at to work on. Yeah. We saw them kind of, as we talked about, Bind being one of the maps that people figured out that comp they use, so now Split might be one of those as well. It's, however, time to talk to more Sentinels as we send it down to Dryad for the Verizon post-match interview with Zelsis.
Good job.
Thank you, guys. Sin City gets the win today against 100 Thieves 2-1, and I'm here with Celsius. Celsius, congratulations. The first thing that I want to ask you, something that we talked about with Kaplan after Bangkok, the team looked a little frustrated. We heard the vlogs, we heard everything that the team was talking about. So how do you make sure that you recover as a player to be in the best shape for Split 1?
I think in Bangkok we tried to work too hard. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but you know, when you're just screaming every day, practicing every day for like long hours, you're just kind of like hitting your head against a wall when things aren't working. And I think coming back, we made it a point to kind of relax a little bit and not play as much as we were. And I think it's kind of showing now, like we're having more fun. You know, the Bang IGL in the middle was fun. Yeah, we're just like doing more fun and like trying not to think so hard.
Yeah, there's always a little pressure for Sentinels, but something that you've talked about as well is how you want to build a dynasty with this team. So how is it looking? Because when we see that split, that 13-1, we start to feel it. How is the process to make sure that it can turn into a reality?
I mean, I feel like having a dynasty in this game is really hard, but like we all want to win. Every competitor wants to win, and I think like we're trying to chase as many trophies as we can, especially with the organization we have. Like they treat us very nicely, so shout out Sentinels. And we just want to do right by them for giving us the life we have, and I think we're just going to keep working hard to chase trophies.
For sure, and going more into details about what we saw today. And that map number 1, and I think throughout the series, we saw a lot of moments where 100 Thieves had the advantage, had the first kill, and you guys were recovering really fast. Is that some of the things that you were working since you got eliminated from Bangkok to once again come back stronger for stage 1?
Yeah, I think like a big thing is we learn to save more. When we're in disadvantages, we slow down the round and we kind of just walk around the map. And like, I think our communication that game was really on point when we came down in the disadvantages. And I think, like you said, we had a lot of rounds that went our way when maybe they shouldn't have. But I just think we played really well as like a team.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are looking pretty good. Again, that split was insane. But my last question, that next match is going to be against Crew. Any thoughts about going against them?
I mean, no thoughts. Like, I think everyone in Americas is really good, and I think we have to take every match by match by week. But I think Crew's always been kind of like a wild card team, so I'm hoping they don't just come out and farm us. That would be great. But it should be a fun match.
It should be a fun match for sure. Can we hear it for Celsius one more time? And this is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Now we're going to send it to match point with Second and Kaplan.
Yes, thank you, Dan. I am here with Zekin and Coach Kaplan from Sentinels, who just absolutely destroyed 100 Thieves over on Split. First question I wanted to ask you guys about that before we get into the round breakdown is, did you expect them to come out with this comp again? Because they ran it against you guys in Kickoff. They had a dominant win there. Was that something you expected to see?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they could have changed it up, but this comp worked really well for them. They 13-4'd us last time, and we got some okay wins on Split since, but it was kind of one-dimensional. It was a little bit they have a lot of footage on us, so to me it made sense from their point of view to play the same comp. And
for sure.
So
I wanted to start this off. This is actually just the first round on the pistol. Before we even get into it, I am curious about you guys' just setup, how you wanted to approach the opening of this game. What's the idea here?
This is kind of just a big picture idea, right? Like last time we played them, Jordan got punished in mid a lot, got caught out a lot. We played more in the extremities, so just from the get-go, we're calling this, I'm just calling it in the pistol freeze time, saying, hey, I think we can play this style, and the idea is we just make it look like Jordan's alone, but we punish him if they try to go heavy mid. Zach's there, we got a stun ready, and catch him out.
Got you, cool. So 100 Thieves in this instance, they're just trying to go for a straight up A play. You guys have left the site open, just playing for a retake. As they're getting in off this flash, sadly there is one casualty. Who is it that goes down?
I think I played this round really well.
It's about that moment. Anything to break down.
I thought I played it great. Good job, Zach.
So from there, Asuna gets that 1 kill, falls back, and at this point, this is where I really want to get into what's going through the team's minds. If we're going to expand the mini-map here, because they do plant for heaven, they have the wall for screens, which I'm assuming you guys fully expect to be the case. So what's the approach now, playing for retake against this like really util-heavy comp that they've got?
I mean, I think we did a pretty good job staying calm. Like, it's pistol round, you have less utility on a pistol round. I think we do a good job recognizing they pretty much used all the util they had to exec. So even though unlucky Zach dies, like even in a 4v5, they feel like they have to push because they don't have anything to really work with in a post play otherwise. And I'm not sure if you remember the comms. You were probably dead common like an animal.
We were.
Are you a dead calmer?
I'm a big dead calmer. I mean, we were calling to refight ramp and take some space back ramp, and I don't think we fully commit to it. I think we take some fights and they use a bit more util and they're pretty much out of it, and then we go back through heaven. But,
yeah, so Narrate's kind of jiggling there, and then you guys double up. Yeah, Bang finally kills Asuna, and then from there, you guys just completely circumvent the wall and screens. Everybody just pours out of heaven off the flash. And then, what are the comms like in a situation like this? Are you continuing to dead comm at all for people, or?
I don't think it was. I think it was Marshall who said it. We saw that they had Teo and Astro ramp, so we called to wall up and just ignore them completely and isolate the 2 guys on site. And then from there, I'm not talking anymore, and it's just all up to them to calm their scaling and how they're going to take these fights on the guy's site.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I thought this. The refight in was really cool. That flash, then you guys push back, so you already have someone on the spike as well. And then, is this something, to go slightly back, that you had kind of thought of prior for this retake situation, where you can see like Zelsis is playing over there, back by vents. So when they rewrap, you know, up a ramp here to fight when it's planted for heaven, is that, it's like, all right, we'll just leave Zelsis, he'll shoot him in the back when they come up there, everybody else go in the site?
Pretty much, yeah. When we saw that it was planted for heaven, we knew we had to keep one there. He could have been, Jordan could have mixed up his positioning, he could have been here or deeper or on the rafter even looking back, but just keeping one guy there in general so they don't have heaven control for free is really valuable.
For sure, and then, yeah, from there, I mean, it just works perfectly. Even though you were down 1 second to start the round, you dead commed, you pulled your weight with the dead comms and ended up winning that out. Just aside from this pistol, just one last question, and then I'm going to throw you to the Golden Boy interrogation. Just going up against this comp from your point of view in this server as the Yoru, what was an adjustment for you as an individual this time compared to when you went up against 100 Thieves with this in Kickoff?
For me, it was just being even more ready for their fast plays. They have a ton of like breach stun, Astra stun, stage slow, like trying to very quickly take space. So I was playing around that and just trying to position myself right outside of their util so I could punish, or if I was on a different side of the map TPing to the other side and being able to punish that as well after they blew out their util.
Gotcha. Well, listen, you guys obviously showed out. You played great. I'm going to send you to Golden Boy over on the comfy chairs, but thank you for joining me.
Of course, man.
Well played today.
Appreciate it.
Come to me, just walk.
Take
You
it
can just
away.
walk. Trust me. Don't worry, if you trip on anything, it'll explode. But outside of that, it's all good.
Noted.
Okay, it's good to have you guys. Good to have you guys. Cappy, Zach, you can join me over here at the edge. Yeah, feel free to grab the mustachio mosh pit there. Congratulations, fellas. That must have felt good. Right, it must have felt like after what happened in Bangkok. Let's start with you, Zach. And how does it feel pulling off that win, especially the way that you guys did on Split was quite the dominant victory?
It feels great. I'm really happy to be 1-0 to start the Split. It's a great, like the best way we can start. And I think from this match, we still have a lot to learn. So I'm excited to go back in the VOD and see what we messed up and what we can do better. But I think it's the perfect start. So
during the setup for this matchup, we had talked about the post-Bangkok, the big speech that you had given as well. Actually, I was kind of curious after that, right? Was it just like a conversation of everyone just like, okay, hey guys, this is what we want to fix? Did you feel like it just became a much more open dialogue after you had expressed yourself?
I think it was already an open dialogue. Like, we're the type of team where we are very comfortable being able to talk about that and confront each other about the things we think we need to be better at. So I think the dialogue was already open, and that was just me kind of participating in that. But I think we've made a massive step forward since then. And
do you participate a lot in that as well? Okay, yeah, I figured.
I'm a big yapper.
Yeah, you're big.
But yeah, I think we improved a lot at our adaptability and our decisiveness, and I think, like, especially in this series, it showed a lot. Like, I think we were 10 times better at that compared to Bangkok.
Yeah, and now you guys have this massive break, Coach. What are the big things? I know you were focusing a lot on the fun. Fun was the word I think I heard at least like 10 times. You guys talk about fun. But outside of the fun, what were some of the things that you were like, hey, we really got to nail this down or else it's going to cost us in the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what we focused on, other than fun, is keeping things simple. Like, it's a big thing that we worked on in our play. It's a big thing that we talked about. This guy knows what's up. We just focused on like making sure we make simple plans together. Yeah. Say them with your chest. You know, say it as a command. Just play the game. Don't overthink it. I think there's a lot of spots where we were overthinking it.
No, for sure.
Other than that, like, we do have open dialogue, but I think one thing we need to work on is during scrim days, like being willing to just get into it. Because things get tense, and it felt like sometimes we were going into matches with more baggage than we needed to, because we were just tiptoeing a little more than we need. I think when you get into it, when you butt heads, when it gets a little spicy and you come out the other side in the same day playing well and having a good time and laughing, like, that's really what makes you feel like family and makes you play more comfortably.
Sometimes you got to check that baggage in so you can hit that flight. You know what I'm saying? And you guys were soaring today, for sure. It was excellent to see. Last thing real fast, Zach, when we're going to get you with the pencil mustache, just like Mosh over there?
Ooh.
Can you pull it off like Sideshow? He's got like the whole bushy thing going on.
If we qual to Toronto the next game, I'll get a little stash.
Let's go. I'm in. Okay, I have a barber I could take you to. It'll be absolutely perfect. He needs to work because Lord knows he ain't getting work from me. Now, in any case, though, folks, here's week 1 of stage 1 officially in the books. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and where we are, because look at that. What do you know? Sen City sitting at the top with a plus 16 differential with that 1-0, and then with that victory, Evil Geniuses will take the second spot over Kruvisa, but of course there's still plenty of season left to go. I don't know who you guys have next. We have Crew. You have Crew next. Thoughts on that one?
None. No thoughts. Focus on our game, win. We have a rule on our team. We either win or lose to ourselves.
Hey,
and there's nothing else allowed. There's no other logic.
No other logic. I don't know if that's, screw it. Let's just roll with that.
I think that's the way the players respond to me as well.
It's like, all right, why not? Well, here's your Thursday schedule. Oh, look at that. We're actually going to be continuing the action on Thursday of next week, which is, funny enough, news to me. So that's good, but hey, I won't be here. It's all good. You got NRG versus Furia, and then Sentinels going up against Crew. Oh, and I was stand corrected. It is actually Friday, not Thursday. Once again, cannot stress enough. It is Friday, not Thursday, where you will see these guys play against Sentinels. Play against Crew. Fellas, I want to thank you all so much for the time. Appreciate you as always. You guys already know what the deal is. We've done this at least 800 times at this point, but that is going to do it for us here today. And as I send you off this week, I'll just say, go out there. Why don't you go to a library, rent a book, read a book, learn a recipe, cook something good, and then we'll see you right here next week for some more Valorant action. But for now, here's your Samsung SSD Fast Replay.
Surprise, Potter's pulling out with the waylay.
Look, some people are telling me this is going to be even better than pod racing. I can't wait to see what they cooked up here.
I mean, a lot of players that are example of that. Yay, one stuck into this corner, does well with his stinger to clean up this eco round. He's had his chances. Yay, he's gonna give it to us. They want an ace. He's got his chance, of course. Yay converts. It's gotta feel good for him. That's a bit of a tough start.
Hold on, Nature's still backside though.
And Zap put in position to clutch. A wide angle, a first shot connecting. Zap! He gets a ball. Ready to go. Needs to be massive as there's two players awaiting him in this corner. There's the first, but Derek good on the swing. Now a 1v1. Yay, desperately trying to find something. The Cypher trip hitting on down. That should have been impossible.
I don't know, maybe it's close. 0.32 for EG. And Yay clutches it up.
And EG by the scruff of their neck. They take map 1. In comes EG straight to the blender of LZ. He's found his way up above. 2G. They decimate Evil Geniuses. It's a near flawless round for 2-game. The excellence from Zap. Icy.
Pushing into this A side. Zap on the off angle. It's 2-on-2.
LZ onto the spike. A nade gets him off and kills him too.
Icy has first. Not half.
Icy for 4 and EG back in control. Dobera in the smoke. One of the 2 Vandals in his hands, but he's already dead. And now only 2 left alive. Make that one, yay.
Zapping a 1-on-4. But Ye's up there. Not gonna happen. EG start off stage 1 strong, taking down 2G in their opener.
Hey, we're ready to get into this matchup. It's gonna be a good one. Relay Bolt gets a few stuns there, but they're still trying to get the trades when Zekin is more than ready to return fire. Oh my god, they're just taking the fights. Are we gonna find it?
Heard where the TP came out from.
There it is, Zekin. The overdrive from Austin. He slides in, he goes down immediately though. Great reactions by Sentinels as they turn around and they start to wipe out 100 Thieves.
Know where Boostio's at. He just got the kill into Zelsis, moving towards the backside.
You're cold. Let's go.
John Cutie the difference. Narrates there just on the right side to help as well, and it looks like it might be the Stingers can't get through, and 100 Thieves get stung. Sentinels take Pearl. Oh, Cryo in a bad spot here. Gets the quick shield up, and the push from EU is going to be huge to clean up the rest of Sentinels.
Oh my god. I have a stinger.
Last player standing.
Can it be Bang again?
Remaining.
And it is! Bang with another 3K, the clutch!
What are you doing, bro?
Hand in hand here for 100 Thieves. Dash right under it! He dashed under it! That was so sick! And overdrive is on, and he is causing chaos because they did not expect this timing. EU and the rest of the team are just obliterating! Absolute cinema from Asuna.
Support coming through. John Cutie, last player standing down by Cryo.
13-9. 100 Thieves will push us all the way to a third map. We're going to split. Keeping 1-1 in sight. Xander about to walk in the crosshair, the double up. And he sees the Seos elbows. He gets the tail shot as well. John Cutie with the 3K in an unstoppable moment. Really, he looked at him.
Should, right?
Maybe thought he was dead or something, but he did not die. He stands tall. His shooter missed the question. Zelsis is doing just that after that fault line. And a third one for Zelsis here. And it's already sourced out where Cryo's coming from. Stall, and they just stop 100 Thieves before they get into sight. 10 seconds left. They're going to have to rush this. No time to plan as the spike is down. And 100 Thieves are lost. This best of 3 goes to Sentinels.
Coming out with confidence and finishing the third map 13-1. Dismantling 100 Thieves.
Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Thank you.